cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt of the Streets podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know. the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I am, of course, joined by my lovely brother-in-arms, co-host, master of all things and stuff like that, Mr. Donovan. How you doing today?
I'm doing excellent, sir. How are you?
We're living, baby. We're living. It is Saturday. We've had it's been a wild week, and my mind right now is just blown by this conversation we're having about Christian Bale.
Christian Bale, 48 years old.
He's 48 years old.
48.
Right before we started rolling the show, we're talking about The Machinist. And then,
yes.
How did we even end up on Machinist? Because we were talking about Natalie Portman at one point, but then we got into Machinist and Christian Bale.
The things that people do for movies because
she cut her hair.
She cut her hair.
Yes, that's right. And I just want to make sure the internet knows she is still as gorgeous with the hair or without.
Because cutting your hair and losing 60 pounds is the exact same thing.
No, one of those is markedly more impressive.
So.
And then how many months was it until he was doing Batman?
5.5.
5.5 months.
Between The Machinist and Batman Begins.
That's so nuts.
We're out here.
So we're out here. What
Shout
else
out
are we gonna?
Christian
What are
Bale.
we gonna be talking about today? Good sir.
Yeah, we got a great show going on for everybody today. Obviously, we have a couple of local stories, and then we're going to go over a Breaking Points clip that we watched earlier this week that has to do with the Fetterman-Oz debate that happened in Pennsylvania. Part 2, we're going to be going over World War III. World War III, it's happening. It's going on. So
popping.
We're going to be talking about some more about the Iranian drones that we talked about the last time we were here. There's some missiles now being sent over there. I think we heard about right at the end of the show last time, maybe the day after. We're going to be talking about some training that's being done by the SAS in the UK. And also, of course, there's some U.S. Special Forces down there. I think I may have heard somebody say that, like when this all first happened, but I'm not
like
sure who that
months and
was.
months and months
Yeah,
ago.
it's really weird. It's almost like we fucking knew that this was happening. So we have now some written evidence. I told Colin, I literally didn't even try and look up any articles because I was so certain that I was correct that I wasn't even going to question it. Just waiting until it's happened. And now they're like, oh yeah, as far back as April this was happening. It's like, oh man, it's so weird. Yeah.
It's so weird how that happens.
Yes, and then we also, of course, are going to be talking about the letter from the Progressive Caucus of the Democrats that was withdrawn immediately afterwards, within 24 hours afterwards by Pramila Jayapal. And then, of course, an update on the amount of money that is being spent by the United States in Ukraine, because it is important to underline all of this, that all of this is being paid for with your tax dollars.
How much of your tax money?
$1,440,740,000,000 dollars. It's hard to even say it. It's so much.
So we'll dive into that.
Yeah. And then, of course, in part 3, we're going to be talking about the degradation of the U.S. military. So we have a couple of stories from the Washington Post going over veterans being contracted by different nations, the UAE, Saudi Arabia. It's all bad news. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the lowering of physical standards a little bit. And then, of course, a story that we've touched on, I think, about the SEAL training and Hell Week and stuff like that. And there's this push against how horrible these things are. Talking about that. And then the grab bag for part 4. We're going to talk a little bit about Elon Twitter, because I know you did your live stream about that last night. And then we have this. So Chinese spies weapon. You have a whole slew of things.
We got a whole slew of things. We got all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we got a big show going on. Before we get into that, I want to thank everybody for joining us here. YouTube.com. Salt of the Streets. We also, of course, have our Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets. All of this can be found at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets.
Yes. The Paul Pelosi thing is intense right now.
The Paul Pelosi thing is wild. Yeah. So, where's Nancy?
Where's Nancy?
Yeah, so, of course, patreon.com. Go there, subscribe, help us make more, better content just like this. We have the clips. We have the book club that's going on. This month's book is for just a few more days of World War Z. We're closing up. I'm sure everybody has done. It's 2 more days. That book was incredible. It was a
So
very
good.
easy read for as many pages as it was. And the next month's book is How to Have Impossible Conversations by James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian. So, of course, get that. And we have lowered or shortened the timeline on that. So, Thanksgiving, because you're going to need it when you sit down at the table.
It's never been my reality.
No,
ever in my
me
life.
either.
It's such the stereotypical thing to hear. Oh yeah, you're gonna go there, and then there's people are gonna argue, and you see it in fucking sitcoms and all this stuff. Like somebody comes there and he makes it a bad time. They all ruin fucking Thanksgiving for anybody. Never once. I've never experienced that. None of my friends have ever experienced that I know of.
I've had
anyways. I
uncomfortable
feel like I would have heard it.
conversations, but I've had uncomfortable conversations, but never ruined.
Yeah.
You know, it's always been able to be salvaged.
Like if somebody is going to ruin my Thanksgiving, they're not coming over to my fucking house.
oh,
Like I'm not. I'm
I've
just
had-
not going to invite them.
I've had interactions with people that are very close family members. It's like, well, this one's too close to not invite. You know,
Oh,
So-
and yeah. Well, I could see that. I
Yeah.
could see that.
other people who were married into the family.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
Yeah,
neither
you
of
know.
us are going anywhere. so I've had some moments like that.
No, that makes sense. That
Yeah.
definitely makes
Our
sense.
sponsor for this, the newsletter, of course, that comes out at the end of the
Yes.
month, and the review preview on the first day of the month. Our sponsor for this segment, Swell Blended, swellblended.com. Get your haircuts. He's helping me maintain, he's helping me grow this out, this beautiful mane that we have going on here. In just a few short months, it will be a modernized, revolutionary haircut. It's going to be fantastic.
And you don't know it yet, but we're going to get you a whole cosplay outfit. We're going to dress you up like Mel Gibson from The Patriot, and we're going to do a photo shoot. And those pictures will be exclusively available on Patreon.
That's right. That's
we'll
right.
we'll do it like the OnlyFans style. So we'll get a Polaroid camera and we'll do a bunch of Polaroids, and then if you subscribe to the Patreon, you can buy yourself
Mail
a
'em to
signed
you.
Polaroid
Yes.
of Donovan Patriot Warrior Extreme.
That's right. I want to remind everyone
That's
to
going to be a thing.
yes, yes. I want to remind everyone to like, comment, subscribe on this video, and of course, evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP. To underline for everybody that almost a quarter of my hair. Jesus Christ! How long is your hair, Bilbo? I've got to see
It's
it.
4 times longer than
Yeah,
yours.
yeah.
Do you play
Yeah.
bass? Because I feel like a lot of guys that have long hair play bass in rock bands.
I wanted to mention, as I tell everyone to evaluate and adjust relationship with the CCP, right? I was starting mine with shoes. I haven't bought a pair of shoes since I said I wasn't going to buy another pair of shoes that wasn't made in America. Last night, plays drums. There it is. Last night,
Good man.
I ordered my first pair of American-made shoes
From?
SOM Footwear, SOM Footwear. I ordered my first pair of American shoes.
I know this brand for some reason. It's
I've
ringing
showed
a
them
bell
to you before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll even show. Yeah, there you go. Let's pull it up and we can.
SOM, right?
SOM Footwear. Yeah, they're Colorado based, I think. Yep.
Fucking basic ass website, guys.
Yeah,
Come on,
super
you're not
basic.
trying
So go to Sporty,
to
right?
sporty.
Sporty.
Yeah, we don't want sports. We want sporty.
No, Sporty. Yep. And
Oh.
then the New Trail Air. Those second ones in the top row, the middle ones in the top row. Yep.
Those do not. I don't hate those.
They don't suck. I like the highlights too.
Wait
If I
a
like
minute.
these shoes, I'm gonna get the highlights. I like the high top ones.
These ones down here.
I do like the blue ones, and they're on sale because they're due like limited runs. So those blue ones were a certain amount of time. So they're not making any new pairs. And I have big enough feet that usually I can sneak a pair of
Fucking.
shoes.
Does homie at work wear these? Shado?
I have no idea.
He always wears these crazy. I got to look next time because
Yeah, I have no idea.
they look real familiar. They look dope though. I like that. We got some vented neoprene, perhaps, right there.
It's
Yeah,
not
look-
neoprene. No, no, it's some type of mesh something. But
Looks nice though.
there we go.
All right.
Definitely
There you
want
go.
non-slave labor shoes, and that's exactly where we're at. Is I was not.
Yeah. Try to find them.
Yes.
Tough.
I went to buy a pair of shoes and I was made uncomfortable by how difficult it was to find a pair of shoes that was made in America that I also liked the look of. Obviously, not all these shoes are good looking. It took me a long time to find a pair of sneakers that I actually fucked with.
I don't hate those.
These have a neoprene tongue also. The tongue is neoprene. So
Fucking
super
A.
soft tongue. They're real lightweight and they last long enough they resold these shoes. You can send your shoes in to be resold
Nice.
for like $15.
Dude, I do not hate
Yes.
these.
So
I
obviously
wish I had some more colors and stuff, but like,
as for most, and that's they make
Overall.
new styles all the time. So like every 6 months or something, they got a new color scheme on one of these shoes.
Look at
so they're
that.
making new shit. Yeah.
trendy.
Yes. So I bought my first pair. Hopefully I'll get them next week. I will have them by the time we do the next episode, so I'll be able to show them off when I'm here. But, yeah.
I like it. I like
Yeah.
it.
They're
Good
not
shit.
bad. They're not bad at all. Obviously, they're like what, like $150, something like that. The initial investment, as is most things, is going to be like a little bit higher. But again, not a child in another country made them in a weird factory or something
Mm-hmm.
like that, or they weren't made and profit given to the CCP or some random shit like that, because
Yeah.
that's what I was running. I found those great shoes out of Brazil or something like that, and they were, these are good for the environment and all that type of stuff, but their factories are still in China.
Yeah.
That's great. And they're like, oh, we have contracts to make sure that, the labor and all this type of stuff. Like, I don't believe
Sure,
anything
dude.
the CCP
Sure.
says. So why are we going to start there? So,
Not like this, man, because this is a big thing, actually, because it's been big lately. Like, shoes that are actually shaped like feet.
Yes.
They're not super pointed and shit at the end like
and I got
most
real
shoes
wide
are. and
feet, too. So they're got a
Zero
good
drop.
wide toe box and stuff.
That dude's got his toes are way too wide.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah, and I just have like the knuckles in my feet are big, not
Big nuts?
Yeah, they're not splayed out like that. Just
got
the
big
same,
toe nuts,
yeah, the
bro?
same way that my hand is, just that like my MCPs are fat, So whatever it's your metatarsals in your feet. So
Oh, I'm sure.
that's
Yeah.
that's
that
what
sounds
it is.
That sounds right.
These are your metacarpals and your metatarsals are in your feet.
okay.
That's what the MCP is.
Mm.
Your metacarpals.
I know this.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Yeah, we all know these things. Yeah, no. So we got big tarsals, bro. That's all. So first pair of American shoes coming. Well, I'll have them the next time we're here. I have a full review because I'll have a couple of days of standing in them and walking in them and doing all that type of shit. So
Yeah, the ability to stand in a shoe for a long period of time is not something a lot of shoes have. Yeah, no, most shoes don't have an arch board
right.
these days. Yeah,
And
unless you're buying
that's-
like running shoes,
Yeah,
and half the time not even those.
some of that stuff isn't really good for you. I don't know.
That's
I don't
what I
know.
hear.
I'm not even gonna get into
The
'cause I
shoe
don't know that
science,
much,
bro,
but-
is like the science of drinking a glass of red wine every night. It's like it changes every 6 months or whatever. I don't know.
I know that for our job, I like to have a flat shoe that's pretty thin, and there's not a lot of mass to it.
Yeah.
That's what I like as far as shoes for work.
Yeah, you
So-
don't want to be like sporting around clunky ass boots or something like that.
no.
That would make for a rough day.
So I'm really excited to get those.
Nice. I ruined myself last night, and the last thing I did before I went to bed was watch. I actually watched that Patty Murray, Tiffany
Oh,
Smiley
you
debate.
did? Okay, let's hear it.
It's
Let's-
terrible. It was
yeah.
terrible. It was terrible. Tiffany Smiley is, she's Tiffany Smiley. She's kind of a Washington version of, I don't know how I would phrase it. Like Joe Kent is a MAGA guy, right? She's not a Joe Kent, but she's like as close as you can get to that by still being like relatively Washington friendly. She's very, her stance on abortion was really big. It's very, I want it to be in the States. She makes it clear that she herself is pro-life.
Yeah.
But her big thing is like, I have taken on big government, and you are a part of big government, and you are,
Which
Patty
is
Mur-
true.
Which is true. And because she got involved fighting against quote unquote big government when her husband got blown up and got
Okay.
blind. And so dealing with the VA and shit like that for a lot of years, and ultimately led her to this, trying to become a senator and all that stuff, because she wants to just start cleaning house in there. But it was not great to listen to because the production value was not good, first of all. And then obviously Patty Murray,
WTV is not a good.
No.
Washington TV is
it's not good.
No.
It was a weird debate format too. Like they didn't actually have opening statements. It was like they just kind of opened with like a broad question that led them to just give an opening statement, which was kind of weird. And then you only get to have 2 rebuttals. And so you get to raise a little card that you have if you want to rebut something that the other person said. Yeah. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It was dumb. Patty Murray, you don't even need to watch it to understand what she's going to say. It's just every single Democratic establishment talking point. It's, we're going to codify Roe. Our democracy is under assault. Just go down the line. Climate change is going to kill us all. And it was just all the same shit. It was a total waste of my life. It was not good. I
Rough.
despise Patty Murray, but yeah, that was it, and it was not good. But maybe we should just start with that real quick because it's really quick and easy.
Oh yeah.
But we were visited this week by the illustrious Vice President of our United States, because this Senate race going on in Washington right now has been something that it's been like what I call a sleeper race. A lot of people are starting to call it a sleeper race now. Washington State has just generally been always a deep blue state. Nobody ever had to worry about it. Democrats win all the
Yes.
time as far as the federal, the electoral college and shit goes.
Yes.
It's always going to be blue. So they didn't think about it. Patty Murray is an established senator. She's been there for 30 years. I think she's been in the Senate for 20, something like that. But she's been in Washington, D.C. for 30 fucking years. And Tiffany Smiley's just been like creeping up on her. And the polls that have, the latest poll to come out, let me pull this up. The latest poll to come out in the state puts her at 46%. Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, it's like 46% versus 48%, Patty Murray.
Ooh.
With, another
Margin for error.
a margin
whatever,
for
right?
error for one, and then a bunch of undecideds. And so the DNC all of a sudden got really, really worried and decided to start deeply funding her race, gave her a bunch of money.
A lot of commercials.
A lot of
lately.
commercials lately, yes. And then, of course, we were joined by Kamala Harris was out here.
Yes.
She came out earlier this week, and I think initially it was supposed to just be to like boost the infrastructure bill, because we got a big like grant from the infrastructure bill to fund, forget how many of it, electric school buses. And
Right.
While
Crowder
that
had
was
a whole
going on.
deal about
Yeah.
like diesel and yeah.
yeah, it's a whole thing. It's stupid, but yeah, it's electric school buses are the way of the future, and we get to hear about how much Kamala Harris loves electric school buses, which is just hilarious. But
She's like, I'm
while
just
this
really
was
passionate about
happening,
this issue.
Patty Murray was right next to her the whole time, and then they did a couple campaign things together and all that because they are fucking worried that the state's going to revolt and throw out one of the Democratic senators, which may happen. This is probably the only time in my life it's been like close enough that it could happen. There's enough discontent even within standard Democratic Party loyalists that are like, Joe Biden's done nothing but fuck us over. Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell have done nothing for this state other than fuck us over continually. So we might just say, fuck you, we're pulling you out of office. But
Well,
we'll see.
We know firsthand now how horrific crime is getting. What
Yes,
I'm
we
saying,
do.
around here.
Yes, we do.
So when
Everybody sees it.
we're not the only ones. And I told you why we went to Seattle last weekend, and there was the surveyors walking around there like, oh, we can't even fucking use a porta potty because the homeless people have destroyed it. So the people who rented them have chained them up now, so no one can get into them.
Yeah.
So we're here being paid by this company, and we can't even use the facilities that they've also paid for us to be able to use.
Yeah, required by law.
Yes.
Required by law to provide to construction sites. But I mean,
But
it's
they get
that.
filled
It's
with needles, so we can't go
Oh,
in
yeah.
there.
People that actually run construction sites having to try to like lock up their entire site the best they can because shit's gonna get stolen. I mean, that happened. That's been happening for years at this point around here. But,
Oh yeah.
with Joe Biden can lie about gas prices as much as he wants and tell everybody how awesome it is, but everybody drives to work. Everybody knows how fucking expensive they are. Everybody knows how expensive groceries are. Everybody feels how expensive, everything is. They can't lie to us about that anymore. And people are saying, enough is enough. We're fucking done with you psychopaths. All you do is spend all this fucking money. You print a bunch of money. And most people don't even connect the dots that much. They just know that they are markedly worse off today than they were before.
Well, and they also see when they look at the Republicans, at least they're not lying to me about anything. They're telling me we don't want abortions. We would rather it be left up to the states, but we're telling you we don't want that. We're not interested in that. They're telling you we don't want to spend any more money. We're not interested in that, whether it's here or in fucking Ukraine. We don't want to spend any more money. We don't want to do that anymore. We're not interested in that. We don't want to make it easier to help anybody. We want to make it easier to vote. We don't want to do any of those things. They're being very open about we don't want these things.
Yep.
We're telling you that right now. So anybody, if that's your deal, is you're tired of being lied to, you're tired of being deceived, that people are gaslighting you to your face, they're standing in front of you and lying to you.
Yep.
I may not agree with this person, but at least they are not lying to my face about the reality of what is going on here.
Yeah.
They're like, it sucks right now.
It
We know
super
that,
sucks.
but also we didn't do this because we don't want to spend any more money.
Exactly. But thankfully, because she is in such dire straits, that led us to be able to witness this illustrious
God.
moment for the history books.
Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Just, there's something about and most of us, many of us went to school on the yellow school bus, right? And it's part of
So
our
cringe.
experience growing up. It's part of, a nostalgia and a memory of your leadership. Mayor, thank you for the warm welcome.
Yeah, that's enough of that. She likes two things in life more than anything else. She likes a good Venn diagram, and she
Yeah.
likes a yellow school bus, apparently. It's so bad, dude. It's real bad when you're number 3 in the leadership pyramid in the Democratic Party is in such dire straits. You got to call in the VP to try to go out and do something.
Most of my life was on the yellow school bus. Oh, most of my life on the yellow school bus was a nightmare.
Hard, yeah.
Riding the bus is pretty horrific.
It was
not a good deal.
It was a dog eat dog world. You had to make your way. That was a whole different like social acceptance level. Social, I don't know how you want to put it,
Yeah.
but it was like a whole nother world. The life on the school bus was not just rainbows and sunshines.
People were savage on the school bus.
Yeah, I mean, you had to fight to get a good spot, and then you kind of nailed down this corner, and then like you had like a little group of
Yeah.
people around you, and like you had your own little clique on the school bus, and then like only the real cool kids got to sit in the way back. At least on my bus, that was how that worked. But there was like these little gangs of people on the
Yeah.
school bus that all. But then once you got off the school bus, that was gone. Didn't matter anymore. It only that social circle only existed on the school bus. That was it. After that, you went to your own separate
Right.
social circles within the school itself.
And my
It's a
school bus,
weird deal.
The school buses were not too bad with that when I was in high school. When I was in junior high, for sure. It was
Definitely a
really-
monarchy.
Yeah,
100%
it was real
Bilbo.
bad with that. In high school, it was more split because more people were driving and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was really just like only the people who had to be riding the bus were riding the bus. I
Yeah,
used to get
that was a
into
thing.
it
You
a
could
lot.
like that cusp, the age difference there.
Yeah.
When like because people started school at certain years, right? And then
Right.
there's like ones that started earlier than you did or not. And so like you're one of the only kids in your grade because you're like a year younger than most people that still had to ride the bus while all
Yeah.
your other people were gone now.
Yeah.
And then you were kind of king of the bus then because you were you were the monarch of the bus. I've been there the longest, man. I don't have my driver's license yet, so I'm lowered my social status
Yeah.
outside the bus, but on the bus I am king.
I used to get into it a lot for specific seats. The seats with the emergency doors are wider, and I was
Like an
very
airplane.
tall, so I used to prefer those seats. And there was always in the beginning of the year, times in which you would have to quarrel with a new person who was like, no, this is where I'm sitting. You're like, the same dude. You're like, this is the third year now I've been riding this bus. I'm
Like, this is
telling
not
you,
happening.
This is the seat that I'm going to sit in when we're here in the morning and when I come home in the afternoon. And I'm going to be comfortable.
It's my spot.
I don't want to be here. Yeah, I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
I'm fucking bigger than you. I will absolutely
You're in my
I
seat,
will
man.
physically remove you from that seat and put you in another one. Yeah. It's not only one time that happened.
And then as
Fuck a
you
school bus.
grow up too, then your relationship with school buses completely alter because the minute you're not on the school bus and you start driving and then you get behind school buses or you're having to stop for
Yeah,
school buses
yeah,
and
and
then they're just all terrible.
I took city bus for a long time, so
Oh yeah, you could do that in places. Can't do that out here in the sticks, bro.
I told you I lived in the sticks. They just don't run the bus routes as often,
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the one that went to my house only ran every other hour. I did a lot of waiting. There's a lot of waiting because I lived farther out.
Yeah.
That's just how that was. They just don't run as often. You can get them. They just don't run as often. You do
Don't
a lot-
miss one.
You do a lot. Yes, do not miss it. You do a lot more reading, a lot more waiting.
Yeah.
You did a lot of smoking of cigarettes, a lot of that shit, just hanging out.
Just waiting at the bus stop.
Yes, did a lot of that. I used to hand roll my cigarettes for a long time. So the rollies sitting there, yep.
Fucking fancy you. Look at that.
No, that's not fancy.
No, that's usually
that's
like-
the poor man's way to do it.
That's right.
You buy a large bag of tobacco that
Yes.
costs like $15. It's like 3 cartons of cigarettes if you can't roll them. so you just buy papers.
That was a big thing on my last ship in the Coast Guard I was on. Everybody got real big into that for some reason. was just everybody started to buy loose tobacco.
Yeah.
And then they got these little rolling machines. And so, like, when people had duty and shit and there was nothing to do at night, they just sit there for hours and just
Yeah.
and then just bust out fucking cigarettes for hours,
So
man.
around that, around that same time, there was, and I don't know if they were doing this on the East Coast, but here there was a short period of time, maybe 2 years, where there was a bunch of stores. They were DIY tobacco stores, and you could go there and you would buy a bag of tobaccos and a box of tubes like that, and they had an automated machine, and they would roll your cigarettes for you, and it was like tax free. You just paid a fee of like
fuck the man.
$5. Yeah, and
I'm
then
into it.
They roll your cigarettes for you in just an automated machine. So
I
it was
love that.
cheaper, yeah, because you're buying what a box of tubes was like $5. Like I said, a bag of tobacco was like $15. So you're getting a whole carton of cigarettes for like $25, which is a fucking screaming deal for
That
even
is
the
a huge deal.
for even the cheapest of cigarettes. So that was a big thing, and then obviously the state was like, wait, you're telling me that we're not dipping into this?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of
Fuck
here. And
you.
they shut it all down. Yeah, there was a very short time where that was happening, but they were
Tell me why I hate the state.
they were popping businesses. I remember sitting outside
yeah.
waiting for my mom, and there's a line of like 10 people in this store with 2 or 3 bags of tobacco and a couple boxes
Mm-hmm.
of tubes just waiting to get their shit rolled up.
I respect them because I know the pain that a driver feels.
A bus driver?
Yo,
Yeah.
you be a bus driver, Bilbo?
We knew a bus driver.
Yeah.
It's rough business.
He don't still drive buses, does he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that was like a thing he was doing for a while, though. I remember that. I always wanted to like catch him driving a bus, but I never did. Oh, all I know is that his movie game during Halloween time or during October is on point.
Fire.
Shout out fucking Mac Ray's, dude. Follow him on Twitter because you can see him and his girl post the movies they watch every single day. So sometime I'll get on there and we'll talk about these movies.
Yeah.
He watched The Witch a couple days, or I don't know, it's probably like a week ago. I was like, dude, please tell me you like this movie because nobody else I know likes it.
Did
He
he
was
like
like,
it?
it's great, man. I
Yeah,
love
it was
this movie.
okay.
It's a great movie.
The movie
a
was
good
fine.
period piece.
My only deal was like when I watched it, you had hyped it up. You were like, "This movie's great. This is like the first scary movie I've seen in a long time.
Super
That's like really
creepy,
good."
dude.
It's okay. Like the movie is pretty good. It's not a scary movie. It's a
No,
good movie.
It's a creepy movie.
Yeah.
The whole time you're just waiting for something to like go down. And then the scariest thing is like a goat looking at you. You're like,
Right.
all right.
But you hyped it the fuck up, and so we watched
It's a
it, and I
great
was like,
movie.
this was lame. This was dumb. But the movie,
You
it's-
love my
yeah,
taste
it's
in
pretty
movies.
good. Oh shit.
Look at you dropping Mikeys. It's
Right.
sometimes it's got a erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, they're getting old. You know, it is what it is.
They are. They are. All right. So next local story we want to touch on. This
Yeah,
is not
wait.
a huge. What? Hello?
Let me ask you this.
Oh my God.
With that, let me ask you this. Yeah, no, I have a simple one, and you said that you have one too, because we're talking about midterms, we're talking about these type of things. So, as we roll down, I forgot to.
Thank you.
As we roll through with the midterms, right?
Yeah.
They're rolling in. It's the 29th now. Oh, because we didn't talk about what day and time it is either. Man, we're out here.
Dude,
we're
what a day
balling,
today.
Balling. Right now it's 12:36. The date is October 29th, 2022. This is episode 136 of Salt of the Streets.
Fact check true.
Yes, we're out here. So
I just noticed you can't see that in your shot. That's sad.
all right. That's okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, so as we get close to the midterms, what, if anything, do you think will change after the midterms, assuming that the Republicans take the House and the Senate, making Joe Biden a lame duck president? Right? What do you think will be different, if anything?
With that assumption, nothing.
Why?
Because uniparty. That's why. There is zero. I mean,
Because
I mean-
uniparty.
let's put it this way: there will probably be some societal unrest. I would imagine that will slowly build. Probably not like right then and there, but
If the
like
Republicans win.
yeah, if they get full control of Congress, then yeah, shit's gonna go haywire because they're going to do some stupid shit, try to put up some bills that are doomed to fail, just like the Democrats have done over the last couple of years that are just not, things that need actual majority votes. And without, filibuster in place, like without a lack of the filibuster, they will just die. There'll be virtue signal bills and stuff like that. I don't see any of that stuff going away. The funding to, our great march towards World War III will not stop. If anything, it'll just probably be a little bit more, pushed faster, I would imagine. There's nothing a good neocon loves more than sending money that helps start wars. Trying to think of what would ultimately change. I mean, the only difference would be there'd be a lot of like social shit, that social bills and things like that that probably would not be allowed. But we're going to have a whole new realm of investigations that'll kick off that'll end up going nowhere, you know, which is sad because like there needs to be like a good solid investigation of like Fauci and shit like that, but the way it'll be done will be disastrous and nothing will really ever happen.
It couldn't possibly be done in like a bipartisan, isn't a good word, but like unbiased or unpolitically motivated
that's gone
way.
out the fucking window. That
Because-
doesn't exist anymore.
Because there is actual non-political
Afghanistan,
Yeah,
that
there's-
needs to be looked into.
There's non-political reasons to investigate those things because the American people deserve to know the truth behind what happened with COVID and Anthony Fauci and what's Peter Daszak and all these kind of the NIH. We deserve to know what happened with this. We deserve to know the truth about Afghanistan. We deserve to know JFK. We deserve to know all of these things.
Yes.
But I agree. I don't.
We deserve to
see-
know why they're manipulating the fucking COVID virus in a lab in Boston. Why are they taking the original Wuhan strain and adding the spike protein from the Omicron strain? Why the fuck are they doing that in Boston? Of all fucking... Do we not just do this? All that shit needs to be brought up to the front and talked about. I mean, obviously there's going to be a push for, you know, fucking stop the steal stuff. That's obviously going to be front and center, which will just do nothing but continue to destroy everything and everybody. If that happens, when that happens, because I don't see it not happening, but like when all these things really start coming into the fore, it's just going to continue to just tear at the fabric of society and just rip us in half. So I don't see anything good at all coming from this. I mean,
nice.
I would say it would be better that the Republicans take power, but also I don't see how things will like get better. It will be better that they're there. It's the old, what is a Republican compared to a Democrat? He's just a progressive driving the speed limit. It's all still going to go the same direction, man. I don't know. There won't be anything crazy because you won't have a bombastic leader at the front end trying to do crazy shit like Trump did. There won't be any. They won't really be able to do anything. So that's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that they would have to get they would have to get a veto-proof majority if they were going to get anything legitimate done.
Yeah.
Because I think that there's a good chance that Joe Biden vetoes whatever they cook up if it's not.
And they can't get that in the Senate. Like, there's just not enough seats up.
Right.
If they get all the seats that are up for grabs now, they still won't have that in the Senate then. I mean, that won't come around until 2024. And then even then, I don't know what states are up for grab at that point. But they just won't have the numbers there. They might be able to pull out a miracle and get those veto-proof majority in the House. But then you'll just have a repeat of the Nancy Pelosi era of the Democratic Party-led House. I mean, it's just... I don't see nothing real happening, man. Nothing real happening at the federal level. State level, maybe, who knows? But nobody's really watching those races necessarily, all the local, state level stuff.
Yeah.
I would hope that if there's going to be a red wave on the federal level, there's also a red wave on the local level, but who knows about that one? Nobody knows. So we shall see. That's where I'm at with that. Not great.
I like it.
But I did want to ask you this question
Let's
today,
hear it.
too. So we watch and listen to a lot of social and political commentators,
Yes.
right? And it started to get me thinking today because a lot of the people, especially on the conservative side, I think, like to relate to the everyman, if you will, and try to pass off as if like they can actually speak to the people like you and I who work for a living and who also have to deal with all this other next level governmental type shit. Do you think that there's any actual prominent political commentators out there that even remember what it's like to work a day in their life and that can actually relate to the common man? Because I don't think so.
Let's see. Let's take a look at my podcasts. We'll
Ooh.
go down this list and we'll see if I think any of these people, because I think there's no doubt that like these people work hard. You know, some of them.
Oh yeah, work hard is one thing, but to actually like have to work a real life job and understand what it's like to work a real life job or jobs.
Yeah. Ooh, Fetisi on JRE.
Ooh,
So
for real, for real,
for real.
a new one. Nice. She was just on there
Today.
Oh,
3.5 hours too.
yeah.
So there you go.
I like her a lot. Dumpster fire's been fire lately. Extra fiery dumpster fire.
And Dr. Phil. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Dr. Phil was not. It was not that great. His last appearance was pretty good. This one was lackluster at best. Even Dr. Phil thinks things are bleak. We'll put it that way.
That's no good.
No.
So looking at my podcasts, the only person I could see on there is like maybe Tim Pool. And he was a journalist, you know. He did
But he
other
stays
shit
pretty
before that,
grounded.
so
Yeah.
let's see. Let's go YouTube, and we can look at some of my subscriptions. We can see what I got going on there.
What about you, Bilbo? What about you?
Yeah.
Anybody that you listen to, watch, or read regularly, do you think they can actually relate to you in your everyday life?
Steven Crowder's been in show business for a very long time.
His entire life, damn near. But don't forget, you know, when he had to take buses to go do his crappy comedy shows.
Yeah. Russell Brand, maybe. For what's his name?
Russell Brand's been in Hollywood for a hot minute.
Eric July.
Eric July.
Eric July is one.
Yep. He knows.
But I mean, you can see how difficult it is for me to.
Yeah, right. We're trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Eric July, Tim Pool. I don't know what Michael Malice did before he was writing books.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's always kind of been more of an intellectual guy.
Yeah.
He's always had soft hands, I think. Pretty sure he would be very upfront with that.
Benjamin Boyce. I don't know what Benjamin Boyce does outside of making YouTube content.
Yeah, because he went to his
school
thing. He went to
before
school
that, yeah.
at Evergreen State College, and then now does this. So it's just it was something. I think it came to me when I was watching Crowder or something the other day. Because he always likes to do, like, these people don't understand what it's like.
Yeah,
right?
that's all
Bitch,
I've
neither
got.
do you, dude.
I just went through all my subscriptions. That's it. That's all I've got.
So, yeah.
Benjamin Boyce.
We're the most base people you know, is what you're saying.
As far as commentators go, people who are working actual jobs, real jobs. And
Maybe Shoe on Head.
Shoe on Head, yeah, who knows
Maybe.
what Shoe on Head does. She got a French-ass name, you know that?
No, I don't.
It's like June Lapine or some shit like that. Yeah, Jordan looked it up. She's got a French-ass name. Yeah.
Her latest video was fucking
Fire,
great,
Hell
dude.
World. If you don't watch
Yeah.
Shoe on Head, go watch Shoe on Head's content. That
It's
was
so
fire.
good. So good. And it's real easy to watch.
New Dave Smith coming out right now. There's all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff going on right now.
Some real good
Kanye
stuff.
versus the Jews, it's called. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm super excited for
It's
that.
getting rough out here, dude. All this,
You know,
it's getting rough. On the way out here,
Yeah.
I was driving out here on Hansville Road.
Shit's
There
getting rough.
was a guy right at the corner by that Safeway, and he was walking with a dog on a leash, just open carrying an AR-15.
really.
Yeah.
Did he have a shirt on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a jacket. He was fully clothed and everything.
Interesting.
Yeah, he didn't look like a homeless person.
That's weird for out
It
here.
was very weird.
Interesting.
It was very weird.
I wonder, very strange. 'Cause we just had our favorite bar that got in a shooting incident or whatever last weekend.
Yeah, and
That's
like
a whole
like
deal.
a rifle too. It was
Yeah.
full length. Like it wasn't like he had a shorty pistol. It was a full length rifle because it was like down by his knee. Yeah, it was long.
Interesting. What are you doing, big guy? Interesting.
Weird deal.
Weird deal, man.
Yeah.
Shit's fucking. It's fraying. The fabric is fraying, bro.
Yeah, don't
Not-
get it wrong.
not that.
I'm all into people doing what they want. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any problem with people, but it's weird. The time and place is very weird.
Yeah.
That location is very odd.
It's very, very strange because we're not allowed to shoot a fucking long rifle
right.
north of the Mason-Dixon line, as I call it up here. Yeah, there's a fucking imaginary line that runs. I think it's like between Bremerton and Seebeck,
Yeah.
and anything north of that, county ordinance says you cannot discharge a long rifle. That's how we got hemmed up at homie's house that day. Because even though we were just north of the line, and you couldn't do that.
Really?
Yeah. Or no, that was because lot size. It was like a 0.01% too short
I've
or whatever
never
like
heard
that. It was
Because
dumb.
we go out to fucking, what's it called, up at the mountain.
Oh, that's only on the Kitsap Peninsula. Only on in our county. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's fucked.
And that's why our homeboy got told he couldn't shoot his own yard.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, but if you go right there, then you're no longer in the zone anymore, so you can go.
This place is a fucking.
Yeah, I thought we had rights here.
Any given leftist would pull this and be like, "These guys are complaining about not being able to shoot a rifle," but it's the.
Then I don't want to
it's-
hear you complain about not having abortions. How
It's
about
the
that?
ridiculousness of all of the different regulations that are stacked and stacked and stacked and different versus across a fucking bridge somewhere.
Yep.
It's all in the same state. It's, I guess, a different county between Jefferson and, but
Mm-hmm.
get the fuck out of here, bro. It's a bridge. It is a bridge. It's too much. It's
This is why it's so important to pay attention to the bottom of the ticket, baby,
Yeah.
because those motherfuckers are the ones that directly control your life, not necessarily up top. I mean,
like
these
Bill said, because
days,
fuck you. That's
the
why.
ones on top control your lives way more than they have ever been able to do throughout the course of history.
Yeah.
But it's still, the proverbial dog catcher that can most impact your everyday life. Yeah. But yeah, that was something just to put a bow on that, on my little question there for you.
Yes.
It's really struck me this week that, we listen to all these people and they talk so much about how it affects, your everyday life and this, that, and the other thing. But,
Yep.
but you cannot relate to us almost as much as Joe Biden can't relate to us. Like it's a couple steps removed, but that's about it. There is no connection to what the everyday person feels compared to if you make enough money on the internet to become a political social commentator, you basically no longer relate with the people that have to work a 40-hour plus job.
Right. The closest connection they have are the people who work for them.
Yeah.
That's the closest connection
Yeah.
they have to that reality.
Yeah.
Because there's such a disparity between the type of work that's done at a Crowder level versus the people who work underneath him.
How many
It's,
fucking employees does that piece have?
Somewhere between 18 and 20.
It's just... Oh, that drives me nuts. All I need is I need an investment of $20,000 and we can have a show that looks just as good as his,
Can
and I could
you-
still do it by my fucking self.
Can you imagine what we could do with 18 employees?
Can
Can you
run the
fucking
world,
imagine
baby.
what we could do with 18 employees?
Exactly. Oh, so I just wish I had a little bit more CCP in me so we can I can have no moral quandaries about taking advantage of slave labor or the big one. If you read Tim Ferriss, you know who Tim Ferriss is, right?
Yes.
The 40-hour work week or no,
Right.
4-hour work week. In that book in particular, it's outsourcing. You get a social media manager that you can communicate over the internet that works over in India because you could pay them $50 a month, whereas here you'd have to pay somebody $3,000 a month or some shit like that. It's that's how you make money, by making really cheap outsourced labor do all the real work while you don't.
Yeah.
Not into that. If I didn't have any moral scruples, maybe could take advantage of that.
Right.
Get on Fiverr and find some cheap labor that you can just automate a bunch of stuff. But no, I'm not going to do that. Come on now. I got moral scruples, bro. I work for a living.
Scruples.
I got scruples.
Scruple, dude.
Yeah, it's great shit. Great shit. You like that question, did you?
Yeah, it's good. That's good.
It's not every day I make you think. All right, so let's hit this one real quick. This one, because we've talked about this case more than once.
Multiple times.
One,
That picture's hilarious.
he needs to quit Tim Tebowing is what he needs to
Yeah.
quit doing. This is already trademarked.
Here, on the field, everywhere.
Yeah, but the big news, before it was Coach Kennedy, from the assistant football coach from Bremerton High School. He got hemmed up for a First Amendment thing because he was praying after games
Yeah.
with certain members of the team on the field, blah, blah, blah. Ultimately was fired and then took the case to the Supreme Court. We talked about it at the time. And then he won the case at the Supreme Court. And then the big question was, what's he going to do now? And he was like, I don't really know, because they were living in
Florida.
Florida,
Moved to
right?
Florida.
Well, now the big news is high school football coach who led players who led prayers on the field, will get his job back.
Yeah.
So now he's over there living in Florida. Maybe just got his house wiped out by the hurricane. And now he is going to be reinstated as the assistant football coach for Bremerton High School, which is prestigious position.
Yeah, it's not.
There's really nothing else to this story.
We've got to try and frame it for you guys that this is not Texas.
No.
Bremerton is not Texas. It's not. They're not even generally a competitive high school football team. They're like pretty okay. It's regarded as one of the worst schools in the area. It's not a good.
It's because Coach Kennedy hasn't been around. That's why.
Not because of sports, just because it's not a good school.
We're not like an area for, not everybody's Larry Dixon.
It's in West Bremerton, and West Bremerton is the worst side of Bremerton. And yeah,
You lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
yeah, it's just not good. It's not good. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, good for him, but I don't know that I would travel back from Florida to Washington for an assistant football coach job
For Bremerton.
for Bremerton.
Yeah. But
I mean, good
according
on him.
to NPR, he's reinstated to his previous position as assistant coach of the Bremerton High School football team on or before March 15th, 2023.
I think I probably would have been happier with the win of the First Amendment thing, and
just
like,
walk
now
away.
we can go. Other people can use this precedent in the future.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have wanted my job back.
I don't know if I would have either.
But I
man.
guess
mean,
that's
like,
what this whole deal was to
Maybe it's
begin
principle.
with.
Yeah, it is
And
principle,
If you're gonna
right?
win, then you almost have to like. This is what you wanted, You almost have to do it.
I got to go back for a season.
Yeah.
We're not moving back. I'm just going to go do this for, the 2023 season.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back because
really
the
funny.
assistant, he's not even the head coach. Not even the head coach. But yeah, finally we put a bow on this thing. It's been quite the journey. It was a victory for free speech and the freedom of religion.
Good for Joe Kennedy.
Fucked a little bit on the state, which we always like.
Good for Joe Kennedy.
Good for Joe Kennedy.
Yeah.
So, are you ready to break down some breaking points?
Let's do it.
I
Yeah,
am so jazzed
We've been
about
talking
this.
about this segment for a long time, and so what we're going to do, like Colin said, breaking down Breaking Points. Breaking Points is a show, if you've never seen it, it's hosted by two people, Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty. They used to be on The Hill, and they hosted a show called Rising. This is pretty much Rising, but now it's owned by them, so they can kind of pick their own topics, and they do a thing in the end called Monologues, and this is a debate supposedly that they get into. It's a kerfuffle, a disagreement, rarely, because they rarely disagree about something. So this is specifically about John Fetterman's wife and like whether or not it was cool of her to be putting John Fetterman in this position and also coming out and attacking people for being ableist, for questioning his ability in the debate and in his performance and stuff like that. So we're going to watch kind of the first half of this video because then they start to talk about like other midterm races and stuff like that. So kind of watch the first half and we'll pause at certain points and talk about why these are good takes and why they're not good takes.
Yes.
So
Yeah, so at any point, just let me know. Just be like, all right, pause it right
yeah,
there.
absolutely.
We'll do a Dave Smith style.
I like it.
There's another piece of this, the media piece, which is, we covered when he did that NBC News interview, and there was this whole freak out about the reporter who interviewed him, and they had closed captions for him, and the interview itself was a little bumpy, but not nearly like this debate. But the part that caused the controversy is that the reporter whose name I can't remember. Dasha Burns. I always want to say Dara for some reason. Anyway, she said in preamble to the interview, this was an unusual interview, and it didn't appear to me that when we were making small talk beforehand, before the closed captions were on, that he was necessarily understanding what I was saying.
And pause button there, because I'm fairly sure that when that story broke and Dasha Burns was getting roasted by the rest of the mainstream media, pretty sure they did defend her and the ability to be able to have that conversation at the very least.
And what they're referring to is a story where the woman she worked for ABC or something like that. It doesn't really matter where she worked for.
One of the corporate press outlets.
She did an interview with John Fetterman, and before it was released, she was tweeting about how, before we did this interview and before the closed captioning was set up, he seemed to be having a hard time tracking what we were talking about just in small talk. The internet flipped out about how she's an ableist and, how could you treat somebody this way? And
It was
blah,
one of
blah,
those
blah.
How dare you?
moments.
Yeah, exactly. Other people coming out saying that she was a piece of shit and all this type of stuff, saying that she was lying. Other reporters saying they had talked to him and that wasn't the experience, all this type of stuff. Then we watched the debate. If anybody didn't see the debate, if you've seen clips and stuff like that, it's super rough. We're going to talk about it in the grab bag. We'll play some clips maybe. It's bad news. It's
Bad news.
real bad news.
Yeah.
So that's what they're referring to.
There was a huge backlash to those comments that was really over the top. Kara Swisher, who had just interviewed Fetterman previously, she sort of led the charge here. She said, sorry to say, but I talked to John Fetterman for over an hour without stop or any aids, and this is just nonsense. Maybe this reporter is just bad at small talk.
Got that Kevin
That
Bacon
really
haircut.
kicked off some overwhelming criticism of this reporter. We've got an AP report that sort of, summarized. Go ahead and put this next piece up. NBC reporters comment about Fetterman draws criticism. There's a BuzzFeed article, put that next piece up, that says disability advocates say the response to John Fetterman using closed captioning in an interview as he recovers from a stroke was deeply upsetting and stigmatizing. My view at the time was like, I always think it's legitimate whether it's
this isn't about
Biden
the
or
Fetterman thing. This sweatshirt thing, I think is weird. Right? It feels very forced. Because there's a way that you can look like an everyman and also not look like you're trying to not care. He's like, because he's in his head, what's the most opposite thing of a fucking suit? A hoodie.
A Carhartt hoodie.
Carhartt hooded
Yeah.
sweatshirt.
Workers.
Specifically, a Carhartt one, because it's always the Carhartt one.
Yeah, you're wearing
It's
Carhartt
always
right now.
Carhartt. It's always, and I'm not running for fucking political office. I'm not trying to
Exactly.
look like I'm not a hard worker.
No, you just are an everyman.
So, it's always the Carhartt sweatshirt with and not just a Carhartt sweatshirt, right? Because they haven't always had this deal on the sleeve, and you can get ones that don't have it on the sleeve.
Yeah.
If you didn't want people to know that you're wearing a Carhartt sweatshirt specifically, you could get one that just has the little emblem on the pocket, and that's the only thing that says Carhartt, just the square on the pocket.
Yep.
You want people to know that you're wearing a Carhartt sweatshirt. Very, very specifically. It's very planned. You could just wear a white t-shirt or a black t-shirt and it would still look clean and presentable and fine. Also, like a fucking everyman, because it's a t-shirt. It's just a regular t-shirt. This, to me, it's too calculated. It's too much. I want you to feel like I'm an everyman, even though I'm not. That I don't like.
Well, I also I have other theories about why he also wears hoodies all the time. Because it does... Not trying to say shit about it, but he's got a massive hump on his neck, and with all the other things, and so the hood helps hide that.
Okay.
That's, not saying nothing about whatever that is. I don't know.
It
but
is what it is.
It is what
but
it is.
That is the reality.
But I think that's part of that calculated.
Okay.
Because his hood is always kind of ruffled too. It's always kind of up
Pulled
and
up a little bit.
and poofy.
Yeah.
Whereas if you are an everyday wearer of the hoodie,
you try and lay it down as much as possible so it doesn't mess with the back of your head.
You wear that shit like a cape, bro. That's what you do. It helps you feel regal too. But that's not. I think
messes with my hair if I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You long-haired people like Bilbo.
That's right.
I mean, but the idea, I think it helps. To your point, I mean, he's not ever worked a day in his life, really. He's always kind of been, for lack of a better term, kind of like a trust fund kid, right? He's a huge union advocate, right?
So
and
he
in
started by
Pennsylvania,
doing GED stuff. That was his very first thing.
yes,
Was
it was like
people to...
teaching people to get their GEDs and shit like that. So he's never actually been like a real union guy.
A Carhartt
he
worker.
talks about living next to the steel mill and shit like that. He's never been one of those guys.
A Carhartt worker.
Yeah, but he looks like one of those guys.
Right.
He's big. He keeps the Fu Manchu thing going on in front, and then the bald head. He looks like a construction worker.
Yeah.
He could be. And then you just wear the suit, and now you're one of those people, man. You're one of us.
And that's why Crystal, I don't think it's in this thing when she was talking about, the massive potential star power that was in this guy, because he just had just this perfect cultivated image for, being able to, because he didn't look like a traditional politician, because he's ugly, is what you're saying, because he's not a pretty person.
He's not a Gavin Newsom.
It's good that maybe he'll be successful, because then it's not because he's pretty, it's because he's principled and he fucking has scruples, and when really it's not, when really you're not a hard worker, you came from fucking money, and now you want to try and influence things, you want to spread money around because I have money, and having money is great.
Yeah, and I think part 4 today. We'll pull up some of those clips and stuff like that, and we'll really talk about how much of a shill he really is.
Like Bilbo said, I feel sad watching this man run. He's being manipulated by someone who is investing in his campaign.
Or, yeah, the whole party.
That's very interesting.
That's actually what my piece is about this month.
I like it.
Not just John Fetterman, but he as a part of an entire whole doing the same thing. All right, let's keep
going.
Or Feinstein or Herschel Walker or John Fetterman to discuss health and whether the person is up to the job. I don't think that should be off the table whatsoever. I give him credit for like subjecting himself to this scrutiny. But I ultimately think, Sagar, that these people who were trying to effectively cover for him, I don't think they did him any favors.
No, they did huge damage. They should have been honest about it.
Ultimately, you know, part of why Herschel Walker was perceived as doing well in his debate is because they had very effectively set the bar really low for him.
Correct.
I mean, he came out and was like, I'm dumb. He literally said that. He's like, I'm a dumb country boy. And so
Have you been following Herschel Walker's thing at all?
Yeah.
That dude is a train wreck.
He's wild.
He's a train wreck. But I think Crystal's making a point here that she kind of looks at like all those people that downplayed his condition at all aspects, right? Everything's fine. He's recovering, blah, 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 everything's good, but then still being a real hush about it. And then being confronted all at once in probably the most anticipated and watched national debate of all time at this point.
Yeah.
And then, and just nosediving as bad as he did. Nobody did him any favors. And no, I do not. Everybody likes to put that line out. Like, well, I give him, a lot of props for the courage to go up there and do this. Not at all. No. Not at all like that. If you had any real life concern for the representation of the state that you are trying to represent at the federal level, you would have walked away because you would identify that you cannot properly do your job to represent the people of your state for multiple reasons. Walked away and handed it off to somebody else that could have.
Well, and I'm not prepared to give someone credit for doing something they are supposed to do anyway. You're supposed to have a debate. I'm not going to give you credit because it looked bad or because of the risk that you took to your public image by doing it. I don't care about that. If it's too risky for you to, like you said, to be on a debate, then maybe you shouldn't be running in the first place. Yeah, I'm not going to give someone credit.
And Pennsylvania is another one of those states where early voting had already started before this debate even happened.
I'm not going to give you credit because you did a debate. You're supposed to do a debate. You should do multiple debates so we actually know what you're talking about and what you're about.
Yeah.
I think if there had been actually more view into the nature of where he is in his recovery process, I don't think that this debate performance would have landed in quite the same way that it did. They would have been better if there was more transparency. There would have been better if there was more understanding of the continued struggles. So it wasn't a sort of shock to people when they saw him struggling on the debate stage.
I always believe in them. That's why actually it really pissed me off. Giselle Fetterman, his wife, actually asked NBC to apologize after the reporters.
I can't. This is her husband. I can't blame her for that. Come on, I would protect my husband too.
Look, we have eyes and ears. We can all see it. That's ludicrous.
I can't blame someone's husband or wife for swooping in like that and having that kind of reaction.
This, how you know she's very disingenuous. Her insta smile like that, and then she starts talking to the air. She starts looking up, and then she's just like, I would have defended my man. She starts with all this weird talk about this. I'm like, no, you're not. No.
Such a huge difference between if he wasn't in the public eye, but you why do you need to, and not even why do you need to, because I'm not going to question why you did something, right? But I'm also not going to act like it's okay and totally acceptable for you to come out and defend somebody who's running for Senate. He's going to be a senator. The whole world is going to have something to say about him, the way that he looks, the way that he acts, the way that he presents himself, the way that he appears to be able to recognize the things that people are saying. Those are all going to be topics of conversation. This reporter should not have to apologize, and it's ridiculous for you to ask of that.
Yes.
And it's not, I don't find that to be a defense of her husband. This isn't like, I can't believe that you would say something like that. So you knew what was going to happen. You knew the reality of this, and he's running for fucking Senate.
It's a good ammunition, though.
Bad take.
You're just lying, though.
Come
I mean,
on.
that's the problem with her, which is that she's lied from day one about his status as listen, if you guys want to convalesce in privacy, don't run for public office.
This is his wife.
Yes.
I don't care. I mean, they want to
defending
be
him.
the senator
Come on,
from Pennsylvania.
Sagar. That's
No, no.
it is unreasonable not to expect the like spouse to be protective of their,
And-
you know, of their guy.
And there's a difference between defending somebody and saying you should apologize for what you've said when it's not an off-base allegation, right? If that woman would have said something like, this guy's completely retarded, he doesn't even know what his own name is, that's a totally different statement between like,
100%.
I don't even know if he recognizes everything that I'm saying in this conversation. Those are wildly different things. And again, it's also different if she's to come out and just say, I think that that's fucked up what she said, you know, for her to misrepresent this, but to ask that news agency to apologize for something the reporter said when that's the way she perceived this situation, right? That's ridiculous.
It is. It's definitely ridiculous.
It's trying to cover up for something. That's not defending your husband. You're trying to cover
Yes.
something up.
And when the aspect of defending your husband like that, that begs the question. I mean, if that's what you're going to say, like this was her defense of her husband like that, common sense would dictate that there's a lot of other things that you would be doing to defend your husband while he's in the public eye, like maybe try to push him to not be in the public eye.
Yeah.
So that he could focus on recovery, not arguably one of the most mentally stressful things you could do as an American, as in run for a senatorial office on the federal level in a massively important state.
Right.
Maybe if you wanted the defense argument to have some weight, you would have a list or a background of actually trying to like actually defend your husband in other ways, not just like this one time because somebody said something bad about him, which wasn't even bad. It was just a factual observation of something that this journalist experienced.
Because after this report, you still put him out on stage to do the debate.
Yep, and then you put him out on stage the next day too, to play off of the debate, which he was markedly better spoken the following day.
I'm
which
sure
was
the stress
interesting.
played a role, right? I'm certain.
I mean,
that it
you
did.
saw the sweat, man.
I'm certain.
Pouring down.
The only reason that doesn't matter to me is because being a senator is going to be stressful, especially your first term there when you've never done it before. The first time you have to speak in front of people, it's going to be very stressful. When you're catching heat for something you said, it's going to be very stressful.
Yeah.
When you're at a town hall and people are yelling at you because they don't like things that you've said because they're in favor of fracking and you're against it, or they don't believe now that you are in favor of whatever,
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be very stressful.
Or how about
and
your
you've got to
first
be
time-
able to hold it together when you're doing that. You can't just go off the rails and
Yeah.
say, I'm in favor of fracking and I'm in favor of fracking and I'm in favor of fracking. That's not going to work. That's not going to be acceptable. And if we continue on and you're in this job for even one full cycle, 5 years from now, is it still going to be a good enough excuse? It's stressful. It's a stressful environment. And, you know, his fucking stroke acts up when he gets stressed. That's not good. That's not
how that should work.
Because then how do we have confidence if you taken a higher position? What if you're the top dog in the Senate? Do you think that's going to not be a stressful position to have to be coordinating everything? What if someone wants you to be a fucking whip at some point? You have to whip up votes and go traveling around arguing with people and trying to make these backroom deals. That's not going to be stressful at all. It doesn't work like that. You don't get in a Senate and stop having stressful times. It gets more and more and increasingly stressful the higher you go up in
first
government.
time you have to walk down to the floor of the Senate in front of people like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell and, you know, Patty Murray. Hopefully she won't be there anymore, but like all these big, powerful career senators, and you got to go stand there and then give your little speech about whatever the topic is for that day, so you can try to sway votes in the Senate. You give your arguments towards whatever bill, whatever thing you're trying to get done.
Right.
The very first time you do that as a virgin senator, you're not going to be nervous as shit.
Right.
It's not going to help.
Especially because if you're so principled as people are claiming, then you're going to run into a lot of very difficult positions because people in government are not principled. And if you're only going to operate off of principle, you're going to have a lot of really uncomfortable times.
Yeah. And I think as we get further in the video, I think you'll understand why the arguments we're making about like the legitimate concerns about him as a senator, they don't factor into Crystal's mind at all.
Here,
You
so
can do
I
whatever
don't don't think that's
in
unreasonable.
privacy, not in public, which is that if you want, and by the way, there are a lot of weird, sketchy things in their past in terms of her trying to use him for her own political benefit. So I don't know what exactly is going on. Me personally would never let a spouse go up in that kind of condition.
Well, but this. I don't like this. I don't think that that's fair because there's no indication whatsoever that he is not able to make his own decisions.
But we don't know
So
that.
yeah, but you don't know it either. So I mean, from
Nobody
what we
knows.
see
That's
in
the
public,
point.
Yes, and the burden of proof is not on me to prove that you can't. The burden of proof is on you to prove that you can because you had a fucking stroke. If I was coming out of left field with a totally wild, baseless accusation, it is then, when we were doing it to Donald Trump, it is on you to prove, right? The burden of proof is on you to show that he is not able to do that job. And that's why the best thing they had is when he's walking down the ramp. And the next time he
got leather shoes.
And the next time he does a deal, a campaign event, he's like, I was wearing leather bottom shoes. Like, I'm wearing leather bottom shoes and I'm going to walk down a wet ramp. It's going to be very slick. I might fall. Like,
where's the non-skid
He said,
people?
I'm old. I might eat shit. Like, I might fucking fall. That might be a thing. So it's
it was like, I might slip and fall on my ass. Nobody wants that.
For straws, and here it's thrown in your face. You're like, yeah, you can't prove that he's fucking not all with it, though. But that's not the point. I don't have to prove it. I shouldn't have to. There shouldn't be a question about this.
We're not in a court of law here, man. He
Yes.
needs to prove
Yes.
himself to everybody else.
making his own choices, wants to be in this race, is very engaged. There's no indication that he doesn't know what's going on whatsoever. I mean, he's clearly able to respond to questions, understand the issues at stake here. So I think it's absurd, this conservative narrative.
That's not an answer to a question.
No, it's not.
that's it.
Especially when the question that was asked was, how do you explain your turnaround from your 2018 stance where you said, no, I'm not in support of fracking at all, to, yeah, now I support fracking and I stand and I support fracking.
Come on, man.
Come on. And put it this way.
That's another drop. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
That's
we need that one. We need that one. All right.
That's another one.
We got to find a good one.
Yeah.
The point that I think she's trying to make here is that, he making the call on whether or not he could still run, blah, 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 blah. I think that should have been removed from his hands the day he had his stroke and was in the hospital. I think the political party that is running him, whatever the Pennsylvania Democratic Senatorial Committee is or whatever it is, immediately pulls him off because he is 100% incapable of making that decision for any given period of time as he begins the first stages of his recovery with the stroke. And then the nominee has to go to somebody else, whoever the runner-up was. I can't remember the guy's name, but
So he's just going off of whatever, like a doctor's note that he got, where the doctor is like, yeah, you're good to go to run.
Yeah, who's a campaign donor to his campaign also, by the way.
Yeah.
But, and yeah, it said he's good to run. And that was cool. I got a doctor's note. I'm fine.
And that's one of his shitty answers was him saying that he supports whatever his doctor says, you know, and I believe that that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of belief here.
Narrative that has taken hold, that she's like some sort of puppet master and they're just propping him up and he has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we've never seen
There
that
is no
before, right?
indication of that. So for me to see her as a human being, reflexively being protective of him, I can't judge that. I can't shame her for that.
Okay, fine. I mean, let's just
Bullseyes.
say, let's not shame her for that. Did she do anybody, did she do the Democrats and the Democratic Party a favor by effectively calling all criticism of his ability to speak ableism? I'm on a political point, obviously the answer is no, which is that by leaning into this, they have effectively made it so the national press told everyone to ignore their eyes and ears
But again,
as to how the man is
I
able
would
to
pin
speak.
that on the media. Not on,
But they're taking their
hands
cues from
when
her.
he starts
All the
to
time.
when he starts to make a good point, she'll just interrupt him.
Yes.
She'll just start to talk over him because he's fucking not an asshole and he'll stop talking.
Yeah.
That's just what he'll do. He'll go for a minute to see if she's going to stop and then he'll stop talking because she's going to continue.
Yep. It's not good.
She does it a lot.
Whenever she doesn't agree with what he's saying, she will stop him and insert herself into that because she doesn't want him to finish saying what he wants to say.
One who's driving.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be the
I don't
independent
disagree.
press.
All right.
Of course, the family is going to defend him. That's natural. That's human. That's exactly what I would do in a similar situation. Of course, I would be outraged. There's no doubt about it. It's the press's job to be honest and be transparent. And ultimately, as you said, by trying to cover for him, they didn't do him any favors. But I don't think you can blame the close family members for having a human reaction.
Sure. Okay. But if we can bring it back to the mainstream media.
So she does have a point, because also it's not just what's her name, Giselle, I think her name, or something like that. But it's not just his wife that is the issue here, right? It is the greater political apparatus that is pushing him to continue to run. I mean, if you think for a second that the ultimate point of decision making in any high-level federal campaign for office is the candidate itself, you're kidding yourself.
Right.
It's the party that nominated him to run, that ultimately chose them. That's who makes the calls. Those are the people you need to be talking about. The media has a part to play. Obviously, the wife has a part to play, but it's that greater political machinery in the background that nobody's talking about that makes all the campaign run that is ultimately to blame. It's probably the wider Democratic Party establishment, if you will, the DNC that is supporting all of these campaigns. They can just go, we're done funding you. We can't do this anymore. We're going to pull your nomination. But it's their call. They're the ones that are going, we can use this. Keep it up. Let's do this.
And I'll keep going because I think he's about to make this point.
And their coverage of it, their about face on it is humiliating for them because they took part in this. And I subscribe to the New York Times notifications just to see what the current thing is.
Yeah.
Last night, 8:30 p.m., they're like, Democrats on a knife's edge over Fetterman's health. I'm like, you guys should have done this months ago.
The other thing to say, though, is, I listened to the podcast with Kara Swisher. I listened to the NBC News interview, and he was not this bad.
Yeah, that's true.
So I do think, it would be fair to have extrapolated from that a different reality of where he is versus, debate's an extremely stressful situation. You're dealing not only with questions from one interviewer, but you're having to deal with this back and forth situation as well. The pressure is on. All the eyes are on you. So I do also think it's fair to point out, he was measurably worse here than when Kara was interacting with him as well. So, I think that's important to keep in mind here, too.
Yeah, but she's humiliated herself because really what it is that she also leaned into the ableism. Look, I get it. She survived a stroke, and God bless her. I'm happy that she survived a stroke and she's able to do her job. I hope that for everybody. And from what I've seen, most of those people need long convalescence, they need a lot of rest, and they need a lot less stress. So in many ways, I feel bad for him because he very, very well may have either shortened his life or hindered his own recovery.
I don't think there's any...
So I think he made the point earlier, and this is what I was going to say about the mainstream media. They used Fetterman's wife's characterization of this take as ableism as a cudgel. That they got behind that and started to spin that. And that's I think the point that the Saga made is that they to their own detriment. That now they're attacking him when they used it as a cudgel before, and it sets up that narrative that no attack on him is legitimate. And that's the issue with her defense of him. It's not that she said, I don't like this because I don't like the way this was my husband. She said, that's ableism, and I don't like that. And then everyone can use that as a weapon against any concerns against it.
Because
that's not the reality.
Daily shows the next morning, it was all ableism all the time. And it's been that since. Here's your new tilt, run with it, go.
And you are not an ableist for watching that debate and saying, I don't know that he's ready for this job. That's not ableist. That's not ableist. It's not. I swear, I can promise you that it's not.
No, man.
No.
We got Governor Wheelchair, bro. He's killing it. He can still do his thing. I mean, he's out there. It doesn't impair his ability to do his job.
Right.
Point being.
And Crystal...
You could be a blind representative. I mean, there are a lot of disabilities that do not hamper or not disable, but they do not make you unable to do the job.
Hinder your ability to be able to do it.
Thank you. Hinder your ability to do the job of representing your constituents. There's a lot of things that can't. This one does.
Right.
Obviously, this one does. I'm sorry. There's a lot of things out there that you have to discriminate. You have to make discriminatory stances on because, I mean, you could take a million different examples, but you're not going to hire a lifeguard that can't swim.
Right.
You're not going to, mind you, that's a skill set versus anything else, but the concept is still the same. You're going to make a discriminatory decision based off of the qualifications required for the job. If you do not meet those, for whatever reason, you can't do that job.
And the issue is not because Crystal always tries to bring it back to just the closed captioning thing, and it's not.
It's not that.
It's not just a reasonable exception that's being made, because that's what closed captioning is. That's a reasonable exception to something. That's why you get a fucking movie theater, because that's a reasonable exception by law. That's something that you have to provide to somebody if that's what they need for their disability. This isn't just about the closed captioning. This is about the question of his ability to actually the level of cognition that is there for the questions being asked and the tasks at hand.
Yes.
Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, putting that much stress on your mind after a stroke is detrimental. Amen. The Chris Cuomo on his new show on News Nation, I believe it is, had on I might even have the clip later, pull it up during when we actually talk about the debate, but it was a neuroscientist or whatever, or a therapist that deals with stuff like this, and she said that basically at this point in the typical stroke victim's recovery, we're looking at probably about, it could possibly be like this might be where it's going to be for a long time based off of therapy and this, that, and the other thing. You might be able to do different things, but to get to this point 5 months after the stroke, this kind of might be it for a while. And then if you're not going to commit to the therapies and stuff like that afterwards, like right now, and just focus on that, we might be plateauing here. This might just be it. And for that to be said on like a Chris Cuomo show, I thought that was very, very eye-opening.
Right.
But we might get into that actual clip later, but let's keep rolling.
No, actually, the analysis I saw is that there's pushing yourself in terms of regaining your speech and auditory processing abilities is actually good for your recovery. Now, the stress might be another question, but again, he's a big boy. He can make his own choices about his life here. And in the wake of that interview, there were some reactions that, again, I thought it was over the top, the attacks on Dasha Burns or whatever the girl's name was. But I did think it was gross, the suggestion that, like, because someone has to use closed captioning, they're incapable of serving in the Senate. That would mean that anyone who was deaf can't serve in the Senate. And I do think that that's outrageous.
Well,
I don't think that that's fair.
Well, but I mean, I think the point that I think a lot of us were making, or at least me, I can only speak for myself, was we don't know if it's only limited to this. I don't know. And like I said, he needs to, it is on him to prove that his brain is not permanently damaged as a result of what's happened here, not vice versa. We can only speculate based upon what we know.
Well, but you have to give him credit to even like subject himself to these interviews and do the debate when there are other candidates who are who have no physical issues or mental issues, who are just like, no, I'm not going to debate this person because I don't want to.
If I was his campaign, I would never let him.
This is the point I was making you
That's
yesterday.
so stupid.
Is lowering that bar, giving people credit for doing what they are supposed to do, for doing their job, right? For filling out the job application, because really that's what this is. Right? Giving them credit for filling out the job application forever lowers the threshold of what is acceptable for a politician. That's why this no debate thing should be completely unacceptable. This deal of fucking Tiffany Smiley and Patty Murray having their debate after early voting has already started, that should not be acceptable. And it shouldn't be that it's just a show like ours that's talking about that. That should be all of the daily shows that are saying, isn't it fucking weird they're only doing one debate and it's after people have already started to send in their ballots? How could they possibly know what people really think if they're not even going to make them answer questions first? Because that's not a crazy thing. That's a very, very basic tenet of democracy, that of actual democracy. That if we're gonna of the voting portion of the government, right, the democratic part of the Republican democracy, that's a vital portion of that. For me to actually know something about you. Not just your campaign ads, not that you think that person's a piece of garbage. It's for me to know something about you and to see, can you answer a question? Do you look like a shill? Do you say anything other than, green energy and fucking Jan 6th and stuff? Do you say anything other than that? Or is that all that you have? There shouldn't be a question, and I'm not going to give you credit for it just because somebody else isn't doing it. I'm not going to do that. That person sucks worse than you do because you only did one. I'm only going to give you a third of the credit because you only did a third of the work for the job application. Why would I even look at that and give you any credit? Because it doesn't tell me you're going to do a good job in the beginning or in the future, because you're only doing a third of the job now.
And late debates aside, I'm fairly sure we've already reached a point, and it's probably, I don't know when it really, I'd have to dig into this and find out, but I would imagine it's definitely like a post-COVID thing. But the bar, the standard for having debates, period, for any election, I think is now essentially having a debate now is the exception. I don't
Yes.
believe that there is. We've seen it in all sorts of races right now that's going on. Like the debates are the exception when it should be the other way around. Like you might have an exception to not debate because maybe you're not running against somebody. I don't know. But this is not, our democracy is at stake here. But you threw that away a long time ago.
Yeah.
When you decided, I'm not going to debate this person because they're illegitimate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You don't get to make that point anymore. You don't get to be.
Yeah, you don't get to
holier
talk
than-
about
No,
democracy, okay?
There is no holier than thou point when you're not willing to, like I said, even fill out the job application.
Yeah.
You're not even willing to tell us why you should have the job. So why would I listen to anything that you have to say?
Yep.
You're not principled. These aren't morals. This isn't scruples. This isn't any of that stuff. This is you wanting power. That's a
Yep.
power grab. That's all that is.
And I think this is where she gets into the reasoning behind why they want that.
Step out on that stage. I
Yeah,
personally,
but you have to admit
Yeah.
it was the.
It was the
I
right thing in the
it
eyes
was
of democracy.
It
I will
was
say
the
that.
moral, ethical thing to do.
Yeah, it's true.
Like you have to give him credit for that.
I'll give him credit for it. I
So-
mean, I don't think it probably would work. To
I
his
don't
benefit.
think. Agree.
Yeah.
Politically, if you're like a cynical political operative, you would just say no. You should just hide until election day and let
Like
them
Biden
find
did.
out later where you are in your recovery. He hasn't done that. And I do think he deserves a
Yes,
lot of
like
credit for
Biden
that.
did.
Is
Yeah.
that going to mean that, he's not going to end up as United States Senator for the state of Pennsylvania? Listen, I think that it was the right thing to do to let voters judge for themselves ultimately. And, again, my view is probably the biggest thing he has going against him isn't the stroke. It's the national winds that are blowing very hard against Democrats at this point and are moving the races, in a decidedly Republican
Morals.
advantaged direction. But I can't help but give him credit for having the courage to have this level of transparency. And frankly, he's been more candid and open with the press than Oz has at this point.
Well, I'm not sure that's
think
true.
so.
That's
I mean,
definitely
look, on
true.
the stroke part, I'm not going to drop this. He has
not
lied
gonna
about his
drop
stroke
it.
from
Good.
day one. I remember on the exactly what happened with his heart. His doctors had to come out and
eyebrow
leak and be
raise
like, "Listen, this is way more serious than he's letting on." Hides behind a cloak for 2 or 3 months. Doesn't start doing interviews.
But
doesn't do a
on what
debate until
matters
2 weeks
really
before the
matters,
campaign.
which is how are you going to vote on issues and what are your views? He's
There
been
it is.
far more upfront
There it
and
is.
subjecting
There it
himself to
is.
far more questioning than Oz, sitting down with editorial boards that Oz won't meet with, like sitting.
There it is.
Yes.
There it is. You gave it away there, Crystal. The
Quiet part
only
out
thing
loud.
you care about is how he's going to vote on issues. He is, just give me the corporeal form, bro. Just like the New York Times said about Joe Biden.
Yes.
I don't care. If he is a living, breathing mass of human flesh that can proxy vote at the very minimum, yay or nay, on the bills that he is told to vote yay or nay on, he needs to be a senator, man.
That's all
the
that
stakes
matters.
are too important. The political wins are too important here.
Yes, both candidates are a joke and will screw with the people. I think
Amen.
you're probably right. Yeah, I
Amen.
think you're probably right, and that's the only issue is trying to argue that one is better than the other. it's not
just
that one really
different
is.
degrees of
Yes,
terrible.
It's not that one really is better than the other. It's trying to argue that one is better than the other
Yeah.
because it's a giant douche and a turd sandwich. This is
Amen.
the traditional horrific choice that we are faced with, and that's why they've talked many times on Breaking Points. Well, candidate choice doesn't even matter, or candidate quality.
Yeah.
That's because they're both pieces of garbage. When
Always.
they're both pieces of garbage, of course, candidate quality doesn't matter because it's a giant douche and a turd sandwich.
Amen.
Neither of those things is better than the other.
Vote or die.
Yeah, one of them isn't better than the other, so it's not going to be. There is no candidate quality option here. When the
dude.
choice was Joe Biden and Donald Trump, there is no candidate quality. That's a horrible, horrible choice to be forced to make. That's a horrible choice.
Yeah, out of the hundreds of millions of people in the country, that's how we always end up like that. We
Yes.
always end up. This. You want to know why I don't believe in government? Because this is how it always ends. Every single time. Every race is a trash heap. Very few exceptions. Very, very few exceptions. But if you're looking at a candidate, either candidate, anywhere, and going, well, I don't really like this, I don't really like this, but, they do this, and then this person also doesn't like this, and that, this person's trash. This person's just not quite as trashy. Very few exceptions to that ever present themselves.
Right.
And it's generally speaking on lower level candidacies. But yeah, it's not good. I think we're almost done
Yeah,
here.
we'll let her finish. making
Down
her
for
point. We'll get out of here.
mainstream press interviews that he knows are going to be challenging. So I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. Cable news is ripping us apart, dividing the country.
I don't think he deserves any credit for that at all.
No.
Because he's just, it's not good. It's not good at all.
No. So, with that, we'll take our first break and we'll come back for part 2. We're talking about some World War III, Iranian drones in Ukraine, all that type of stuff, SAS soldier training.
Have you seen the videos of the Ukrainian boat drones that are filled with explosives? I got some videos, some of that.
Yeah, I just saw one this morning. Yeah,
it was wild.
The UUVs and
ships
stuff.
getting fucking shot at and stuff like that on the way in. Real interesting. Yeah. Maybe we'll show some of those clips. You never know.
With that, we'll take our first break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Peace.
Thank you, everybody.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 136, part 2. My name is Donovan.
I am Colin.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. YouTube.com/Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets, Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
All the things, baby.
All those things. I say it, you got to slow it down like a half a second. That's what I think.
Just a half.
Half a second.
You're not Ben Shapiro, bro. Tone it down.
Yeah. Our sponsor for this segment is Location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton. If you need a skateboard or anything that goes along with that, clothing, all that type of stuff, go there. I think that I'm going to go there and try and drop off some shirts and tell them I don't want money for them. Just sell them.
Give them out.
Yeah. Just sell them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't even want money.
Sell 'em.
Make all the profit. Keep all of the profit yourself. Sell them for whatever you want to sell them for. Keep all of the money. Just sell them here. Just let people buy them here. Make all the money yourself. I'll eat that, for some good
it's
free
promo.
advertising. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
So
I like it.
I might stop in there here in the next couple weeks.
Committee
So,
approved.
Yeah.
You want any screwball peanut butter
I think I'm
whiskey?
gonna go with a beer actually.
Okay.
And I think that's everything. So part 2, we're gonna be talking about World War III and stuff like that. But we're talking about something else in the break, right?
Yeah.
So you had to deal with your truck.
How to deal with my truck?
you had a deal
with
that
my
happened
truck.
with your truck.
I'm in the midst of experiencing what they call crime.
Yes.
So my lovely family heirloom of a truck, the nice Ford F350 diesel 7.3. They don't make them anymore.
the big old boy.
Gone. Stolen from work. You were there at the moment.
In
I
a
thought I was
minute
going
and 15
crazy.
seconds.
It's a whole deal. And so we got everything on camera, the whole 9 yards. But of course, this is 2022, and there's absolutely no way that anything can basically happen. So it's gone. But now I'm in the process of trying to figure out which kind of vehicle to buy next. And there's your space blood, good sir.
Thank you very much.
And so I'm confronted with many issues. Cheers.
Cheers, sir.
Let's start off with the screwball. Yeah, much better.
God, that's a good beer.
Much better around here. I did Space Blood on the beer show last night.
Oh, I love it.
It's fantastic.
I love Space Blood.
But yeah, so I'm confronted with what do I do now? Like, where do I go? Because I'm just so used to driving the biggest truck you could possibly find ever.
You were pretty sure for a minute you were going to get fucked by your insurance.
Yeah, I was. And
they came through.
They came through, and I obviously cannot go buy a brand new giant ass truck with it, but that's, of course, that's just never going to happen. But I didn't get as hard as I anticipated, and I have options available. But now I have to make some rational decisions here about what I want to do with my vehicle, right? Because the used car market is mad.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to pick up a car payment because I haven't had a car payment in a lot of years. I'm trying not to do that. And I think with the amount I'm looking at, I think it's doable, right? It's very doable, I think, for that.
I think that I paid just over that for my truck. Like just two over that. I paid two
in another
over that.
era too.
In another area.
Yeah. How many miles did you have on your truck when you bought it?
There was 61,000 on it. It's a 2011.
Wow.
Yeah, it was owned by an old man.
Yeah, that's hard to find right now.
Yes. All I'm saying is that those deals are out there.
They are out there. You can find, and you got yours from a dealer though.
Yes.
From the homie.
Yep, from the same guy that Tim gave you the number of.
Yeah. So now I'm looking. I commute a lot more than I ever used to, so that's a huge thing. And I don't anticipate. I think as we might pontificate on as the day goes on, I don't anticipate fuel prices necessarily coming down any marketable amount. If anything, they're just going to go up. And so MPG, miles per gallon, is going to be a big factor to me at this point. I could save a lot more money.
Yes.
Driving that fucking giant ass diesel back and forth every day from bumfuck out to where we work was a lot of fucking
like 40
money.
minutes.
Yeah.
Far.
It's a ways. And most of that is like doing 50.
Yeah.
So it's a trek.
You're putting gas on it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we do that. So I look at miles per gallon, but then I also like to spend a lot of time out in the woods when I can.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
and you build stuff too.
Yeah.
You do
and so
things
like
at your house.
the ability to haul a sheet of plywood
Yeah.
is a thing. I'm not trying to have a piece of plywood cut up at Home Depot for me when I buy it.
Yeah.
I want to at least be able to strap it to like a roof rack at the very least, right? And it needs to have 4-wheel drive. So that I can go out and do that stuff.
Because it does snow here too.
It does.
Almost every year it'll snow for a good
and
2
ice
weeks.
for sure. Right?
Yeah, ice for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, getting up into the mountains, going on hunting trips. Like you have to have 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
It is a non-starter if you do not. You are very, very limited in access. So all those factors need to come into play, but also the idea I need to commute every day.
So I think that you should get a light truck, right?
Light truck is possible.
I used to have a Nissan Frontier, which is just the Nissan version of the Tacoma.
Yeah.
And it wasn't 4-wheel drive. I was given that truck. I would never buy a 2-wheel drive truck. You know this.
No. That's a sacrilege. Why would you buy a truck
idea.
if it doesn't have 4-wheel drive?
But it did really good on gas mileage. I don't know. I wasn't ever calculating it, but we drove it from here to Oregon multiple times, and it did fine.
Because I think the truck had, depending on which, it was like 10 to 16 max.
Yeah, no, and that's a light truck is going to be way better than that, like over 20.
Ooh.
And
don't hate me. I looked at some Jeeps last night.
I don't think a Jeep is going to do what you want it to. You're
I don't
not
think
going to
so
be able to
either.
haul that type of stuff, you know.
There's no room for it.
And Tacomas are so big right now, like they're so popular that there's even a place in Gorse that's called the Overland Truck Store, and they have specifically vehicles that can be like kitted out for the woods. They sell just a retarded amount of Tacomas.
That is the place where my truck
was used to steal
something
some
else.
So that place, they sell specifically trucks to be kitted out for the woods.
Yeah.
And so they sell a crazy amount of Tacomas because people will.
They're nice little trucks, man.
And they're very easy to kit out, to put a roof rack on it, to put a canopy, to do all that type of stuff. And you can put a lift.
Because I don't need to haul much.
Things.
I just, there's no like trailer capacity towing, if you will. Like I don't need that. I'm not looking to buy like a camper trailer or anything like that. And
Tacoma,
tow a little boat. Right. Can do that in Tacoma.
Will do that.
No problem.
1,000%.
But
throw a couple of sandbags in the back, you'll be fine.
Yeah, there is one. It's a little older, but there is one over at that dealership. Kind of highest mileage that I've been able to find, but it's there and it's affordable. But I mean,
An
trying
old
to,
one or like what kind of car?
it's like a 07, I think.
Tacoma or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's actually got a canopy on it, which was I don't
Well,
hate.
And
but
the great things about Toyotas, they're easier than hell to work on. Toyota's just super easy to work on. The parts are very prolific, and especially Tacoma. You know, Toyota Tacoma, they're because there's so many of them. They're going to be very easy to find parts for. They're going to be real easy to work on.
Yeah. That's the
They're high enough
buy
that
an
you
old
can-
truck from the 90s. Yeah, Bilbo,
Yeah.
that would be the problem though.
Yeah,
That would be the problem
that's
because
the problem. It's a good investment, but
can't do that right now. Literally, that's the one that got stolen. And
That's-
when I talked to the claims guy the other day, he's like, to like get the finalized paperwork started and all this
Yeah.
shit. He was like, I got another 3 calls today, and they're all from Washington State, and they're all late 90s era trucks. And I was
Yeah.
like, imagine that.
yeah.
Crime's a thing.
They're using them for crime, and then we're
Yeah.
parting them out. They're doing whatever. Probably just using them up and then part them out.
Yeah.
You know,
Because they fucking hold their value, which very surprised.
some old steel
very
parts and
surprised.
shit like that.
Well, in the engine block alone, they literally do not make that engine block anymore, period. That big 7.3, they don't fuck with that anymore. You can go out and buy the biggest truck that you can as far as like a standard kind of retail vehicle, big diesel F350. They're not going to have that same size
Like
engine. It's a
6.5
smaller.
or something like that.
It's like a 6.8,
6.8, maybe?
something like that. Yeah. I
'Cause
don't remember
I mean,
offhand,
that
but
truck was enormous.
it was big. She's a big girl.
Yeah.
She's a big girl.
Yeah, I mean, you might have been able to wrap
The
your
tank.
arms around the front, maybe.
Even
It
with
was-
my big bird
yeah, it
wingspan,
was a-
I don't know. All I do know is that if I was driving, and if I had something fall into like the passenger side, like wheel well area, cannot grab it. Cannot
It's
do it.
that big,
If
yeah.
I would have to get to a place, stop, take off my seatbelt, crawl over the center console, and then reach down and get it because that it was that wide.
Yeah.
Massive. So yeah. So now I'm in the strug session of like, what do I get? I looked at a couple like Jeep Patriots the other
Yeah.
night just because they had pretty decent gas mileage. They're affordable, 4-wheel drive, and it's like both of them had a roof rack on the top. So I'm like, okay, I can haul a kayak. I can put some wood on there. Big enough space in the back. Like if I need to load up with fucking topsoil and do that kind of thing, I could do that too. But Jeeps they're insanely expensive to maintain generally. But yeah, if I could find a nice Toyota Tundra, I think that's what I'll do. I think that's probably what the route I'll go.
The Tacoma or the Tundra?
Oh, Tacoma. Sorry,
Yeah.
Tacoma.
I drive a Tundra.
Tundra's
great.
There's a really nice Chevy 2500 that I saw the other day.
Chevy's a good truck too.
Yeah, but it was like 186,000 miles on
Oof.
it. And I was like, and it's a gas.
Yeah.
I'm like, at that point, what are we really doing here?
Yeah.
At least it had 4-wheel drive, but so yeah, we're there. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
I am a victim
Yeah.
of crime.
I bet if you bought a Rivian, you could get Tim to install a plug-in at Bennick so that you could charge your car.
Bro, I ain't trying to have those problems, bro.
There was people.
I'm not trying to take a Rivian up into the mountains for
when I was
fucking
at
10 days.
they're supposed to be balling. I don't know.
Yeah,
when
sit
I
up there in the
was-
cold and have that battery be dead by the time. Hey, can I get a jump charge? Oh, it doesn't work that way, dude. Fucking Pete Buttigieg hadn't given us the infrastructure of the future yet, so that's not a
So
reality.
it's not in the mountains. Yeah. There were some people that were at the bank that were buying a Rivian when I was there, securing financing for their Rivian.
I wonder if that they'd already fixed the recall, because that was a huge thing recently with Rivian. They
Right.
recalled all of them.
Oh, they said they're getting it delivered in 4 to 6 weeks. So
Not a
maybe they
bad
probably
turnaround.
have it sorted out.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there's somebody in the neighborhood that drives one. I see it every now and again when I'm
Pretty
coming
cool
home.
looking.
They don't suck.
Yeah, they're
you know?
pretty cool looking.
And they got a longer range than most EVs right now. So that's a thing. I'm really uncomfortable. Just this will add, I think, to the World War III conversation. But I'm very, very uncomfortable with how fast the car world is 100% just choking down the D of the green energy plan and pure EVs in the near future. Everybody's got a new EV coming out. All of them, they're all pushing that way. And bitch, we ain't ready for that.
Well, if they
as far as the
don't,
infrastructure goes.
We're not. But if they don't, they'll be regulated out of existence. They operate on such thin margins as it is.
Car dealerships or car makers are tough.
If they don't do what the government is telling them to do, they will be regulated out of existence. And it seems to be that's what they're facing. And that's not to say that they couldn't
fight back.
Yes, they could.
There would just be some casualties along the way.
They could collectivize, and as the larger groups, Toyota, because Toyota's like along with Tesla, the most profitable car company in, I think, certainly the United States, maybe the world right now.
Yeah. Well, they sell to everyone, everywhere.
Even the Taliban, everybody. They'd be balling out.
I was going to say.
Money from anybody. Yeah, if they're balling out. So if they grouped up and they told the government, we're not doing this, like we're not ready for this, we're not involved, we're not going to whatever.
But ain't that the problem though? Is because for so long they've developed this incestuous relationship with the government for so many decades at this point that they essentially cannot push back against the government because the government will shut them down. Much like the airlines.
Point. Yeah, they're all bought out by the government in 2008, so they're slaves now.
Yep.
They are at the whim of the government. They
Fucking
have no choice.
Nationalize it, bro.
Yes, because something will happen. They will go under, and they will need the government to bail them out again. And
they're too big to fail.
And if they don't have enough EVs on their books, then the government's going to say, well, we done told you. You should have been making more EVs, and you don't have enough EVs now, and now you can't have any money.
It doesn't matter if we sell all these EVs because nobody can plug their fucking cars in at night because there's no goddamn energy to be had anymore.
Don't care. That's the issue with that, is that it's not. It's
they don't care.
No, it's a goal. There isn't an explanation. There isn't a logic to it. There isn't a questions even allowed as to what are we going to do about these factors that we haven't solved yet. It's don't worry about that. We need to accomplish this goal, and we'll figure it out on the way there. Which is not a way to solve an issue with such enormous, overreaching implications of the everything in people's lives, the way they drive, the way they live their lives, as far as the heating in their houses, everything is done that way. It's not, because when you ask someone the same question you've asked this many times, well, where do you get the power from? People fucking say things like, well, you get it from the wall. People really say shit like that because they don't think about where it comes after that. You get this power from all these fossil fuels that we're burning off because we don't have a way to do this better yet. Even California, you went over the whole thing on like one of your first live streams of even the bastion of green energy. They still are mostly fossil fuels because they don't have their shit together. They have not figured it out yet. They just want to make it seem like they do so they can incentivize or scare people enough to just push them down the road so they can figure things out. And then they can just post articles on the way. Hey, by the way, we figured this out now. And no one is going to say, wait, you're saying you're out? You sent me on this mission without knowing if I was going to be successful. Like, yeah, but don't worry about that.
How dare you?
Don't worry about that. Just keep going.
Yes. It's a whole deal. It's a whole deal. And I will say this.
Slave labor, that's a whole deal. Yeah.
The slave labor.
It's a whole nother level of it that people only want to talk about if they're going to talk about Elon Musk.
Yes.
I only want to talk about slave labor if Elon Musk is the one that's paying them.
To that point, because I got really involved in the world of ESG recently, right? I still subscribe to one ESG podcast that comes out on a weekly basis. And yesterday's episode was all about breaking down in this one particular company's view the ESG scores and their troubles, if you will, of Tesla. And how it's an enigma to the ESG world because it is so counterintuitive, blah, 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 this and that and the other thing. Because these people, they give ESG score ratings of A to F, as if you're in a school grade, right? And ultimately, they give Tesla an A, but there's like multiple asterisks and stuff like that because part of the big factor in their wavering support of investing in Tesla is the erratic nature of its CEO, Elon Musk. And how he can just go on a podcast one day or say something on Twitter one day and then can tank the stock overnight in 10%.
Get high and then it's all over.
Get high my ass. Anybody that ever smokes weed, no, Elon Musk did not smoke weed. He did. Well, he literally did the Bill Clinton. I didn't inhale.
Yeah.
Motherfucker didn't do anything.
It's like, I'm just trying to see what this tastes like.
Yeah. But it's really interesting because part of the thing they talk about is like, they brought up the mining aspect of getting that stuff and then the battery back of Tesla being like the main core to the actual Tesla company. And not necessarily the cars, but the batteries themselves and the storage of electricity, but having that problematic relationship with multiple countries that have massive human rights violations because of the mining rights and getting the minerals and things like that. It was a whole deal. But none of this stuff, dude, none of this stuff
Like,
makes
where's
fucking
anybody
sense.
else going to get it from?
There is
That's the
there is one perk to this push towards EVs at this point, because we're going to have to go through some real hard times, because we're not going to have any fucking power and no energy. And the only way we'll be able to get out of that is by forcing everything into nuclear, because all the greenies have backed off nuclear real quick because they don't got shit to say anymore, because it's 2022 and this is like a miracle of science at this point. But that'll be the only way I think we can shift everything over to nuclear powers. We're going to have to go through real bad times and realize that we have to do nuclear. California they can't shut down their last nuclear plant because they're like, it's like 12% of our energy. We can't lose it, man. Sorry.
And as far as the metals go, it's going to turn into the same way that oil is now. That instead of just buying it or having our own subsidiaries in these countries where we're mining things, we're going to we buy them from China. You know, we don't involve ourselves with the mining and the dirtiness. We buy them from China. The same way we buy oil from China right now. Where are they getting the oil from? They're fucking getting it from Russia. Where are they going to get these? Where are they going to get all these precious metal from? They're going to get them out of their mines in fucking Africa. The same place that Elon Musk is getting the shit from. The same deal. He's just cutting out the middleman of China.
Yeah.
So he's going to continue to be more profitable. The government is going to continue to throw money into these other companies that don't want to involve themselves in the dirty deeds that go into electric vehicles.
Dirty deeds done dirt cheap.
All at the same time, the government's going to be like, we're balling right now.
We got this.
Green.
Best economy of our lifetime.
Yes.
More jobs created than ever.
It's going to be big. And they're going to say, plus globalism is the shit. And it's great. Us in China, we're freaking, it's great. We love it.
There was a speech Vladimir Putin did a couple days ago, and it was kind of like a weird victory speech, kind of based on the war in Ukraine, this, that, and the other thing, because he gets up there bragging about how, this might be a good segue into World War III, bragging about how...
I mean, I thought mine was a good segue. I'm just kidding.
I'm stealing it from you. He's bragging to a bunch of these homies, all in this Russian kind of big kind of forum type thing they got going on, about how they've been very successful in creating a more multipolarized power world at this point because of the damage that has been done to the West. And they said the West's power is the smallest it's ever been, and we have been very successful in creating this multipolar power structure around the world now, to that Russia has more power than ever, China has more power than ever, India has more power than ever, and it's all because of what he has done successfully in Ukraine, he says. It's done that because the West has dissolved itself in power so much at this point that it's not a global hegemony anymore. It is a power. The West as a whole is a power, along with a bunch of other world powers now. And that's been his goal. Well, that's what he says anyways in this speech. That was his goal this whole time. And so that was his little victory speech that he gave.
Over the next 2 parts of the show, we're going to lay out how America is giving away the one thing that has really made us so great this whole time, the military. Right? The different ways that we've been selling this out, not only just in Ukraine, but the ways that we've been selling ourselves out to all these different countries around the world to give away the one thing that was the cornerstone of American might and control in the world, the military. Mm-hmm. That's good. That's very good. So, so part 2, and then we'll start with...
Gotcha, bitch.
Talk about the drones really quick, because that's quick. Just kind of underline the stuff that we were talking about before. So, last episode, we talked about it was supposed and alleged at the time, and now it seems to be confirmed because there wasn't proof that they were Iranian drones. But I have seen an article since that they have, let's see, this is from MSN, and this is Rotax engine found in an Iranian Mojahir drone down and over to Ukraine. So now they're like, this is definitely a Ukrainian drone. There's no doubt or they're definitely an Iranian drone. There's no doubt about this.
Well, there's Iranian drone experts on the ground in Crimea.
Right.
So that's a thing.
Yes.
I don't know why they'd be there if their drones weren't there.
There are also Iranian servicemen there that have gone to show them how to deploy these missiles that are now, first they're like, no, we're not selling any missiles at all, but they're sending people over there the same way they did with the drones. Yeah. They're like, well, this is how you fire these missiles.
It seems like almost like a weird kind of carbon copy of what the West is doing.
Yes.
We're going to send you weapon systems, but then the experts to train you how to use and deploy these weapon systems.
I have here, Iranian troops has also been sent to train Russia on how to use the drones. And then in quotations, this sounds familiar to me. Yes, sounds very, very reminiscent. It's almost like they're learning something from the most dominant military in the world. It's almost like that.
Multipolarized powers in the world.
Yeah, reports have shown after now confirmed following 2 meetings in September and October that Iran planned to send missiles to Russia. We've now, because I'd seen the servicemen there to not only do the drones but how to launch the missiles. Obviously, Iran denies the drone sales. The missile sales have been confirmed at this point, not only from the evidence that we've seen, but there have been Iranian officials that have come out and said, "Yeah, we definitely sent those missiles over there."
And I'm going to say, go ahead, just put this on the table right now. It's only going to be a matter of time before they're like, "Yeah, we're there."
Yeah,
because why would we not say that anymore? Our friendship is strong enough now that we can come out and be like, yeah, dude, we're there, just like you're there, asshole.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah. So, yeah, as far as the drones go, that's it. There's just no question anymore at this point that these are, in fact, Iranian drones. The drones are being sold. The missiles are being sold because Russia's starting to run low on medium to long-range missiles because they're just firing hellfire over into Ukraine. So they're just kind of replenishing some of the missiles that they've sent over there. And just today, that's what you had up. Just today, Russia suspended their participation in the grain deal. They were allowing Ukraine to export grain to the rest of the world because of the bread basket of Africa or something like that, or bread basket of Europe, whatever you fucking. There's all the bread baskets around the world.
So
right?
many bread baskets.
Yes. So either way, Russia canceled their participation in this deal.
Nailed it.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of countries like Turkey, Egypt, a lot of those type of countries are the biggest exporters of grain. India, I believe, is another huge one. Countries that get an enormous amount of their grain from Ukraine.
Yeah. So
we'll see pretty quickly how this is going to continue to affect people again as we close into winter months in that part of the world. Well, all over the world. We'll see how this turns out.
Let's read this just for a second here. So from the CNN article, which obviously, I don't know, you just take it for what it is now. You get information dumps, and then you just try to holistically put them all together to figure out what's going on.
We
But
tell you
CNN
where the
says,
source is.
Russia will suspend its participation in the UN-backed grain export deal with Ukraine after drone attacks on Crimean city of Sevastopol, the country's defense minister announced Saturday. Moscow blames Kiev for the attack. CNN cannot independently verify Russia's report, and Ukraine has yet to acknowledge the incident. The United Kingdom has denied Moscow's claim that Britain helped Ukraine plan the Crimean drone attacks using Russia is pending false claims of a epic scale, or peddling false claims of an epic scale. Some background. In July, following months of negotiations, ministers from both Ukraine and Russia signed an agreement brokered by the UN and Turkey. NATO nation, Russia pledged to unblock ports of the Black Sea to allow the safe passage of grain and seed oils. That's good. Yeah, get them seed oils out there. Some of Ukraine's most important exports. The deal is set to expire next month, and Moscow officials have cast doubt on whether they will extend their participation. So the deal was already ready to be, it was already due to expire next month, so they're just backing out early at this point because of the drone attacks in Crimea. Because that is also, I mean, that's Ukraine is not just the only one being attacked by drones here.
Yeah.
We have, and now it looks like there might be some fucking naval drone attacks down in Sevastopol on the Navy port down there via Ukraine against the Russians.
The UUVs, right.
That might be a thing. But, so yeah, we got drone warfare is in full effect at this point. I mean, it's you cannot say anymore. I mean, we had like a little taste of it over the last 20 plus years over in the Middle East, but as far as modern warfare is concerned, drone warfare is king at this point. I've heard about them. I haven't really gone and watched the videos, but like grenade dropping drones being flown around on both the Russian and Ukrainian side and finding little foxholes and stuff like that people are, sleeping in or whatever, and then just dropping a grenade and flying on.
Yeah.
Like the drone warfare is in full effect, and this is the age of modern warfare. This is one of the things we've been working towards. It's really starting to pull out the humanity involved in war, which is never a good sign. in my eyes.
Right, and we were talking about that when you asked me last episode of like, I don't know if you asked me or if you just kind of posited of like, this is arguably more fucked up because it's just a drone being flown from somewhere into a building where people are dying, infrastructure is being taken out, that the humanity is taken out of that. I think that's very interesting. I think that's right, and that's one of the issues with the involvement of technology in warfare like this is that it's the gap is widened from the connection of one person killing another person. You know, that you don't have to face that anymore the same way that you did in World War II, where you were stabbing someone. The tunnel warfare we talked about in Vietnam, where the dude's choking somebody out. He has to live with that for the rest of his life. You know, if you're just some kid who's using an Xbox controller to fly a drone into a building somewhere, you know, if you don't have solid morals, you might never even think about that again.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a thing I did.
Well, you're just so disconnected at that point. I mean, it's even like the World War II era or even the World War I era, that was still so much further it was such a further disconnect from back when you had to go over and murder each other with knives and swords, you know, in like Roman era or in antiquity, when the best way to kill somebody was to get up close and personal and then stab them to death. And then all of a sudden rifles came along, so on and so forth. And that distance between soldiers at that point, the dehumanization in war has become even more exponential. And now, even as Bilbo was talking about, the drones Russia are using are very low tech.
Hey, just fly and explode,
That's all you need, man. That's all you need is a fucking RC airplane with a bomb on it. Done. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Probably better that way anyways. By the time you get this giant high-tech motherfucker that's flying around, it's got all these electronics and tracking devices and all this stuff, you've spent so much money and time developing that one tool of war. To do the job that you want it to do, you could do it for way cheaper and way low tech.
Right.
And then you can just spit them out left and right.
It's you know, like the military equivalent of what they were the type of roadside bombs that they're dropping in the Middle East. You know, propane tanks with fucking nails slapped to them and a cell phone on the top. Like that's the type of shit that you're working with. It's not. It's just to get the job done. It's only just whatever you need to get it done because they're trying to save money. That's the whole point. They're still having to buy these things from Iran, even if they're not paying them right now, even if it's not cash. They're paying them in some fashion. So they're still going to try, and they're not making very much money, right? The Russian economy is surviving right now because they're finding ways to continue to export that natural gas.
Yeah.
But they're still struggling. So they're still having to try and save money and keep up this warfare at the same time. So they're not going to be working with Patriot missiles and all this type of stuff. They're working with the bare minimum that they can to get the job done. They were already using their older missile systems, and the only place they were hesitant to do that because the only place they could go to get more missiles was like North Korea because nobody else gets that shit anymore.
Exactly.
So,
well, and I think this, I didn't really think about this till just now, but let's pull this up from the Wall Street Journal. Ukraine war is depleting U.S. ammunition stockpiles, sparking Pentagon concern. Again, you spend so much time. I'm not going to pay you, Wall Street Journal. You spend so much time giving all of this money to the military-industrial complex in the United States, where they can spend all this money on R&D and create all these high-tech, super crazy weapons where you need very, very few because they do the job of something what would have taken, thousands of this.
Right.
Now you can do it. One SEAL team with a pair of NVGs. I think when we were doing the book review for the whole Mountain Burns.
World
War Z, maybe. It might have been that. But, you exponentially... Fuck, it might have even been a movie I watched. But, when you're dealing with this tribal warfare and all this stuff, one SEAL team with NVGs compared to an entire army of people that can't see in the dark...
Yeah.
It's game over at that point. It's a one-way thing. It's the same deal. You have all this high-tech weaponry that takes years and years and years and years to build because it can do pinpoint this, it could do this, it could do that. Or you can just spit out a bunch of dumb weapons that do the same exact thing for super, super cheap. Our entire military-industrial complex is not geared for volume anymore.
Geared for money.
It's geared for money.
Whatever's going to make the most money.
Exactly.
And that's whatever has the most chips, the most technology, the fanciest stuff on it, the stuff
it's
that takes
really
the
hard
longest
to make.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's why the Patriot missiles in particular, like we don't even make those right now. It's going to
Yeah.
take them, it's going to take, I think it's Boeing or Lockheed that makes those. It's going to take them a few years just to get the production up and going again because we don't make those missiles anymore because they made a ton of them. They're like, well, that's all we're going to need because we only need so many. And now we've sold them all and we don't have any more.
That's cool.
And we can't get them from our own American company. This is the issue, not only with the military-industrial complex, but with the military-industrial complex, but with also with globalizing every facet of your economy, including your defense industry. You will sell things to anywhere. You will give them to anybody because they will pay them for you. They will pay you for them. You will even give them to the Saudis, to the UAE, to anybody because they will pay you for them.
I can't
you
wait to
will
talk about
sell
that.
fucking nuclear submarine technology to a company who doesn't have nuclear capability other than a hospital because they will give you money for it. It doesn't matter. They don't care about this. They act as though it is all sacred. That's why they will prosecute an ex-president for confidential information, but they will sell you a literal technology for a fucking nuclear submarine when you don't know how to work it because you will pay them money for it. They don't care. This doesn't matter to them. They don't care that we don't have missiles to defend ourselves. They don't care that they don't care about any of these things. No.
It's not good.
No. So the first article I had this when you were talking, I was looking for this particular article with this line in it because the SAS, the Special Air Service, which is like one of the special force aspects of the British military,
Bunch of badasses.
Yeah, have confirmed they are definitely. Yeah, I've worn a sweatshirt on here before that has an ex-SAS member on there. Very cool.
Oh yeah, he's the dude that was
Christian Craighead.
Yes.
Yeah, he single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, he was in Africa when a terrorist attack happened, and he went through a mall with a couple other dudes and just cleared out all these guys and saved like hundreds of people from this mall. Absolutely incredible story. Christian Craighead, look it up. It's very incredible.
not crackhead, Craighead.
Craighead, yes. So the SAS has confirmed that they are training members of the Ukrainian military, right? Not only that they're flying them from Ukraine to the UK to be trained, they also have SAS members on the ground there. I have a couple of different articles here. So this one is from, excuse me. This one is actually from RT, and it's U.S. and UK
propaganda.
U.S. and UK conducting secret war in Ukraine, and this has to do with kind of both of our special forces there. I'll send you this one, and then there is another one from Al Jazeera that is Russia investigates report of SAS forces in Ukraine, and this was a while ago, actually. What?
I was just looking at the Dragon Ball Z memes we were throwing back and forth this morning. Pretty funny. Do you even know why Vegeta goes blue? You're
Why
probably
not?
out the game at that point.
It was that.
That's from Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, and
the
I
newer
only
one.
watched a few episodes of that, and I wasn't super into it.
It's weird.
Yeah, with the cat person. What was that guy's name?
Don't do this to me.
You know what I'm talking about, though,
Yeah,
right?
he's like the god of war or whatever at that
Something like
point.
that.
He's got a badass name though. Remember that? He's like
Yeah.
some cool Egyptian looking like
Right,
cat.
right.
It's super dope.
Yeah. Okay. And then I send you the Salty Boys one. So the first one is the RT article, and we don't necessarily have to pull up the Al Jazeera one, but the Al Jazeera has a paragraph in here that says the UK's military has been training Ukrainian forces since the 2014 annexation of Crimea.
Man, I should have put my VPN on before we pulled up this RT story.
That's what you get. That's what you get. The UK's military has been training Ukrainian forces since the 2014 annexation of Crimea. They were withdrawn in February to avoid direct conflict with Russian forces and possibly the NATO being withdrawn into the conflict. They were put back in like April.
It's so funny. I have another story pulled up from another outlet altogether, but it's based off the same reporter, the Le Figaro reporter.
So, yeah. So this article is from RT, but Colin, you were able to find it from a different news source, so
Which is good to see that
we can
it's
confirm it.
Yeah,
yes.
and it's not a quote unquote
Right.
Russian propaganda website.
This
It's
is
the
just-
same shit.
When I use DuckDuckGo,
Yeah.
RT's going to come up first. They might have reported it first.
Yeah.
Who knows?
RT has been always a good source to get the kind of more Russian sanctioned view on things.
Yes.
Because, even when Abby Martin worked back in the day, I mean, it's a good source to get somebody else's perspective.
Yes.
Period. Always has been, still continues to be.
So this is the RT article, U.S. and U.K. conducting secret war in Ukraine, and this is from April, right? And so, like we said, SAS was pulled out in February. This is in April now. So elite special forces from the U.K. and the U.S. have been present in Ukraine since the beginning of hostilities in Russia in late February. Okay.
Surprise, surprise.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Tap, tap, tap.
If you go back to the very, very first episode where we talked about the Ukraine war, I swear to God, I will
right
bet,
around February.
I will bet the house that I just bought on this. If you go back to the very first episode that we talked about it, I said I will bet anything in the world there are U.S. boots on the ground in UK right now. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. There are U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine. What is the first line of this? Elite special forces from the UK and the US have been present in Ukraine since the beginning of hostilities with Russia in late February. A source in the French intelligence community told the Figaro reporter last week. What did I say? What did I say?
I'd say
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
What did I say? I told you this was happening. I told you in the beginning of the show. I didn't even look it up because I was so certain that it was happening. I was just going to wait.
You know what? A broken clock is right twice a day, Donovan.
About this, I will always be right.
Right.
About military involvement in other countries, I will always be right.
That's because it's so... Okay, not to pull away from your
say,
epic victory lap
Don't
here,
even.
But it's a very safe bet to assume that if there is some kind of conflict anywhere around the world, the U.S. has some form of asset on the ground there.
I'm just saying,
period.
I nutted up day one. That's
right.
all I'm saying. Okay?
When everybody says, nobody's there, nobody's there.
When they said there are no U.S. boots on the ground, I said, bullshit.
That's right.
Okay.
You got this 100%.
The claim was reported by the newspaper senior and international correspondent Jorge Malbranot on Saturday, the day when British Prime Minister Boris Johnson made his surprise visit to Kiev. The British leader was reportedly surrounded by guards from the elite SAS force, though his claim was not officially confirmed. SAS units have been present in Ukraine since the beginning of the war, as did the American Deltas. Malbrandt tweeted, citing a French intelligence source. He added that according to the source, Russia was well aware of the secret war waged against its troops by foreign commandos. Le Figaro included in its report and the updates in Ukraine. The UK and the US have been among the most active military supporters of Kiev. Johnson reportedly personally urged his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky to keep on fighting against Russia and not settle for peace until better terms are offered. And we'll talk about this. He actually said that. And we'll talk about this later when we talk about the progressive letter, because they're asking for something that Vladimir Putin offered at this time, and Boris Johnson said, don't do that. And now if you even talk about that, you're garbage. You're total garbage, and you're pro-Russian, and you should just go away, because no one wants to hear anything that you have to say. It's really pretty incredible.
Bad.
It's really, really pretty incredible.
You can switch the stance of the entire progressive caucus just by being like, well, you guys are pro-Russia, aren't you? Actually, never mind. We didn't even mean for that letter to go out.
We didn't even vet that. Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. 30 people read it, never been vetted.
They all signed it.
30 people signed it, never been vetted. It's incredible. Western pro-fighting consensus was apparently confirmed last week by EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell, who said on Saturday that the war will be won on the battlefield, and he too was visiting Kiev. British media earlier reported that dozens of the retired, quote-unquote, SAS had gone... Okay, so let's talk about that for a second, right? Because this is something that's become more common. I would have to guess, because I don't know when they first started. I'm going to say the last 15 to 20 years, right? Where they would take people from the special forces, they would retire them, quote-unquote, they would employ them as contractors, and then they would deploy them to places where the government can't go because it's technically considered warfare if you do that. This has become... extraordinarily common. There was a group.
It's the era of the proxy war. That's how you do that.
And this started with like DevGru and stuff like that in America when they were really kind of figuring out how they were going to do this. That's all these big groups, this Blackwater, all this type of shit. That's what these people are used for. That's either that or they're also, like in America, they'll employ them with the CIA. Right?
Yeah.
And so you're not in the military anymore. Now you're a CIA operative, and you can go all over the world because you're clandestine. You can do whatever. And it's not warfare. We're doing, intelligence things. Even though you're going to be murdering a bunch of people while you're out there, it's intelligence work.
Yep.
That's super common. So,
or you do like Mike Baker, and then you start making like entertainment shows.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
After you
Retire.
leave
Yes.
the CIA.
So that's why, and that's also why retired in here is in quotations, because
Yes.
they're retired, but they're still absolutely working for the government. They're still SAS soldiers.
They're over there fighting. They're still doing the thing.
Yes.
So, and just to preview, stick around for part 3 because that concept is going to be built on 1,000 times over in part 3.
Oh, yes. So, reported that dozens of retired SAS soldiers had gone or planned to go to Ukraine to contribute their expertise in reconnaissance and anti-tank warfare in Kiev's cause. Their services were allegedly paid for by a country in Europe still to be named via a private military company rather than by the British government, according to the UK tabloid, the Daily Mirror. So
at this point, the country in Europe yet to be named, single-handedly being solely funded by America and a little bit by the rest of the Western nations and NATO.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, we are paying for these people to be on the ground, right? The check might say Ukraine, but we're floating their entire budget.
I mean, if the company that they're employed by is in Ukraine, but I wouldn't expect that they
if it's not Ukraine, it's another NATO ally.
And that's what I would expect.
Yeah.
Which I think would be easier to get away with. I think it would look really extra double sus. There is no deniability if you set up a defense company in Ukraine and then employ special forces from different countries. So it would have to be from a different NATO ally. So there is at least some form of deniability.
And I bet you a good place to start looking at that would be in and around the Ukrainian coup in the early 2000 teens when we first turned over the government in Ukraine. I bet you that would be about the time frame you'd want to start looking at, like when X military company came in from fucking Latvia or whatever it was at the time.
We'd have to look into that.
Oh, that's for investigative journalists to do that get paid lots of money.
Yeah. So this is the secret war they're talking about. This is just the special forces on the ground there. There's also a couple of different articles that we have. This is one that's just from the Sun. That's crack unit of elite ex-SAS soldiers kills up to 20 Russian generals in Ukraine as they vow to fight to the death. This is the same deal as. It's a propaganda story that may very well be correct, but it's also just meant to tell you that they're over there, they're kicking ass, they're doing all this stuff.
Let me pull this up real quick, just because I'd be real curious, because this is from the National Herald India. So, and it's essentially the same exact story that we just read from RT. So I want to just run through it real quick and see if there's any major differences, right? Because this is not Russian propaganda, as they would say. Mind you, it comes from India, so. And they're all part of that same economic bloc, but hey, whatever. Elite U.S. UK forces in Ukraine since beginning of conflict, says French Daily. Quoting a French intelligence source, a reporter from leading French daily La Figaro has revealed that the highly trained special forces from the UK and the US have been stationed in Ukraine since Russia launched its special military operation in the region on February 14th. As the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kiev on Saturday, and it's like the same exact article. The same exact article. I mean, the same flow, the same everything.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson physically Kiev confirms London place as Ukraine's first ally. Elite SAS Special Forces units have been present in Ukraine since the beginning of the war, as have American Deltas. It's 100% the same exact article. I love it. So there you go. Now we've confirmed. RT is not necessarily propaganda because we've got a more Western-friendly source now reporting essentially the same exact story.
Yeah.
Same flow and everything. It's kind of creepy.
And so I just sent you 2 articles.
Defense Scoop?
Yeah, Defense Scoop. Without that, that's the first one. The other one is an older one from 2017, but it's just kind of evidence to underline some of what we're talking about. So this is from Defense Scoop. This one is from October 17th, so it's just from 2 weeks ago. Ooh. The U.S. Army Special Forces operations are assisting in the Ukrainian military in their fight against Russia to good effect, including training and advising on counter-drone efforts, according to the commander of Army Special Forces Operations Command. Okay, so the commander of Army Special Operations Command, they're telling you there are boots on the ground. Mm-hmm. We're telling you that 2 weeks ago. They're telling you. There's no longer question about this, right? Nope. There's another article that we'll pull up in a minute that has to do with the 101st Airborne, I think.
I was just going to say, we got to pull up the 101st next.
That was one thing that upset me because you have people in striking distance. Someone could die, right? My issue with this is you are setting someone up to die. You are asking for U.S. troops to be killed. You are asking for us to be brought into this war. That's all that this is. I don't care how you want to veil it. You want to say, oh, well, it's a quick reaction force for NATO so that we can defend our allies. Okay.
We have that.
That's fine.
Yep.
That's fine. When the Russians launch an old-ass missile over here and it doesn't go where it's supposed to and someone dies, what happens? Then what happens? American troops are dead and we are in war now.
Yes.
That is what happens. This is what you get. This is what you're asking for. That's one thing. You're now telling me there are special operations, there are SEALs, special forces, whoever it
Deltas,
is you
baby.
sent over the Deltas that are now in country in Ukraine. Where you're also telling me they're flying drones, they're launching missiles, they're taking out civilian infrastructure in Kiev. They're all over the place. So even if they're not on the front lines, if they're back in Kiev, they're still launching
get
drones
dead.
there. When a Delta operator dies, what are you going to do? Sorry, no, you're going to fucking send the troops in. It turns to full war. You're asking for us to go into World War III. This is what you are asking for by having U.S. troops, operators, whatever you want to call them, whoever it is, having them in country. You're asking for us to go to war. You're asking for our sons and daughters to be deployed, to send to Europe for the next 20 plus years to fight a war that is bordering on a nuclear crisis right now.
So, two things I want to bring up. First of which is that quick response force they're talking about, right? As far as NATO is concerned, we have that. This is why we have and have always had troops in Germany, stationed in Germany, because that was the jump-off point for the quick response force that involved the defense, the Article 5 defense of NATO and its allies. After that, any other incursions throughout, when we already have that ready to go in Germany, period. In
Germany, in Poland.
Well, any reason why we would move that force closer to the line of conflict, it makes you question, why the fuck are you putting them that close? Because all you're doing is you're asking for escalation and you're asking for something to happen so that you can have a response. Otherwise, you're already there. We've been there for decades at this point. Why are we getting closer to the line at this point? Why are we doing that? For show of force, so that we can say, don't come over. We're right here. Don't shoot anything else at it, because then we'll get you.
Yep.
We'll get you. It's a hazardous way to go about, waving your big dick around. This is a way for your big dick to get shot at. It's not a good way to be doing that. Your big dick should be stuck behind, in a safe place, so that there's no possibility
Keep
of
it in your pants.
Keep it in your pants. Just show the bulge. Just show the bulge.
Yes.
Like,
no, I think that's great.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
a great way to put that.
Yep.
I think it's
a
funny, but it's a great way to put it. I think.
Just show the bulge. You could see it in your gym shorts, but it's not out there front and center.
In your PT shorts, you see in your PT shorts.
PT shorts. Let's keep
Yes.
it military. Let's do
Yes. So, and to me, to underline this particular point,
Yes,
right? The
yes.
most troubling part of this aspect for me, go ahead.
I forgot my second point.
Yep.
That was
Yeah.
the first one, right? We already have troops there anyways, right? The other aspect of this is there's always the possibility too, because we've seen this happen before too as well, where particularly in that issue when we had a couple of, I think they were Deltas, get killed in Africa relatively recently, right? And there was that, and then they just
think
go,
they were Rangers.
and they Rangers, yeah, and we just
Neither
go,
are there.
we're not going to talk about it. We don't talk about it ever. Keep it hush.
Why are they in Africa?
Yeah, but with the media reporting of us already being there now, I believe up to this point, you probably could have made the argument like, well, we don't have anybody there, because that was their narrative, right? And so if somebody dies, they just go, I don't know what you're talking about. He's retired. Or whatever the fuck. I don't know what. He was a volunteer. Something like that. But now it's gone. So now you've already opened up yourself. You've opened up yourself now to the possibility of that becoming public news. And then it's already out there, because multiple reports now. We have U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine, period. So now it's out there, and now if one of them dies, you can't and we have the 101st
And
being there.
And the only reason you send special forces instead of the retired SAS and the retired special forces, like we were talking about before, the only reason you send regular special forces because you want people to know. It's because you're not afraid anymore of them.
This is from the DOD.
Yeah, it's from 2017, but it's just to kind of underline if they were doing this before, they're not going to stop when it intensifies. It's going to continue on. So that's really all that is. So you can just show it, but the only point really is that this was confirmed by the DOD a long time ago that they were doing this.
2017.
They're not going to stop doing it because it gets worse. They're
Across
going to
southern
keep
Ukraine,
doing it.
U.S. Special Operations Forces train with Ukrainian Special Operations and conventional U.S. and Ukrainian naval forces during Sea Breeze 2017, July 10th through the 21st. Hey, that's my birthday. So this is before the conflict.
Yes.
This is after Crimea.
Yes.
Because Crimea was 16?
2014. Yeah.
Okay.
And
so we've been in Ukraine
been there
since, at the very least, I would argue probably since the coup, but since Crimea got taken.
We were there when it kicked off. So
we kicked it off.
Right. My only point with this, like I said, I know that it's older. My only point is that we're not going to go when it gets worse. We're going to stay there when it gets worse because it's worse
exactly.
now. That's my point with that, right?
We're not going to go because we're already there.
My biggest concern with all of this, with the training from the UK and the United States, right? The most troubling part of this to me is that all of the major wars of our lifetime and our parents' lifetime, you can even go to our parents, have started in this exact same way, right? We've talked just a million times over. Vietnam started in the 50s with the OSS training the Viet Minh to try and fight the Southern Koreans, right? That's how that started, okay? Afghanistan started in the 90s by training the Mujahideen to fight the Russians, okay? That's how that started. We ended up in those countries 20, 25 years later fighting the same people that we armed and trained because they were doing shit that we didn't like because we weren't paying attention to who we were working with, right? All these people now that are trying to talk to you, they're trying to even question for a moment, aren't there state-sanctioned Nazis in this military? Say, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah,
don't you talk about that. You are garbage. You don't support Ukraine. Listen, I'm not saying I don't support Ukraine. I'm asking you, are there Nazis in the military? Don't worry about it. I'm pro-Ukraine. You're a piece of garbage, right? Don't even ask about it. Don't question whether or not there are actual literal Nazis in their military, because that doesn't matter. If you don't support this, you support a fascist, right? That's crazy. That's a crazy idea.
How's that?
Crazy belief to have.
So if I don't support the Nazis, you're a fascist.
You're a piece of garbage, right?
But aren't the Nazis fascists?
Right. So not only do I fear that this will turn out the exact same way, we are wholly unable to deny our involvement in this conflict because we are training the Ukrainians to use howitzer missiles, and that is no different than providing the Saudis with targeting information that they can use in Yemen. This is all the exact same thing, right? It's the exact same thing. None of this is any different, and we can't deny our involvement here the same way we can't deny our involvement in Yemen. You can say, oh, we're just standing in the room. It doesn't matter. You helped kill those people. You did this. You helped get us here.
Yeah. Now, I have a question just kind of parallel to this in a way, right? When you think about our involvement in Africa, that kind of ended more or less, at least as far as the public eye is concerned, with Mogadishu and Black Hawk Down.
Yes.
Why are we not there anymore like we are everywhere else in the world at this point? Obviously, we're there because we had those servicemen killed.
Yeah.
Whatever branch they were at that point, whoever these special forces level people were. But why do we not have a bigger footprint there? Is it just media attention? Because it's a quieter place in the world, so there's no Putin to point out. There's no Iran to point at. Is that what that is?
To a certain extent, right? My answer would be that the politics there are even less stable than in the Middle East.
Oh, word.
In Afghanistan, there was a party that we could push out the Ba'ath Party and support who we wanted and move from there, right? We could do that in Afghanistan. In Mogadishu, in fucking anywhere in Africa.
Yeah.
There is not a good party that you can bolster that will still be there in 20 years.
Yeah, it's all just warlords and shit.
Doesn't
at this
exist.
point, yeah.
And that's what we were doing in Mogadishu, is dealing with fucking warlords. That's what we were dealing with, is warlords and different people fighting literally in the streets and killing civilians. That's why we were there, right?
Great fucking movie, by the way.
There isn't any one party or government to try and support there, not only that you can support on a even minimal moral level, but that you can expect to still be there in 20 years. It's going to be a complete waste of money and time to try and invest in somewhere, because if you do, all you're doing is creating a puppet state.
So is that
the only way for that to work in a country of that stature is for you to be bolstering that person the entire way, and then it's just a puppet government that the people aren't going to support anyway. We know that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, because we've already done the deed in South America and Central America.
We tried that.
We did that, right? And so there's some form of democratic governments that are in place now throughout the South and Central Americas.
Yes.
So we ain't there no more, because we did the deed. We're there.
Now we just pick people that we support, and we hope that they win.
Yeah. And so when it comes to Africa, that's solely essentially what it would be. Is we tried. This is the old spreading democracy around the world. That it ain't going to work there. It works better in the Middle East than it would even throughout Africa at this point.
It's like in.
That's why we're not there.
Where is it that they're not allowing the food aid into? Where is that? That's
I actually just read a story about this
Haiti?
the other day.
Is that where it's at?
Oh yeah, Haiti.
Yeah,
well, it's run by gangs now.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's the same deal.
Well,
you can only do. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it?
Well, at Haiti at this point, it's only literally a matter of time before we're involved, because literally the narrative around Haiti right now is because the government is essentially in default. We remember, I think we talked about it on the show at that point, the president getting assassinated in his own house, right?
And everyone, his guards were like, I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
It was weird.
I don't know.
He's like,
they didn't have a hand in that.
I have no idea.
But I think the what's happening there now is that essentially the gangs are running most of the country, a number, like a confederation of certain gangs, and there's one that's in charge more than anybody else. But the U.S. doesn't want to get involved, and they're insinuating that somebody get involved, including the UN is saying that somebody needs to get involved. And right now, nobody's willing to.
Blue helmets are not going to be the answer.
No, blue helmets are not. They never are the answer. Blue helmets are never the answer anywhere in the world.
Haiti.
Let's put it that way.
The Haitian gangs don't.
They do not like blue helmets.
The Haitian gangs don't want to see other Haitians in blue helmets. That's just going to piss them off.
Exactly.
It's just going to make them upset that that's what they've chosen to do.
That's my question now. It's like, how long is it going to be? Well, if nobody's going to do it, America will do it, even though we don't want to. We don't want to. And then Haiti's also like, we don't want anybody here. Just leave us the fuck alone. We'll figure it out.
And that's okay. So here's halfway conspiracy time, because this is really how the world works. That's why the stories are coming out now about the denial of the food resources, is because now it's a humanitarian crisis.
Yes.
I'm sure there's going to now be more stories about
cholera outbreak.
Women are being raped now. It's a horrific sexual crisis that's even worse than before. They're being raped, and their children are being raped, and double rape, and whatever. There's going to be humanitarian crisis. Someone has to intervene now, because there's going to be a line somewhere. Now it's stepping on people's civil rights. It's not just food. It's they can't even live happy now. I'm telling you,
if I can't have civil rights, you can't have
them in America.
either.
This isn't about you. This is about Haiti.
Damn it!
You're not Haitian. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, that's how it's going to be. There's going to be shit like that until it goes so far, maybe some type of mass murder or something. Yeah. There's going to be maybe like a rebellion, or that tries to cook up, and the Haitian gangs are going to round them all up, kill them, and put them into like a mass grave somewhere. There's going to be a picture that comes out of the mass grave. America's going to be like, that's it. We can't fucking watch this anymore. It's gone too far. This is, Nazi-esque. We just can't be having this shit anymore. There's going to be a team of deltas that go in there, take out a bunch of dudes with silencers, and they're like, hey, I don't know. We woke up and they were dead. And I don't know.
I woke up and they were dead. I don't know. I will say, the Haitian gang member, I don't know if you saw this picture. It's pretty widespread out there. You don't live
People with shirts on their heads?
No, you don't live in the Twitterverse like I do, but there was this picture of one of the Haitian gang members standing on top of a pile of food that was just out like in the public square, right? And he's standing on there with his AK and shit, and all these gang members.
Short AK.
They wear these super dope like soccer scarves. I'm like,
oh, okay.
I want me one of them soccer scarves. They look really. The Haitian colors are really cool. They're like it's this cool like kind of gold, blue, and red situation going on. But if anything, I will just say the lack of concern about a conflict at which the United States would have definitely previously been involved. 100%. We would have been there like yesterday if this was 10 years ago. We would have been down in Haiti, right? I think that speaks to like the new game of geopolitical brinksmanship that we are playing here. We're playing a different level game at this point because we're dealing with superpowers at this point, and this is a new, if I could say, this is a fight for the survival of the world liberal economic order that was established. Post World War II.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, you laugh, but that's a real deal. It was established at that point. This was going to be the way it was. And for a very long time, the West had all the power. Vladimir Putin just bragged the other day about the West not having the power anymore. The world liberal economic order has essentially fallen apart, will continue until all the nation, the single hegemonic power of the world is no longer, and
Right.
and the rest of the world knows that.
Which is what Putin was talking about.
Which is what he was talking about, and we're that close to that happening right now, and just a matter of time. In which case, Haiti's going to be left. Nobody's going to talk about Haiti for a very long time because at this point we're playing a different game than we used to.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. Nobody in the West is concerned about that. Period.
We can't. You can't afford to do that type of shit anymore. You can't be spread that thin.
I will say this though, if China wanted to kind of put another like stake in the ground somewhere, there's your shot right there.
They're scooping up and screwing over all those African countries. They're going in there.
Well, Haiti's a little different because it's an island nation though, so it's a little different, right? Because is Haiti? No, what's the Dominican Republic? Is that the same island as Haiti?
Oh,
the DR
that's
in
not
Haiti?
Gonna be,
I got to
that's
pull it
not
up.
going to be me.
That's not going to be.
No, I also know that.
I saw this thing the other day
yeah.
on Twitter. It was like the Americans are like terrible at geography.
Yeah.
And the clickbait thumbnail to click on was like, 90% of Americans can't name this nation. And it was like this weird kind of altered version of the European continent, right? That you're not used to seeing. And it was like France is here, Spain is here. And it was like, they can't name this country. And I'm like, bitch, that's an ocean. I know there's not a country there. Don't talk to me about this shit.
That's really funny.
I'm getting relatively decent at the geography of Eastern Europe at this point. I don't talk to me about geography. But now I feel bad because I don't know where Haiti's at.
Yeah. No, I got the United States squared away pretty well. The whole rest of the world, It's
Yeah,
way
there
too
it is.
much.
It is on the same island.
It's just the other half of
It's of the DR, yeah.
That's fucking weird.
So Port-au-Prince is over there. Yeah, it's like East Coast, West Coast thing. But yeah,
weird.
So you got the DR on this side, you got Haiti on this side, and then Cuba right over yonder. Puerto Rico, San Juan is
that
over
would
there.
explain why Dominicans are so dark.
And there's
right?
Jamaican. I'm not.
You
okay, do you,
that's
bro.
Not, that's
I don't
like
know.
a genuine
I don't know what you're talking
question.
about
I'm
because they're on the
saying-
west coast of it.
No, because they're on the same fucking island as Haitian people. Haitian people are like black.
Oh,
Dominican people
because
are
Dominican people are darker.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I never I don't know.
I
That's
was like-
literally the first time I've ever seen that and known that. So I didn't. If you would have asked me where is the Dominican Republic, I'd have said I don't fucking know.
It's right next to Haiti.
Right. So I
and
would
the
have
only
never
reason
known
I
that.
really know that though is because I remember being, I believe, I don't want to like don't fact check me on this, but I believe I was in the Coast Guard at the time of like the major earthquake, and there's a bunch of people trying to be like, I want to go to Haiti, I want to go help, I want to go do this
Yeah.
thing. I was one of those people. I was like, I want to, and of course,
Whoa.
I'm the only cook on my entire ship, so they're like, shut up, put your hand down, you can't go nowhere, you need to feed us.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good sign because then they didn't want to kick me off the boat at that
Yeah.
point, so that's good. But yeah, anyways, Haiti's a whole deal. Yeah, if they, China won't fuck around then because the
getting a little
DR is right
close.
there.
Yeah.
If they were like Jamaica on their own deal, if they were just a single island nation
Right.
all on their own,
Which is what I thought.
that'd be
up until
prime
this
time,
point, Haiti
dude.
was.
That would be prime time because they're already super involved in like Central America and parts of South America.
And Africa.
That'd be prime time for them, but because the DR is right there and we're pretty all right with the DR. That's too close to fuck around with for China. Mind you, they have secret police stations in New York City, but
Yeah,
we don't care. World War III, it's coming, baby. China is already putting ungodly amounts of money all over Africa, the
Right.
Congo, more than
That's
any.
what I was
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah,
Amen.
they call it the Belt and Road Initiative, right? Spreading that
Dude,
all over Africa.
Don't fucking talk to
Yeah,
me
Belt and
about
Road.
Belt and Road.
Belt
All
and
right, I've
Road's
been on
bad
Belt
news.
and Road
Oh.
for years at this point.
Before
okay?
we were even doing the show, you were talking about Belt and
Amen.
Road. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
I've
Belt
been
and Road
all
is bad.
about this.
And it's only now that people, they were kind of talking about it. They're like, it's weird that like China's, investing all this money here. And now they're like, wait. They were screwing over all these African countries this whole time. Didn't you guys know this? Yeah. All this
Surprise.
infrastructure that's like 3 years old is
Yes.
crumbling in Africa the same way it does in China. Like, wait. What's happening? I don't understand. Why is all this? Like, oh, we boned you. We gave you a great loan with an incredibly high interest rate that you didn't know about at the time.
Oh,
And
but now you
here
have
we
to
are.
default on that mineral mine? Oh, damn. I guess we have to take ownership of it. Fucking nationalize it, bro. Kyle Kalinske would love that aspect.
Bad news.
He's a nationalize it, bro.
And he is.
That's my new
I like it.
term, by the
Yeah.
way. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but like that's my new term. All these people, they're nationalize it bros. That's what they are. They want it. Nationalize it bros.
Nationalize it.
Use it, Bilbo. Every time you hear some crazy progressive that wants the state to run an industry, they're just a nationalist, bro. That's what they are.
Yeah.
They're done.
Yeah. So it's bad news.
It is bad
And I
news.
think that kind of, if I was thinking about,
Pontificate for a minute?
yes, yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about like what would be the theme for the show today, and I think that I decided the overall theme, not only World War III, globalism is bad. Globalism is really bad, and this is globalism is really bad. It's a huge aspect of how we got here. Is the unwillingness to focus, not even unwillingness, refusal to focus on the United States. And I think it's a great point that you brought up, Bilbo. You were saying we need to go back to America before World War I, before when Wilson made us become the police of the world. 100%. And we talked about this. I think when I first started thinking about globalism more was when we had the Gator brothers on. And Ivan was on here and he was talking to us about food. If you haven't watched this, I don't know if you were here for that episode. If you haven't watched it, it's a great episode of the Gator brothers. Ivan works for a company that deals with the DNA of food. And he was talking to us about food. And I was like, Ivan, why can't we just eat our own produce? And he said, because of NAFTA. It's because of NAFTA and globalism and all this type of stuff. And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? So I started to look more into that type of stuff. Bad news all over the place. The globalist
Agenda.
view on all of these things, globalist agenda, if that's what you want to call it.
That's the conspiratorial term. You can't say that.
Is
because
at the
red
core
flags.
of a lot of this type of stuff.
Yes.
And I think it's even, I feel confident now it's run itself through the military industrial complex of the United States, that we are now exporting not only our equipment and have the know-how to use it, but the individuals themselves, when they are no longer of active use to us, when they can't fight for us, and
Yes.
allowing them to sell not necessarily our secrets, but the background information and the ideology behind it that has made the American military what it is up until this point.
So
and I
here's-
think that will kind of underline for us how we have got to this point of the degradation of the United States military. That it is just we're lowering the physical standards. We aren't okay with the difficult conditions that have created the fighting force that we've needed to get us here. We are giving away the secrets and the people, the know-how that we needed to get here. So
You're pulling away from the one point I wanted to make real quick.
love
So
it.
before we carry on to the full degradation of the military,
Yeah.
or is that going to be more of a part 3?
that's part 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then,
That's all we have is
as
like
far
the
as
progressive
globalism-
letter for this, and then we can go into part 3.
yes,
So.
and so I want to make an argument that like there are pluses to globalism. There are
State your case, Satan.
the the way in which the corrupt, the people that have gotten us to our version of globalism, bad. Obviously, through like stupid things like NAFTA and all this stuff. If you're gonna do what equates to equal outcome version of globalism, that's bad. Where you got to bring down the United States and make sure that our companies can't rise and do business in certain things because other countries need to be able to do that business
more
instead
of both of those.
through NAFTA, shit like that, right? Bad version of globalism. Plus side of globalism, when you have a more, dare I say, united global governance system in which free trade is allowed to prosper, you take advantage of everybody else's talents,
Okay,
everybody
yes.
else's resources, and that
Yes.
will overall bring up the standard of living and the amount of technology and all this stuff on a global scale, because people in China do better manufacturing than we do in America. We have generationally lost that experience, and it will take generations to get it back. Chip manufacturing, for some reason, it was decided the only people that really get to actually do that, we have the intellectual property side of it over here, we have the technology side of it over here, but we can't implement it like they can in Taiwan. For some reason, Taiwan's the only place in the world
Do you know
that
why?
can do that at that level.
Do you know why?
Why?
It's because we're white and we have big fat fingers.
I mean, I'm a big bird. I'm a giant man. I have to have the bigger phone because I cannot type. I see these people with the small iPhones. I can't do that. Fat
No,
fingers.
because we all have big fat fingers, so we
Yeah.
can't do that. You need slender Asian fingers to assemble something tiny like a microchip. Even though a computer does it. I don't listen. Listen.
Okay. Usually I'm the one that's borderline offensive, all right? What the hell's going on here? So, like I said,
Right,
it's
we're
one of
doing
those it's like communism's good on
Yeah.
paper and shit like that. Globalism can be a good thing, and it's actually what has brought us the ability to have a 65-inch screen TV that you can go pick up at Walmart for less than $5,000 fucking dollars.
I have a
the only
Samsung
reason it
TV.
exists because of globalism. Pluses and minuses. It can do good things, but the way it is implemented and
Yes.
carried out,
Yes.
that affects everybody. And the only good way to do that is through like free markets and free trade.
Yes.
Period.
Forcing
You
people
cannot-
to sell and buy things from certain places is not,
Not
the, right
the way to
go.
do it. That is a centralized version of that. That's the communist, that's the fucking Marxist version of that giant globalist control. Globalism
Which is where we're at now.
globalism is the only reason you and I can do this right now, period.
Certainly.
Period. Now,
A lot of Chinese shit in this studio.
I mean,
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Try to find an American company that makes this shit. Oh, wait, they don't exist.
Don't know
Sorry.
how. Big fat fingers. I told you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I just want to say,
Can't even press the back on the camera.
globalism itself and globalists and all this shit, you got to remember, that is just a title. That's a moniker. That is something that, like, Alex Jones coined as a thing for something else. For the
Yeah.
entity that makes up ESG, that brought you DEI, that brought you the World Economic Forum.
Right.
That is a
So I
different
should-
thing.
So I should say modern globalist ideology.
No, you could say globalism because at this point we're talking about the same thing. But the actual definition,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter because definitions don't matter anymore.
But
But
the realistic
concept
yeah.
of a world economy like that is only good because it gives you access to get anything you might want from anywhere in the globe at any time. And if you're a manufacturer, that's what you want.
Right.
Because that means that you could build whatever the fuck you want because you have access to all the mines in China and in Africa and all the I mean, let's put it this way. If you want like hardcore fucking computational power from the mine, like people that can code to no end, you go to India. That's where you get those people. There's if you want great doctors and shit like that, there's a reason why most of the doctors we have in the United States are imported from other parts of the country.
Right.
Like different
parts of
we
Asia,
can't do
yeah.
all the things by ourselves. When we could probably, we'd be less good at it, but we'd be way more self-sufficient at it.
There's a ton of stuff that we could do, and that's why I started by
Yes.
talking about the conversation with Ivan because
Yes.
because
Yeah,
food production is one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's a ton of things that we could be fully self-sustaining on that we
Yeah.
could
Could have.
we could have our fill here and then export the excess.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All the apples and all the potatoes, all the type of stuff that we grow here that we export to other countries that we could
Mm-hmm.
instead sell here first and then to other countries. That type of shit, like that's a problem. That's not the right way to go about things. Forcing us to import fruit and produce from other countries and export the same stuff that we grow here to a different country makes no sense at all
Yeah.
because it costs Americans buyers more money.
Yeah.
Regular people
And
cost them
jobs.
more money. It doesn't make any sense,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah,
So
the way
that-
we have
that's why I started
implemented
there
it is
because-
not
yeah,
good.
Because that was the first place I thought of it because that was the first time that I really was like, this doesn't make any sense to me that you're
Yeah.
telling me that we could feed our own populace over and over and over again, but there's still
Mm-hmm.
people are starving because we don't allow us to do that.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't make any sense. And
Well, on top of that too, like not only do you have the trade the treaties and shit like that to deal with now, but you also have like the fucking ESG type things that you have to deal with at this point now, because the ESG is adopted on a Western globalist stage at this point. So any multinational corporation is going to hold the military industrial complex, which they are, held to ESG standards. So what's worse than like a relatively modernized globalist military industrial complex? One that also implements ESG.
Woke Halliburton.
Woke Halliburton. What's worse than Halliburton? Woke ass Halliburton. But we're there. That's what we're doing now. Also, why we don't have any fucking weapons anymore. Because nobody was like, yeah, we're going to stockpile more because their ESG score would have gone down. We're just going to say, in the last 20 years, we've been dropping X amount of Hellfire missiles over, per week. So we only need to make this amount. Because if we make more than that, our ESG score is going to be affected. So we're only just going to make what we need to. It's the on-demand economy version of the military-industrial complex. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Zeke in the house.
Hey,
what's up, buddy?
Hey, Zeke. We're just talking about you guys. That's hilarious. We're on part 2 right now. Yeah. We're just getting ready to finish up part 2, and then we'll get into part 3, which is good because you're in the...
You're here.
Good. Yeah.
This is
we'll
real
be
good.
here for the military conversation. So
yes. You want to talk about how the progressives are a bunch of shills that just instantly retreated from their ethics?
Yes, that is the last.
Let me pull up the letter here.
I was just trying to find something because the last time I was watching, I think it was Tuesdays with Stories. They were talking about. I
really need to watch this show.
I think that's what it was. I had Jordan watch it the other day, and I tried to put it on last night. And she said,
don't
I don't like this show. I said, I wasn't sure that you would. She said, I don't like it. So we didn't watch it last night.
I don't know if I could take that much Joe List in my life, to be perfectly honest.
It's a very specific. I told you I don't understand it myself.
Well,
it's
you're a
just
weird
one
dude,
of those
so.
things. Yeah.
Did you see that Trigonometry had Mark Norman on?
I did.
I haven't watched it
yet. Yeah, but
I bet that's fucking good.
Yeah. I saw a clip from it, and he was talking about he didn't understand why things are taken so seriously. He was like, "I tell dick jokes.
Yeah.
I don't think that should no one should be looking to me for advice. I tell dick jokes, and I like it that way."
I've heard that so much lately.
Yeah,
fucking
I think that's really
Dave Smith did this whole thing the other day. He was like talking about running into Dave Attell, and he hadn't seen Dave Attell in a long time, and he's like an OG Godfather in comedy and all this stuff. And he was at Skankfest, and he ran into him, and he's like, "Man, I just look up to you so much. I watched your set tonight. You just killed it, man. You're doing." He's like, and then David tells like, "I don't know. I just did dick jokes all night, man. Whatever." And I walked away. He was like, "My heart was crushed."
Yeah, I think it was that show they were talking about. No, it was your mom. It was your mom's house. They were talking about a company that makes T-shirts of companies without logos in the style of companies with logos. And so the example that they gave was a Halliburton T-shirt, but in like a Metallica logo and like that type of stuff. So I was looking for that T-shirt, and there was another one that they had in like it was
your mom's house is on point.
Yeah, it was like Pfizer or Moderna in like a Coca-Cola, type. So it was like that type of shit. So
bro,
I would love to get a T-shirt like that.
Zeke, you guys going to be bringing up how much military having budget almost $2 trillion. Wasn't going to, but send me a link. We might pull it up.
Yeah, we talk about
fit in.
We talk about the defense budget on a regular basis.
Yeah.
We did not have that one in particular. The overall theme we're talking about like, globalism is bad, is what we were talking about, and just the kind of the general perception of it. In part 2, Zeke, we talked about. It's worth going back the different special forces aspects in Ukraine and the different military assets that are involved in Ukraine right now. And in part 3, we're going to be talking about the degradation of the United States military, and so maybe that's a good thing to start with. Also, this is how much money they spend every year
to train people that are going to go do other shit.
Yeah, so we will talk about that. The last 2 things we have in part 2 is this letter here, and then Colin is going to run us through the amount of money that we have spent thus far, if you have it, in Ukraine. So
and it's the same updated paperwork that I got from the DOD from last time. So it's good.
Perfect. So this letter that Colin has here was released on Monday.
And we're not going to read it because it's a bunch of blowhard bullshit.
We will tell you what it is. And it is a letter from the Progressive Caucus of the House.
Signed by Pamela Jayapal of our great city of Seattle over yonder. That's where she is from. That's her district that she represents. But she's like the Because I think technically Nancy Pelosi is the head of the Progressive Caucus because she's the head of the Democrats, but I think she's a progressive member of the caucus.
I don't think
But
so.
I don't know. I feel like she is, but because she's the leader of all the things, like she steps out away from that. But I don't know. I can look it up. But either way, Pamela Jayapal is the head honcho of the Progressive Caucus at this point.
And the smaller caucus inside of it, of the squad, right? Of
Yes.
like AOC, Ilhan Omar.
Which is funny
These type of
because,
people.
like, how do you usurp AOC's, like, chair as the head of the
I
squad?
think just because she's older, you know?
Yeah, she comes.
just
I'm just like, bitch,
Jaya-
I'm from Seattle,
yeah,
all right?
Jayapal's
I'm
older.
super woke, okay?
Right.
You don't even understand.
You
You
don't
come
know
from
what
New York
woke
City.
is.
You guys have Wall Street. We're just Seattle. So,
Yeah.
bitch, get out of my
We
way.
have fucking Chaz
Yeah.
Chop, bitch. You don't know anything about fucking. You don't know anything about wokeness.
Our mayor is getting hemmed up because
Yeah.
of all the protection she gave
She's
us. all
so
right?
woke, okay?
But yeah, we got members on here like Pamela Jayapal, Corey Bush, all the members of the
Ro
squad. Ro Khanna.
And Ro Khanna, to his credit, after they withdrew this, and we'll get into this, Ro Khanna was like, "Yo, y'all are pussy." He's like,
Yes.
this was real, and you should have sent it." And he blew up her spot. He's like, "No, this was real,
Yeah.
and I'm in for it. It was vetted because I signed that shit. It's
Yep.
real."
He's on it.
Yeah.
Ilhan Omar. I know AOC's on
here.
there.
She is. All signed, different colored
Rashida
pens.
Tlaib.
So they all signed this, right? There's
Yes.
30 members of Congress that signed this. Okay, so this
Jamie
letter-
Raskin.
There you go. This letter was released on Monday, supposedly sent to the president, and it is. They're all e-signatures and stuff. It
Of course
is,
they're all e-signatures,
yeah,
but they're in the standard black or blue.
yeah, it is a letter telling the president that while we support, in essence, while we support Ukraine, we think that we should be pushing toward a diplomatic resolution to what is going on in Ukraine.
Yes.
Right? So this letter comes out. A lot of people are very upset about it. How could you? Simple Google searches should pop up that the military has spent upwards
Get
of
me a
1.77
pull that shit up,
trillion.
Jamie.
I suspect it's actually more because of our nuclear doesn't technically fall under DoD. I know, isn't that wild? The way that they just tuck away little, you know.
It's wild.
Yeah,
It's wild.
Don't worry about the submarines. Don't worry about all that stuff. That's something else. It's different. You know, it's a different deal. Don't worry about that. Yeah. So this letter, what it says, like I said, it is we believe we should be pushing towards a diplomatic resolution to what is happening in Ukraine. Some people were very, very upset. They immediately lashed out on all the people who signed this letter, talking about how they are pro-Russian and they don't support the Ukrainians, and it's crazy to think that we should be providing any concessions at all to Russia, and really all that we need is Russia to just fully withdraw from Ukraine, and that's the only condition in which we should be looking to seek any type of end or resolution to this. It's really a pretty horrific standpoint of which these attacks came from. The next day, 24 hours later,
24 hours.
24 hours later, Pramila Jayapal comes out. She sends out another letter that says, actually, this first letter from yesterday is from several months ago, and it was released without vetting by one of my staff, right? So what that means, without vetting, means that a higher member of staff didn't see it, right? What that means is that Pramila Jayapal is saying a member of her staff forged the signature of 30 members of Congress, at least one of which has said that he signed it himself, and then released this letter, right? Right off the bat, because of what Ro Khanna said, we can verify that that is not correct.
Well,
because he read
caveat.
it.
Let me put it this way. It would not be atypical for them to come up with a letter of some kind, a memo, have everybody sign it and be like, okay, the deal is we're not going to release this yet. We're going to release this at a time in which the caucus deems it necessary. But we're all here right now. Let's get everybody's signature, read it, sign it. We're just going to keep it in the back
That just
pocket. And
means
when the time is
untimely.
right, we will drop it.
That just
But
means
that-
untimely, not
But it's
unvetted.
still a load of horseshit. Yes, it is not. It has not been unvetted. Everybody that signed this thing definitely read it. They definitely, well,
Or
whether or
at
not they
least
read it,
knew what was in
they
it.
approved of it.
Yeah.
Because they definitely put their fucking signatures on there. Nobody forged that shit. 100%. Every one of these motherfuckers that is in the Progressive Caucus that signed it, 100% signed it. Period. Full stop.
And Ro
Whether
Khanna
they
came out and said it.
agreed with the release date is the only thing I question. What is happening here is Rashida Tlaib is just trying to do
Jayapal.
Pamela Jayapal, Rashida
They're
Tlaib.
all in the same.
They're all the same. But Pamela Jayapal, what is happening here is she's trying to run cover, doing what the Democrats generally do and trying to just make up some bullshit story about how it wasn't supposed to go out or whatever, when at the end of the day, they should have just stood by it and just been like, yeah, our bad. We're a bunch of pieces of shit. Sorry. We're not with the Democratic narrative. My bad. We'll withdraw our letter.
Right.
But
and it would put them in better standing with their constituents if they did too.
Yes.
Because we played the video of AOC last week.
We did.
Ilhan Omar has her own.
I got
deal.
Ilhan Omar.
And I didn't watch her video because I was up with kids and everyone. But I quote tweeted it earlier.
Because you're a dad.
Yeah, because I was dadding it up. But yeah, she has her own video. Yeah, we played
with the juice. I can't wait for
OJ's
part 4, dude. The
wild,
juice.
dude.
He's trying to get in there.
Yeah, we played the video last
There it is.
episode of AOC and her getting screamed at by her constituents for voting for the funding, for not even being willing to say, like, hey, this isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
For just coming and voting for the funding to go to Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch it eat itself. It's hilarious.
And so here we have Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, let's see it.
You are supposed to be a progressive Democrat, anti-war. Anti-war. 80 billion to Ukraine is not anti-war.
We'll go over the numbers in a minute.
Ukraine defend themselves.
Ukraine is killing its own citizens.
Boom.
In the Donbass.
War.
Boom.
Helping little children like me that have been held.
In Ilhan Omar's defense, I can't believe I'm saying that. She at least is acknowledging this guy and trying to feed him lines versus AOC just stood up there and was like,
Just
this
watched.
motherfucker, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just stupid.
So unless
Listen, Linda.
unless you have not been paying attention to what is happening, there are millions of Ukrainians that have been displaced. There are piles of bodies that are being found in mass graves. There are little children whose lives are being lost.
By Zelensky. By Zelensky in the Donbass.
But unless you are someone like me that has been that child,
Oh, get out of here.
She's
you're
getting
not
there.
going to tell me what my votes mean and how I get to vote in supporting people who
There we go. He's out. He lost that one.
Because she was able to insert her
Because she is a
experience.
way better politician than AOC is. That's what that was. But, even she's getting pushback from her own people.
That was very like Harris-esque, in much more natural of like, and that little girl was me. That was it's like just inserting that, you can't fucking tell me because that was me. Like I did that, That's she's not wrong, but she's wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
There's so many layers here,
you're
guys.
not wrong, but also this dude is not wrong either. Like
Imagine that. The complexity of dealing with a semi-proxy war in Eastern Europe with a government that has only been recently installed and used to be the number one most corrupt government on the entire planet.
Right.
Imagine the complexity and the layers of trying to sort that shit out.
Yeah, I think the nuclear take from a constituent perspective is a better take of like,
Yeah.
we're gonna die. You
Yes.
you have a
The
fallout
AOC
shelter.
version one.
You have a fallout shelter to go to if the bombs drop, and we will die. And you don't care about that. That's a better. What does she have to say about that? There's nothing to be said about that because that's the reality of that.
Yeah, he was ill prepared. That guy.
Yes,
He got
he's upset,
steamrolled.
which he has every right to be. He's upset,
And
which is fine.
Minnesota, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Different makeup in Minnesota than you are there in New York City.
But you got to come correct. You know what I'm saying?
You do, because otherwise Ilhan
She
Omar
smoked
gonna
you.
fucking
Yeah,
smoke
she
you.
smoked you. You didn't.
And
You were
the
not
room
prepared.
turned on you, bro.
Yeah, they were with you, and then you lost it.
Yep.
That was close. But like I said, she's wrong. She is wrong, but
Yes.
also
Okay.
you
and
weren't
so
ready for the smoke.
We're getting close to the end here, right?
Yes.
But we did not do the commercial for the 101st Airborne.
Right, yeah. This is what I referenced this earlier, and this is we now have a whole is a battalion that's over there that
The 104th Airborne Yeah, they'll talk about it in the commercial,
Yeah,
but
so
we'll get past
we
the,
have a whole portion,
precious
right?
kitty little commercial
we
before
got a
we
whole
do this.
group that's over there that are now on the Romanian border of Ukraine that are training with Romanians, training with Ukrainians, that are doing all this stuff, that are saying that they're ready to respond in case NATO needs their assistance.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And unlike breaking points, we're not going to speed up the actual clip.
No.
We'll just let it ride so that you don't hear everybody's voices as if they're fucking chipmunks.
It'll be great.
Oh, bitch, is this not the fucking... I don't think this is
We
the
have
right
people
one.
in the government that do not care about human life. You are 1,000% correct, Bilbo.
Yeah. No, I'd say most of them
People don't care about you.
They care about their human life.
Yeah.
Let's just see what happens here.
On CBS Mornings, we're getting a look at the U.S. forces closest to the fighting in Ukraine, supporting NATO allies and sending a very clear message to Russia.
In that field,
Charlie
bro.
D'Agata is in Romania
There's no
for us this
covering
morning.
big
Charlie,
rolling
good
field
morning.
Like that.
Good morning, Tony. Romania is now
What's up,
home
Tony?
to the 101st Airborne Division. It's the first time it's been headquartered here in Europe in nearly 80
101st
years.
Airborne Division.
This is some of the equipment they brought from home. A 777 howitzer ready to roll at any minute.
Any minute. There we go.
They're specifically trained to deploy on any battlefield in the world within hours.
Go.
Ready
First
to
badass.
fight. The reason one of America's most elite air assault divisions has been sent right here, right now.
The only thing they're missing here about
We
you
join
on the
Deputy
range
Commander
is you
Brigadier
shit.
General John Lubis and Colonel Edwin Mathaidis, commander of the 2nd Brigade Combat Team, on board a Black Hawk helicopter for an hour's chopper ride to the very edge of NATO territory, around 3 miles from the border with Ukraine.
3 miles.
From the start of the war, Russia advanced from Crimea along the Black Sea to Kherson, aiming to capture port cities like Mykolaiv and Odessa to landlock Ukraine. We're right about here.
We're ready to defend every inch of NATO soil. Why is it necessary to have the 101st here? We bring a unique capability. We're a light infantry force, but again, we bring that mobility through our aircraft and our air assaults.
We skirt along the Black Sea coast as we head further north.
This is
We're roughly
propaganda,
20
Bilbo. You're
miles
correct.
away from Snake Island, this contentious island that's been fought over between the Ukrainians and the Russians.
Of course, bring up Snake
currently
Island.
under Ukrainian control.
At a forward operating site, we watched as U.S. soldiers and Romanian troops pounded targets in a joint ground and air assault.
I like the Romanian flag.
The tank rounds and artillery fire are real. So is the enemy, meant to recreate the fight against Russian forces in Ukraine. A message to Russia and NATO allies alike, we're here.
The real meaning for me to have the American troops here is like if you were to have allies in Normandy before any enemy was there.
In all, roughly 4,700 soldiers of the 101st Screaming Eagles from
The enemy was there.
A message to Russia and NATO allies alike, we're here.
The real meaning for me to have the American troops here is like if you were to have allies in
Major General, he's the chief of Romanian Land Force Staff. Oh yeah,
He
so there's
serves
the
in
Romanian flag.
the Romanian military.
Well, that's an interesting accent for a Romanian. I mean, I'm not that up to date on my.
Yeah, let's hear it again.
Normandy before any enemy was there. To have the American troops here is like if you were to have allies in Normandy before any enemy was there.
What the fuck?
Yeah, okay, so that guy's an American, right? Serving as what the major general or whatever he said of the Romanian military of this
For
particular.
me to have the American troops here is
we're gonna give him a
like
little goog there.
if you were to
This will bring
have
us into part 3.
allies.
Major general, okay,
Okay, let me just go wide shot real quick. I can pull this up.
Julian Bendral. I have no idea what his name is.
Fuck. Damn Windows. Come on, shorten up here so I can read it. Major General. That's an
Iulian. Verdilla.
Let's do a little checking here. What else we got? What do we got? Let's
He sounds like an American.
He
Maybe
does.
I'm wrong. He sounds like an American to me.
wonder what we can. Whoa, that's 2026, 2022. Nothing. Welcome to Fort Campbell. He might just be like Western
Really
trained.
westernized.
Yeah.
Because he sounds like a
Fort
fucking
Campbell.
American.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't pick up any hint of accent in that at all. I want like a background or something.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, that's all we got from that one. NATO general visits hood soldiers. NATO. His involvement in NATO.
So,
Major General of NATO's multinational division Southeast. Visits troops, training complex in Romania. Major General, 2-star general from Romania, spent time in 1st Battalion, 5th Cavalry Regiment during his training in
so he's
Sundown.
Romanian. It sounds like a fucking American, right?
Yeah. That was weird.
I thought that was going to be a perfect segue into part 3.
I was going to be like, you got to be shitting me. He can't be one of them dudes.
I'm telling you.
Wow. Convince me.
Yeah.
Jeez, bud.
Okay. So, all right. So tell me, before we go, how much money we've spent over there in Ukraine.
Oh, yes.
That really scared me.
That was weird. Where is
In part 3, we're talking about veterans selling their services to other countries, so that really scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I
for
was
a
like,
second.
excuse me, what now?
Yeah.
Because you're wearing a flag, bud.
It really scared the shit out of me.
Wow. All right. So, and this is just this year. So going August to October 14th.
That's to the 14th. Which
Yes.
was, what, 14 days ago? 15 days ago?
Yeah, because they most recently signed over. Anthony Blinken is Secretary of State, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's the one that needs to sign this at the end of the day. But he recently signed over another $725 million. And so this is going back just to August of 21. We have sent $10.635 billion over there. That's just this year, mind you. This isn't going back all the way, because when we first did Ukraine by the numbers, it was going back since before the build-up and all this stuff, back when Trump was in office, still sending money over there. But we're still over $10 billion at this point.
Just
since
this year.
Since August. So that's the thing. Yep. There you go. 10.63 billion, or as Joe Biden would put it,
$1,400,740 million. It's hard to even say it. It's so much.
It's hard to even say it. It's that much.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, with that, everyone, we are going to go ahead and take our next break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3, talking more about the degradation of the United States military. Thank you guys very much. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Bye.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Salt of the streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. Salt of the Streets, part 3 of episode 136. My name is Donovan.
I am indeed Colin.
We are very happy to have you guys here again. Thank you for joining us. YouTube.com, Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets. Our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all this on our website at saltofthestreets.com. And our sponsor for this segment here is JP Bakery. You can find her on Instagram at Leggings and Aprons. Everything will be switched over soon, but go there, Leggings and Aprons, and check it out.
Easy,
Order some
easy,
cakes,
easy.
all the type of stuff.
I want you to just maintain this beautiful NPR voice that we've been doing
right?
the rest of the episode. We're just going to do this the rest of the time.
Never. That's impossible.
Oh.
I do what I can.
All I got to say is, fuck you, Zeke. Be rocking my world like that. That was great. Thanks for the info dump. We got some stuff pulled up here in between the segment. Military budget-wise, DOD budget-wise.
Yeah, part 3 of episode 136. It's having to do with the degradation of the U.S. military.
Yeah, we're going to need some more screwball for this one.
In the face of World War II. Oh, damn, I forgot. God fucking damn it.
What does
this have to do with freedom and liberty?
Oh.
Part 2.
What did it have to do with freedom and liberty?
Damn it. I had a beautiful little thing written. It was awesome. God damn it.
Well, why don't you regale us with it now?
Yeah. What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? Part 2. Right? It is our sons and daughters that will fight and die in World War III. I've been saying this since the U.S. got involved, that we had boots on the ground, specifically in this capacity, and it now appears that I was correct. The leaders of this country are playing games with lives at home and around the globe by putting our soldiers in striking distance and refusing to try and end the war. People are dying, unable to pay their bills, and assume they will start to freeze to death. And while it happens, the people pulling strings won't even consider trying to bring this war to an end. They have protection when the bombs drop and plans for afterwards, and they don't care what happens to you. That is what this has to do with freedom and liberty.
If you're lucky, I'll remember to throw that into the end of part 2.
I can only hope. If not, we can cut it, make it a clip on Instagram.
Ooh, yeah. That would be a good one.
Not a bad idea. We'll boost it afterwards.
Yeah, maybe I can make a YouTube short out of it.
There we go. That's the plan.
I think they have to be less than 30 seconds.
That's what we'll do then. We'll cut that, we'll clip it, we'll put it on Instagram, we'll put it on YouTube, we'll boost it on Instagram.
And we can have our first YouTube short.
There we go.
Which I fucking hate the fact that that exists.
It's all the same.
I've watched a few of them, though. Brett Cooper's got some good ones.
Okay, so...
Huge fan of Brett Cooper.
Degradation of the United States military. Let's start with the UAE, because that's the first one that I read.
Okay.
Right? We have...
Which is interesting, because it's not the first one in the series.
It's not. It's the first one that I read. It's just... It's just...
It all works the same, though.
It's just how it happened, right? Okay, so... I didn't know that it was a series when I first pulled it up.
Me neither. Because I read the first article you sent me.
Yeah.
And then at some point, when I wasn't looking at it on my phone, I was on the computer, it was like, check out, it was like a little scroll bar thing that had the rest, and I pulled them up, and that's when I found out that the father of the fucking Navy went to go work for the Russian Navy after he founded ours.
Yeah.
That was a whole deal.
This
is the one thing I could say, because this is a Washington Post...
it's like a
investigative reporting project that they did, akin to what the New York Times tried to do with 1619, a very high budget, big collective project, except this was an actual piece of investigative journalism, which proves to me, unfortunately, that there is still some kind of validity that comes out of the Washington Post. There is still they have an ability to do an investigative journalistic piece that is actually of utmost quality.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to dive into today. It's pretty fantastic.
Capacity.
They do. It's just their regular news that's unfit to print.
So we'll read some pieces of this. We'll read kind of a little bit of the beginning and a little bit towards the end, because in the middle it profiles a bunch of individual people, and none of us are going to know who they are. So all it does is just kind of underline, the
here's an
intensity
example of a guy.
Yeah,
here's
exactly.
an example of a guy.
So we'll just we'll start, and we'll just read some pieces of this.
So how about a quick overall synopsis of what this piece is?
So what these three pieces together, out of this one in particular, the title UAE relied on expertise of retired U.S. troops to beef up its military. So what these articles, and this one in particular, are about are veterans of the U.S. military that after they're retired and receiving pensions, they take contracts with other countries, specifically ones with insane human rights concerns, and they assist those people in rebuilding, restructuring their military, training people. I mean, any different facet that you could possibly think of.
Everything from cybersecurity to lobbying to
everything.
Training,
acquiring
tactical
materials and goods, submarines and stuff like that, like we'll talk about in Australia.
Oh yeah.
So it's really deep. So we'll start here. The hottest overseas job market for retired U.S. service members is a tiny Persian Gulf nation that outsources much of its military to foreign advisors and mercenaries. Over the past 7 years, 280 military retirees have sought federal authorization to work for the United Arab Emirates, far more than any other country, according to documents obtained by the Washington Post under the Freedom of Information Act, which is FOIA. Those who have worked as military contractors or consultants for the Emiratis include generals who made their mark fighting the U.S. in the Middle East. Among them, retired Marine General Jim Mattis, who was a military advisor to the UAE before he became defense secretary in the Trump administration, the documents show. Then
Mad Dog Mattis himself.
Yep, and then there's a picture of him with Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi. He's one of the member states of the UAE. So we'll read a little bit more. The influx of American veterans willing to sell their military expertise to a foreign power, most with the consent of the Pentagon and the State Department, has helped the small but oil-rich UAE build what many experts regard as the most powerful military in the Arab world. And now we'll go down a little bit more.
I just want to hit on one point here real quick.
Yes.
They say real quick, they just kind of drop that in here, that they have the approval of the Pentagon and the State Department.
Yeah, and that's
it did not used to always be that way. It
Right.
used to be that you needed the consent of Congress to be allowed to do this. And then I believe it was in the 70s or the 60s, they changed that to only be the State Department and the Pentagon.
Yeah. So we'll go down a little bit more right underneath.
Which means Congress doesn't need to know about it, by the way.
Right.
That's the important part.
It also means more things can be kept secret.
Yeah.
Like there's less things in records, so
Yep.
they can be denied more. That's why they have to be FOIA'd out.
Yeah,
Right.
and you got to remember, the Pentagon and the State Department don't work underneath the People's Branch of Government,
Right.
aka Congress. So this is stuff that is happening.
They're under the DOD.
Even in the most legitimate government, if we had the most legitimate, transparent government of all time, the people still don't know about this.
Yeah.
Because it's done away from Congress.
Controlled by the DOD, which is under the executive branch,
Yes.
which is obviously under the president's purview. So, excuse me, we'll start again right after that little scroll, side-to-side scroll thing. Federal law prohibits retired military personnel as well as reservists from taking jobs or gifts from foreign governments without approval from the State Department and the Pentagon. The purpose is to prevent veterans from becoming beholden to foreign powers or undermining U.S. interest. The law applies to retirees, generally defined as those who served at least 20 years and receive a pension because they can be recalled to active duty. The Armed Forces and the State Department declined interview requests from the Post. In a written response to questions, the State Department said it judges job applications based on whether they would adversely affect the foreign relations of the United States.
Interesting.
Asked whether the United States government made it easier for the UAE to intervene in Yemen and Libya by allowing the Emiratis to hire so many U.S. military contractors, the State Department said the UAE has long been a vital U.S. partner on a wide range of regional security issues. We intend to continue to help them improve their capabilities to defend their territory and are confident that our strong relationship will continue. The 280 military retirees identified in the records are only a partial accounting of Americans working in as military contractors in the UAE. Analysts estimate that hundreds of other U.S. veterans are employed by the Emirati government or state-owned companies. Americans who serve fewer than 20 years in uniform do not need to seek federal permission to take foreign jobs, and the U.S. government does not track how many work overseas. This 280 is only the people who are retired, right? So who worked over 20 years and who receive a pension. Anybody who served less than that does not need to file. We have literally no idea how many U.S. veterans are serving in other countries, whether they're for contractors or state-owned agencies. We literally have no idea.
We only know a small percentage. I'm assuming it's a small percentage of people because they are involved in that retired status at this point. And it was like, what, 500? Over 500? I think they get into that on the other article. But.
Yeah, this one is 280 just for the UAE.
Yeah,
and these
because this is the primarily where everybody goes at this point.
This is
the UAE.
the most work here.
The UAE is a federation of 7 tribal monarchies that include the city-states of Abu Dhabi and Dubai. It has 1.1 million citizens, about the same as Rhode Island, yet the country launches a massive military buildup a decade ago during the Arab Spring when its royal families became alarmed by the potential for domestic unrest and tension with Iran.
Yeah. And now this is under a military machine guided by Americans. This is like another paragraph down there. The documents reveal that the UAE has hired Americans to help manage almost every part of its military machine. They serve as strategic consultants, aircraft mechanics, instructor pilots, drone operators, missile defense experts, artillery trainers, radar specialists, cybersecurity experts, logistics planners, and maintenance supervisors. Most are U.S. Air Force and Army veterans. About 1/3 are retired officers. Most of the Americans secured jobs with a network of defense contractors controlled by the UAE government. The largest firms are subsidiaries of Edge Group, a state-owned defense conglomerate that reports a $5 billion in annual revenue. The UAE keeps much information about its armed forces confidential, but analysts estimate the UAE spends $22 billion a year on defense, about the same as Turkey. According to the CIA, the Emirati armed forces have 65,000 troops on active duty, similar to Canada and Australia. The Arab monarchy relies heavily on foreigners to staff its armed forces, just as it does to power the entire economy. Immigrant workers outnumber Emirati citizens by 9-1.
Yep.
Andreas Krieg, a professor of security studies at King's College London, estimated that foreigners make up about 40% of the UAE's uniformed personnel. Besides hiring Americans as civilian contractors, the Emirati military fills its uniformed ranks with thousands of mercenaries from other countries. Many come from Pakistan, Oman, and Yemen, while others are recruited from as far afield as East Africa and South America. A former Australian Major General commands the UAE Presidential Guard, leading 12,000 elite troops. A former Australian Major General commands the UAE Presidential Guard, leading 12,000 elite troops in a foreign fucking country.
I'm telling you, man. This is nuts. This is just the UAE. That isn't factoring in Americans training mercenaries, China, UK, etc. Yeah, amen.
100%.
Yep.
100%.
And these are just the ones that the U.S. government approved, by the way.
The UAE's outsourcing of military work to Americans ramped up in 2010 when the country retained Eric Prince. We have talked about Eric Prince about 1.5 million times on this show.
He's your boyfriend.
The founder of Blackwater Worldwide, a prominent U.S. private security firm that gained notoriety in 2007 when its guard killed 14 unarmed Iraqi civilians in Baghdad. Prince, a former Navy SEAL, served in the U.S. military for 4 years before he started Blackwater and created a 7,000-acre training facility in North Carolina.
North Kakalaki.
Working on behalf of the Emiratis, Prince helped recruit hundreds of ex-soldiers from Colombia, South Africa, and other countries to form a commando force that trained at a camp near Abu Dhabi. Plans for the commando unit flopped, and Prince fell out of the UAE with UAE leaders, but the country continued to look outside its borders for combat experience and military expertise.
Eric Prince has a very formerly prominent sister, correct?
Yes.
Betsy DeVos?
Betsy DeVos.
Formerly of the Trump cabinet?
Yes.
Director of Department of Education?
Yes.
Okay, just want to check.
Yep. So now we're going to scroll down to the part about Little Sparta.
Who's this guy? Stephen Kumajin. I like how throughout these series of documents, right, they talk about specific people and they show like their record from the military. This guy, Lieutenant Colonel, 20 years in service, retired 2007, General Manager, UAE National Source and Research Center. U.S. Government Service Operations Officer for Aviation, Joint Special Operations Command, Aviation Task Force Commander, Iraq. Now he works for the UAE. Making bank.
Yeah, these people make on average 2 to 3 times what they make out of their pensions, and that's part of how they get brought here.
Mm-hmm. That's old Eric Prince right there, right? Yep.
Yeah. After he testified in Congress. Okay, Little Sparta retains a 4-star general. The most prominent American cheerleader of the Emirati Armed Forces is former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis.
Mad
Dog Mattis.
Jesus Christ.
Who refers to the UAE as Little Sparta because of its prowess in warfare. The retired 4-star Marine general commanded all U.S. troops in the Middle East before he ran the Pentagon during the Trump administration. Now he works again for the UAE, just so you guys know. He works again for the UAE now.
Yeah.
Worked there before, then came back and worked for America. Now he works for the UAE again. I'm sure there's no conflict of interest at all.
No, man. These guys will be with us forever, ride or die. They're going to be our allies in the future World War III.
Oh, yeah. In a video testimonial posted in January to mark the UAE's 50th birthday, Mattis fondly recalled his first visiting the country as a junior Marine officer in '79. He also reminisced about building a quote-unquote trusting relationship over many years with Sheikh Mohammed and praised the country's troops as equal brothers in arms who knew how to fight. What Mattis did not mention is that he previously worked for the UAE government. In June 2015, 2 years after he retired from the Marine Corps, Mattis applied for federal authorization to accept civil employment with the UAE as a military advisor. The Marines and the State Department approved his request in August 2015, according to the records obtained by the Post, though the agencies withheld other documents that specified his exact duties and expected compensation.
Gotta head out. Hope all you have a magnificent night. You too, Bilbo. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
It is unclear how long Mattis held the role. He returned to the U.S. government He returned to U.S. government service as President Donald Trump's defense secretary in January 2017. Mattis declined an interview request. Robert Tyrer, a co-president of Cohen Group, a Washington consulting firm where Mattis works as a senior counselor, said in an email that Mattis advised the Emiratis on the operational, tactical, informational, and ethical aspects of military operations.
Dude. This guy. Mad Dog Mattis, selling his soul to the Emiratis.
And there was another part down at the bottom that I wanted to read that had to do with lobbying. Because this guy's on like the Space Advisory Board. This next guy, foreign salaries and pensions.
NASA administrator, NASA astronaut, UAE Space Agency.
Yeah.
Charles F. Bolin Jr., a retired Marine Major General and astronaut, served as NASA administrator during the Obama administration. In June 2016, he traveled to Abu Dhabi to sign a cooperation agreement between NASA and the UAE Space Agency. He also delivered a lecture about NASA mission to Mars to an audience of dignitaries, including Sheikh Mohammed. 9 months after Bolin's term as NASA's leader ended, he applied for federal approval to work as an advisor to the UAE Space Agency, documents show. In his application, he said the agency would pay him to attend 2 advisory board meetings a year. The Marine Corps and State Department approved the request, but redacted financial details from the documents, citing his right to privacy. Hot dog. So we got also a space program involved.
Yeah.
It's not just military leaders, but also, obviously, with the military comes space type shit as well, because that's how primarily all that stuff is funded, and most of the technology is researched for military purposes.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not, if anything, inspiring, is it not?
No, it's not good. At the very, close to the very bottom, there's just this small article that goes over different jobs that people had, and so this one says, in 2019, Todd Harmer, a retired U.S. Army Force colonel, received federal authorization to work as a D.C.-based lobbyist for the UAE government. Documents show that he lobbied Congress to approve major arms sales to the UAE and received $180,000 annual base salary from his employer, American Defense International. And my only point with that really is just to kind of highlight the other different jobs that people have, what they're doing, that they're not just working to help their military, they're lobbying our own government for the interest of other nations, right? We're not talking about sharing your own knowledge, right? Or like, well, this is the only skill that I have, so I'm just trying to make money off of it. You're lobbying your own government in favor of other nations. In what world is that? There are a few instances in which the interests of both nations are going to be perfectly aligned, in which it is beneficial, and we should have American citizen lobbying the United States in favor of another nation.
Yeah, this is like, I mean, it's like a whole nother layer of military industrial complex coming back to like just steal more taxpayer funds. I mean, it's like a weird extra layer to that. You're just trying to siphon off more and more taxpayer money. Nation building. It's another layer to nation building. Extra governmental nation building.
So now that we've read a good portion of this article, we can kind of talk about it, and then we'll talk about the other articles. So my issue with this is largely of national origin.
Yeah.
Right? And, and I don't have any problem saying that that's what the deal is, right? It bothers me deeply that people supposedly devoted to this country and having had such an involved and reciprocal relationship with the country for so long wouldn't hesitate more to sell us out to foreign nations, right? At the very least, they have to know and understand that telling people our secrets takes away from what has made us strong for so long. By exporting these things to other nations, that you're taking away from what we had here. It's a secret. That's part of the deal.
Yeah,
the way that we do things, these are American military tactics. That's part of the jam. If you export these highly successful things to other countries, we no longer have that corner on the market. There are other people doing shit the same way that we do it.
Because I'm thinking, like, when you think about what are you marketing, right? At that point, secrets is colloquially something else, right?
Yes, and
at
I'm
this
not
point,
trying
you're talking
to
about
insinuate
like
that they're giving away confidential information, right? I'm talking about like tactics and things. The same thing he's talking about that Tyra or whatever said that Mattis is giving away tactical ideology, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
That's shit that has made American military what it is.
Yeah, like whether or not we're talking about a classification of confidential or
Right.
not, right? The fact that like what a bootstrap recruit goes through at basic training, that itself pays dividends to somebody that doesn't know how to run a military training camp.
Right.
So just that alone, right there, everything that you go through in boot camp to make you an effective soldier on a
The
battlefield.
thought process that you're taught on how you handle a situation.
Yes. Not to mention, then you're talking like tactical training, strategic training, anything, these are all high-ranking officers at this point. So you're talking about officer school and the things that you learn from that, probably going to West Point,
All
blah,
the
blah,
stories
blah.
and situations from previous American battles in which we've overcome circumstances that we didn't think we were going to and been successful. Those are lessons that you learn, different battle plans and stuff like that other countries never went through. People that didn't fight in Normandy didn't have to overcome these particular odds. They don't have those experiences. We have them documented in books that we teach people, like I said, at West Point and stuff like that. You learn that as just a part of the jam.
Or the 20 years of lessons learned from evading the Middle East and how to fight that kind of war. After 20 years of experience at upper level leadership positions, you learn a lot that only can be had by the people that were there to experience it and to learn that.
Yes.
And then you're just going to spread that on, which it's hard to understand how I feel about it in a specific manner. I just know I don't feel good about it. I feel like this is a betrayal to not only your country, for whatever that means, right? Pro-America, anti-government. I don't care about the governmental aspect of America doing this, but like as far as the Americans that have fought and died on the ground over there for the last 20 plus years, seems kind of like a middle finger to them.
Yeah.
Because if you got to be shitting yourself if some aspect of that training did not get down to opposition forces on the ground somewhere that probably killed somebody that came from here.
And that's when you're talking about the other nations like the UAE, their involvement in Yemen. When you're talking about the Saudi Arabia, right? Their direct involvement, not only with 9/11, right, but with the shit they're doing right now with Yemen. They're not only are we on the ground there, we also have contractors that are giving them more information. We're there advising them as our regular military, and now we have retirees that are also being contracted by them to do more shit that the military won't do.
Yeah. And we'll get further into Saudi, but just as far as like the UAE is concerned, I mean, this is not exactly what you would call like a steadfast ally of the United States of America. There is a very, very good chance.
There's 7 different nations in there. It's a gang of people anyway.
Yes.
It's not even one group.
It's 7 different monarchs.
Yes.
This is a good example of what Dave Smith says in the opening of fucking Part of the Problem. If you want to look at who America's next enemy is going to be, look at who we're funding now.
Ukraine.
And not just funding, but training. This, I told you before we started the show, I started to get these like images of The Last Samurai, the movie The Last Samurai of Tom Cruise.
Yes.
During the Meiji era of Japanese history is when they kind of decided to finally open up their doors to the West, if you will, the rest of the world at that point. And they brought in advisors from Germany and France and the United States.
During the 1800s?
Yes, during the mid 1800s all the way up until I think 1912 is when the Meiji era ended. Tom Cruise was
in the Civil War, right? That was his deal.
He was
like
in
knee or some shit like that.
He was like Civil War, but then mostly of concern would be like the expansion into the West and fighting different tribes, tribal peoples and things like that, which applied more to what was going on then, because at that point you had a bunch of low-level, like shogun-level warlords throughout Japan that had their own private armies and had the loyalty of certain towns and cities and shit. And this, I see a very, very thin line between Meiji-era Japan and what we're doing to the UAE. Specifically the UAE, because of the makeup of the governance there and the level of technology involved militarily, and they're just soaking up all they can. And at some point, we're not going to be there as allies with the UAE. At some point, it doesn't seem like a good idea to be exporting all of our military knowledge and expertise to that specific set of monarchies. Call me whatever you want to call me, but it doesn't seem like a good idea to be investing there. Right. It does not seem. I don't know the tactics involved here. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is literally just dangle a paycheck in front of somebody and ask them to come work for you. And they're like, word, I'm there.
Right. So
it seems bad.
Right. There is the mention and the congressionally addressed issue of being bought by another country. Right? And that's what you're talking about here. And so if it's money that's motivating you, right, then it isn't patriotism that made you serve your country. Then why is it that would stop you from working covertly for another nation? Right? Regardless of the legitimacy that I see in the government, I still live in this country, and I, like you, I think, am not comfortable with the idea of anyone putting us as a whole in a compromised position because they want a paycheck from another country.
You know what the beautiful thing about the military is? All the salaries are transparent.
Yeah.
So let's find out what a full-time officer at the level of... Come on, let's find out here. I need to know generals. Staff sergeant, major. Come on, I need like actual officers here. Fucking goarmy.com. 2 more rows. It's going to keep bringing me back there. I want to bring up the actual officer. Officer pay. All this shit is very transparent. So we can find out. There we go. That's what I'm used to seeing. So for like an 08, which is breaking into like the Admiralty generalships, because 09 and 010. Let's just pull this up here. Boop. So you're making... And most of these, by the time you reach there, you have to have a certain amount of time in. All these guys, what we've seen so far, have 30-plus years in. So they're making at least $14,000 a month.
Damn.
So
damn.
There's that. And then when you talk about retirement, after a certain amount, 20 years, you get 50% of your base pay.
Yeah.
Period, full stop.
30
so
years,
after 30 years, I believe it's 75. And then 40 years... I don't know what it is. It might be 100%,
like
but I'm not totally sure. But it's fucking close. And to be making that much goddamn money per month and then decide that you need to turn around and go work for the UAE to go make some more goddamn money.
Because it goddamn it, if it doesn't matter, they still collect their pensions on top of what they are making from the UAE. From any of these other countries, they're collecting their United States pension out of your tax dollars and from another nation at the same time.
How much is that per
I
year?
don't have any other standing other than nationalism to say this. You should not be able to collect money, your pension here, and money from another government to sell your fucking skills as secrets to them. This should not be acceptable. I don't have any reasonable base other than nationalism, but that's fucking crazy that you can collect tax dollars here from citizens and also make money from other nations around the world. That's insane.
So let's say you're in 07. We'll just do the numbers here, right? You're in 07 and you're making 14,970. I can't read that shit. My fucking eyes are going too bad. In 07, making 14,162.10 per month times 12. So you're making $169,000 a year taxes and whatnot.
Times
And then you're
2 or
going to
3
go
plus
work.
the time from the UAE.
So you are getting a pay raise on top of that. Okay. That's what I wanted to kind of fact check, was to see, are you taking less money than you were getting anyways?
No,
and then going over? But no,
this was
you're
saying at the top of this article, it was
200,000 would be
saying-
like the low ball.
Yes.
A lot of these people are making 7 figures when they go over there.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying is this is saying not 200,000, 2 to 3 times what they're making in their pensions. That's usually what they're getting offered, is 2 to 3
And your pension
times.
is better than what most Americans make for working a full-time job now. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, 2 to 3 times their pension.
Jesus. This is dark, man. The one about
Let's see
Libya
if I
really
can
killed me.
find that again.
Because we're talking about Libya, a failed state at this point. And so you're going to invest all this time and money, and then all of a sudden the state fails. Oops.
Yep.
This is some dark shit, bro. I don't want to give it to Washington Post, but if there's part of the reason these giant corporate press outlets even exist is to be able to take losses on stories like this so that they can pay a group of investigative journalists to come out and actually do a major story like this and actually make it worthwhile. That's what these institutions were created for at this point. This is what they're supposed to be. That's why CNN was at a certain point one of the OGs, because they had a big enough network. They had enough money. They had enough infrastructure set up so they can they can embed journalists in war zones to report live on the ground and shit like that. And then they started losing money and they started faking shit, and then that became a problem. But this is why the outlets like Washington Post and the New York Times were supposed to exist for.
Right.
Obviously, they've abdicated a lot of that over the last number of years, but this is a rare occasion where we got something worthwhile here.
I got one more point I want to hit on taxes, and then we can talk about Australia or Saudi, whichever one you want. Taxes, right? Citizens working as lobbyists for other countries may or may not be operating with our best interests at heart. Our taxes are stolen from us. Someone else working to subvert that money in a way that would not help us, because we're talking about the lobbyists, right? Someone working to subvert that money in a way that would not help us and would solely benefit them definitely does not have our interest on top of mind.
Okay.
I wrote it that way.
I forgot. Hydrogen
I wrote
collider.
it that way just for you.
Hydrogen collider. It's
I wrote it
fine.
that way
I
just
live
for
in a
you.
new reality. People say this now.
No, I wrote it just for you that way.
I fucking hate that.
I thought it was.
You're a piece of shit. You know it. It's on top of mind right now.
So I had to make sure that I read
God.
it. That's why I had to make sure that I read it.
Fairly sure we don't live in a real reality anymore.
Okay, so let's read some of this Saudi one.
Yeah, let's go to Saudi. Let's stay in the Middle East, and then we'll go visit our allies down south.
Okay. More. This is entitled "Retired U.S. Generals, Admirals Take Top Jobs with Saudi Crown Prince." Isn't that nice?
And it is no surprise that the Washington Post, in particular, is going to make a real big deal about Khashoggi during this one. That's kind of like their underlying theme. If I
he worked for them.
Recall the article, it does work for them because
he worked for
it
them.
was their guy.
Right.
It was their columnist that got chopped up into small pieces by the Crown Prince, who
Stuffed
these
into
people are
bags
now
and
working
carried
back.
out of an embassy.
Yes. In Turkey, by the way. NATO ally.
Well,
it's fine.
wild.
It's fine.
Wild.
It's fine. They're not going to flip over to Russia's side during World War III or anything.
That's crazy.
It's not going to happen. It's fine.
That's crazy. More than 500 retired U.S. military personnel, including scores of generals and admirals, have taken lucrative jobs since 2015 working for foreign governments, mostly in countries known for human rights abuses and political repression.
Now, we just talked, because we jumped a little bit. This is the first story in the group of 5.
Yes.
And in the UAE alone has the largest portion of these people. 280.
Right.
But overall, 500 in total that were reported
in all these different countries. And there's a map somewhere.
There's
that
a map.
shows
I tried
all
to find
that.
the map.
Yeah.
I almost pulled up the Drinking Bros episode to try to see if I could see it, because they pulled up the map.
A map exists.
It does. The map exists somewhere. You can find the map. But I don't have the map.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. We don't even watch that. That's just from when I was a little kid.
What is that from?
Dora the Explorer, man.
Oh, okay.
She had the map in her backpack.
I never watched that.
Oh, well, I'm sure.
I missed it.
I don't even think I was a little kid when that was a thing.
I had Barney.
Yeah, no, she
I
had...
think tail end to Teletubbies, but I never got into that.
Well, you know who she is, right?
I do know who Dora the Explorer is.
Dora's
Yeah, she has a monkey friend.
She's a small Mexican gal with a monkey friend, yes.
Yep.
It's important. She speaks Spanish.
They made a live-action version of it, didn't they?
Yeah.
At some point, yeah.
I never saw any of that, but...
I'm proud of you.
And there's a map in her backpack.
You didn't have kids at that point, so you're safe.
No. There's a map in her backpack that sings every time she calls it forth.
I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map.
Yeah. That's all the words to the song. I'm the map. That's it. And then it shows where they're going to go.
I used to think that like getting into child entertainment was a really lucrative experience because like how hard would it be to like write some child entertainment? Then it turns out that it's like the most cutthroat industry ever. And to get in, you basically have to be one of those people.
I bet.
Death to Smooch, you watch that. I gotta say, I knew about this, but I didn't think it was this bad. I was gonna tell you guys about this, but it sounded too crazy at the time to believe.
It's pretty horrific.
Yeah.
It's pretty horrific.
Way to go, Zeke. Leave it up to fucking Washington Post to break the story.
Thanks,
We could have
Zeke.
done that.
In Saudi Arabia, for example, 15 retired U.S.
Motherfucker was on the
generals-
ground.
That's
I mean,
right.
If anybody knew, motherfucker knew.
That's right. But we had to talk to him not on the phone. That's the only way we get any of this information.
That's right.
We're going to have to
Get you
fly
in the
to
studio.
Indiana.
Hey, I'll fly to Indiana.
In Saudi Arabia, for example,
Bring my
15
body armor.
retired U.S. generals and admirals for what?
Because it's Indiana. I don't know. Seems like a sus place.
Yeah, because Indiana is crazier than Seattle.
Isn't that where Chappelle lives, in Indiana? Or
No, he
Illinois?
lives in Ohio.
Ohio.
He's from Ohio.
All right, never mind. That whole
Get
chunk
outta
of the
here,
country
Colin.
is the same.
Don't
That-
try and group people together like that. How dare you?
Zeke, do you take offense? Sorry. Carry on.
In Saudi Arabia, for example, 15 retired U.S. generals and admirals have worked as paid consultants for the Defense Ministry since 2016. The Defense Ministry of Saudi Arabia. Just in case that wasn't clear enough. They've worked for the Defense Ministry of Saudi Arabia. So... The ministry is led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the kingdom's de facto ruler, who U.S. intelligence, because his dad is really the ruler.
Well, he's the legit ruler now.
Yeah.
His dad finally abdicated.
Yeah.
He was old as fuck.
Who U.S. intelligence agencies say approved the 2018 killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, a Post-contributing
Say it like
columnist.
Ben Shapiro does.
That's how we did it when we covered it the first time. So
Jamal
I'm just trying to stay canon is all. As part of a brutal crackdown on dissent. Saudi Arabia's paid advisors have included retired Marine General James L. Jones, a national security advisor to President Barack Obama, and retired Army General Keith Alexander, who led the National Security Agency under Obama and President George W. Bush, according to documents obtained by the Post under the FOIA.
So to bring us all the way back to,
Under a
let
FOIA
me ask you
lawsuit.
this morning, or yeah, when we first started, Uniparty.
Yeah,
it's
nothing
all the
will
same
change.
shit. Nothing will change because
he
it's all the
worked for
same
Bush
fucking people.
and Obama.
Yes,
It's no different.
It's the same shit.
Yeah. Others who have worked as consultants for the Saudis since Khashoggi's murder include a former four-star Army Force general and a former commanding general of U.S. troops in Afghanistan. Isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the retired U.S. personnel have worked as civilian contractors for Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, or...
Can I just, when you look at the picture they provided after that, it's a
real
picture of these
Nazi-like.
guys crossing their hearts, swearing allegiance, I'm sure pledging allegiance to the flag or underneath the national anthem, and then they turn around and be doing this shit.
My wife takes offense. She took it personally.
My bad, Miss Zeke. My bad.
All while the Gulf countries' security forces have continued to commit human rights abuses at home and beyond their borders. With shared intelligence, aerial refueling, and other support for the U.S. government and contractors, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have intervened in Yemen's civil war to disastrous effects, triggering a global humanitarian crisis and killing thousands of civilians, according to United Nations investigators.
I'm going to say he looks like a bad guy. So
not
that
good.
helps.
Yeah, it's not good. Foreign governments have long advanced their interest in Washington by paying Americans as lobbyists, lawyers, political consultants, that think tank analysts, and public relations advisors. But the hiring of retired U.S. military personnel for their expertise and political clout has accelerated over the past decade as oil-rich Gulf monarchies have splurged on defense spending and strengthened their security partnership with the Pentagon. Okay. Telling you,
Bro.
these people, lobbyists, lawyers, political consultants, think tank analysts, all these people who are working for the Saudis. Okay. Let's underline first for a moment, right? Jesus Christ, back to nationalism, 9/11, right? What is it? 16 of the 19 hijackers of the planes Jesus Christ, let's just take the narrative because that's the best way to operate it, who fucking crashed planes into the towers and killed thousands of Americans, right? Those are the people that they're working for. They're taking money for to stand in America, who lost thousands of people at the hands of these same monarchs. They're taking money from them to lobby our government in interest of these monarchs. Are you fucking kidding me?
Same people.
What is going on? These people who worked in the military, this isn't real. This is fabricated. This ideology of nationalism that spreads through the military, down from the top down, from James Mattis, from all these people down, this is not real. They do not believe in this. They don't believe in nationalism. They don't believe in America, in patriotism. They don't believe in that. Because if you did, you wouldn't be taking money from the Saudis. That's the whole reason that you were in the Middle East in the first place, according to you guys, right? That's the whole reason you were there. It wasn't for oil. It wasn't for any of that other stuff. It was because for patriotism and for democracy and for America and the world, until they offer you money, until they want to give you 3 times what your pension is, and then you'll take money from them. And then America doesn't matter anymore. You're perfectly willing to stand here and lobby for them, literally, actually lobby for them for money, because none of this actually matters to you. You'll stand here for pictures with your hand over your heart, sing the Pledge of Allegiance, say, I just love it here so much. America's the greatest country ever. I love it. I love all these people. And that's why I went there and I was willing to put my life on the line. I'm sorry. Thank you for the check. And you'll walk the fuck away because you're a piece of shit and you don't actually care about anything that's happening here.
And don't forget, the entire time, it's signed off and approved by the Pentagon and the State Department.
None of these people care. None of these people care about you. They don't care about you. They don't care what happens to you. It's horrific. It's horrific.
Yes. It is
billions of dollars being handed to these people. They don't care about you.
Nope.
They will come home, hug their wives, and say, I made such a fat fucking check this week, you won't even believe.
I am so glad.
Buy some more Burberry. It's going to be great.
Buy some more Burberry.
I'm
so glad that the first episode of Drinking Bros that I convinced you to watch was that episode when the story first broke and Dan Calloway sat there. Is Dan Calloway? Shit. Yes. Dan on Drinking Bros, whoever the fuck his last name is, sat there and just railed against these motherfuckers.
The best thing that he said in 100% serious stone face is, we should have nuked that fucking country off the face of the planet on September 12th. He said, oh, holy shit. oh my God. Okay. Yes, he said, we should have nuked that country off the face of the planet on September 12th. I mean, oh my God.
They wouldn't be able to be doing this right now if that was the case. But then again, couldn't be doing that because I'm telling you, you need to add to your watch list the movie on Amazon Prime called Day of the Falcon. Because Day of the Falcon. It's all about how the Saudis got oil rich and then became the superpower that they are now. And it was just thirsty ass Americans getting involved over there, playing politics, blah, blah, blah. The Antonio Banderas plays the sheik he's like the king of Saudi at that point.
Is that racist?
What?
Is that racist?
No, because he's Spanish, so it's fine. He's a POC already. It's okay. If he was white, it'd be fine.
Matches, so it's okay.
It's not a white guy, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But you need to watch that fucking movie because, for one, it's a great fucking movie and it's very underrated and it needs more press. But also, if you do not see the undertones being laid in that situation already, man, from the jump, as soon as we discovered oil there, we're all just going to sell our soul to them, period, full stop, to the end of time, until we don't need oil anymore. And it continues now to the point where all of our generals and fucking lieutenant colonels and all these people, and then all the underlings that we don't know about because they're not necessarily retired and don't have to report to the government before they go work over there, they're all building up all of their military and the military infrastructure all around that for dollars, for money that I guess maybe as like a side perk, some of that money comes back to the United States. I guess.
Whatever they buy here.
I guess. I mean, I guess they buy houses and shit. Maybe some of that comes in. I don't know. I'm trying to look for perks here, but
there's good enough for me.
No, on the scales, it doesn't really change the scales on that one. All of these people, I have a lot of mixed feelings about, because also fuck the U.S. government, but we're not talking necessarily about the government here. We're talking about the America part of
because
America.
it's putting us at a disadvantage. It's putting us as a nation at a disadvantage. The government,
the people that did 9/11
of those things,
is not.
It's putting us at a disadvantage. It puts us in a worse position globally because we don't have as much control over our own situation, over the way other people are going to interact with us. We don't have as much control anymore, and that's.
But is that,
call it what you want? Us having more control of our own circumstances as a country is better for us, right?
Okay.
Call it what you want. That's better for us. For us to control what happens to us is better for us than other people dictating what happens to us.
Because it's in the national interest.
Because I'm better off knowing that other people aren't deciding how I'm going to die.
Yeah. Okay. I'm having these thoughts run through my head right now about like American imperialism and getting involved abroad in other wars and things like that.
I said that earlier. This is separate from my views on the government, right?
Yes.
Because this doesn't necessarily have to do with them. This has to do with the choices individuals are making in the way that could potentially impact me, my friends, my family, the people that I love.
Not with the government, but with America.
With America,
Yes,
because
100%.
they're shifting policy. They're shifting the way that governmental interactions are being done around the globe. That affects me. Those things affect us directly. If they're putting our military in a compromised position because we no longer have a corner on the market like we used to, we don't have as much control over our own circumstances. That's not good.
My suspicion is that this part of a CIA operation, is that a wild thing to guess?
It depends on what you think the goal. I would need more about your plan because certainly the CIA is involved. This is all a DOD thing. I mean, certainly they're involved, but
I would like to think, ultimately, that this is like basically CIA comes to you and hey, man, you should take this contract, this thing. But I don't think that that's true.
No,
I think unfortunately these are just making individual decisions to sell out the rest of the American public.
The part that maybe we did or didn't read on the first article for the UAE one is that the way that these countries get you is they create subsidiaries of their own defense companies in America. Those companies, and let's go back to the UAE article and we could talk about that because there's a whole portion of it. There's a whole portion of it about them talking about in Virginia of the way that they do things because
the military machine guided by Americans?
No, it is further down.
Little Sparta.
Under Little Sparta.
It's such a good fucking set of stories, man.
A recruiting office in Virginia.
Control F. Recruit. Nope.
It's the title. Just keep scrolling down. That's the title of one of the sections.
Okay. It's in UAE.
Keep going down. Keep going down.
Sparta.
Keep going down.
Foreign salaries.
There you go.
Recruiting in Virginia.
Okay. One of the foremost recruiters of U.S. talent is Knowledge Point Educational Consulting, LLC, an Abu Dhabi-based company. Okay. In 2010, Knowledge Point established a subsidiary with an office in Alexandria, Virginia, which is fucking miles from the capital, right? A stone's throw from Washington, and advertised scores of open jobs with the UAE military as senior strategic advisors and planners. The positions were tailored for recently retired U.S. Army generals and colonels, many of whom are looking for work after serving in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not the CIA.
Why are they looking for work? They're retired.
They're retired now. What are they?
You don't need to work anymore.
It depends on how old they are. If you enlist at 22 and you retire after 20 years, you're only 42. So you know what I'm saying? You're
Go
38.
open up a fucking hardware store.
I don't disagree with you. Your question was, why do you need work if you're retired? Because you're 38.
So you go work for other nations.
I don't disagree
Bad life
with you.
choices, people.
I'm answering the simple question of why do they need another job. That's what I'm answering for you.
Fuck.
Okay, in 2010, Knowledge Point established a subsidiary with an office in Alexandria, Virginia. Several retired U.S. generals signed fixed-term contracts with Knowledge Point to move to the UAE and work as military consultants, the Post found. James Chambers, a retired two-star Army general who formerly oversaw U.S. military logistics in the Middle East, led a team that advised the UAE's Joint Logistics Command from 2018 to 2020. William G. Webster Jr., a retired three-star Army general, spent 1 year in Abu Dhabi as a Knowledge Point senior manager, working on capabilities development review for the UAE military. Chambers declined to comment, and Webster did not respond to message. Others have stayed for longer. John McDonald, a retired 2-star Army general who served in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, has been working in Abu Dhabi since February 2018 as a senior advisor to the UAE Army. U.S. Army officials redacted salary information for McDonald and other generals. He declined an interview request about his work with the Emirati military. Not interested, he wrote an email. I don't like how you twist words that you represent nor the paper and the leadership. Don't blame you. Okay?
Don't fuck around. Don't ruin your goddamn reputation at the Washington Post because these people, you can't get a comment on them afterwards.
Knowledge Point provides consulting
Jesus.
services for numerous industries and has about 2,000 employees. Knowledge Point, which is the American subsidiary.
2,000.
Okay? That's what I'm telling you. This is not about the CIA. I'm telling they're definitely involved. They're 1,000% involved because they're involved in fucking everything here, right? These people they're being bought by money. They're being offered, they're retiring, they're looking for jobs. And when you live in Alexandria and you go on Indeed.com and you look for a job making X amount of dollars per year, one shows up that says, we're looking for retired military personnel to work at this advising company, a Virginia-based subsidiary for a fucking UAE company. Say, well, it's an American company. Why wouldn't I work here?
You know, I have a feeling that they don't necessarily need to look for work. I'm sure they have headhunters. They are ready to go, waiting for them to get out of office and be like, hey, sir, well, now that you're officially retired, you ready to take this job? Because, and okay, so let's step back for 1 minute here. Let's break this down to the human level a little bit, right? You're retired Army general.
Yep.
You've done this deal.
2-star, 3-star.
Yes. Which means you spend a lot of time in Washington lately.
Yes.
And you live in Washington now because
probably in Alexandria.
They don't really work anywhere else, right, at that point. And it's kind of a dingy place. It's expensive. Crime's really high. It's not a great place to live. And somebody comes to offer you this other job, right, where you're going to go advise over there. Are you living over there? Probably, I would imagine. At some point, you're going to get a pretty nice hookup, I would imagine.
Most of them do.
The salaries are one
thing,
right?
They're going to pay you a contract.
It's not
for
a bad
2 years.
deal.
There was another portion of this that says they can do contracts for as little as 90 days. So you can go there for 3 months and get paid $80,000 to work in the UAE for 3 months. That's for a regular person, an entire year's salary.
That's legit.
And if you're still getting your pension,
yeah.
How much more money do you need, right, to have fun and do stuff, right? Your pension almost definitely covers your bills for the year.
Yeah.
So the money you're making is extra stuff. You're trying to invest that. You're trying to make more money. There's a boat that you want. There's another car that you want. Your kid needs to go to college. Your grandkid needs to go to college. I'm not making excuses for these people. They make enough money. It's money that is doing this. There is something else going on because they make, like I said, just enough money to pay their bills, right? Whatever money you're making, $100,000 a year, if you were making a little bit more than that, if you're making 75% of what your base pay was, you're used to it being 100%. You're going to have to lower your lifestyle a little bit to meet with just your pension. So if you want to maintain the lifestyle you had before, why don't I just go and make a little bit extra cash over there?
So then... Now let's.
So it took me 90 days. I'll get 80 grand. I'll come back. Yeah. I'll go back in another 2 years. I'll do another 90 days. It'll be fine.
And it's probably legit as fuck when you're over there.
And that's what some of these people are doing 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. When you're making $100,000.
And you're in a good spot. I mean, when you think about like these cities that the Emirates has built at this point, or even Saudi, jeez,
they have vending machines that dispense bars of gold. Yeah, that's
they
one
are
of the.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's one of the things that when they're talking about what appeals to them.
Let's catch up with Zeke real quick.
Yeah,
totally possible they are greedy fucks and selling out Americans, but people in their positions should be well aware of the national security risk, and there's no possible way a government entity is not keeping tabs on them.
Well, certainly, they have to get permission to work there,
and I think that's the underlying problem here is that the government approves of what they're doing.
They don't care what they're doing.
At the best take, they don't care. Otherwise, they approve of what they're doing.
Yes.
Which I think is just.
And there's okay. So let me maybe I didn't totally understand what you're asking, but let me reframe it. Right. There is certainly a possibility, and in our third article, we will underline that that the United States government is hiring or allowing these people to take jobs in hopes or with the long-term intent that they will be able to subvert things in those other countries in favor of the United States.
Yes,
And
because
we'll talk about that in the third article.
And let's move on to that real quick because we've talked about Saudi Arabia and
UAE.
the United Arab Emirates,
Yes.
which are in the Middle East and obviously have a lot of baggage that comes along with them.
Yes.
The third part of this, we don't have any problems with them because who we're going to be talking about next is Australia.
Yes.
A steadfast ally.
Just signed
who
an
has
enormous
fought with us
contract
during
with
World
them.
War II. That we've been OGs
Afghanistan?
since Australia was a penal colony. We were with it. So
Yes.
this is a totally different deal. So
This
let's see
is-
if our views adjust when we talk about the same exact thing going on, but with ally or not, whatever you call it. Like,
Right.
These are good friends of the West.
Much less
if you
question
will.
of whether or not they're an ally than the UAE
Yes.
or Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, mind you, don't look at their domestic policy because kind of Nazi.
No,
but-
because they're authoritarian. There's no doubt about
100%.
that. I
But
have
they
major
are-
concerns.
They
Yeah.
are the West. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
have
This is
concerns
we're
about
not in the
the
Middle East
aligning with
anymore.
them, but yes, you're correct. I have that written here. That's one of my concerns. Is
I don't want to fund another Hitler here because if there's going to be one that rises up, it's going to be from New Zealand or Australia. Which
Yeah.
let's be real about.
There
this.
is no doubt that our interests align more with Australia, but I'm also not keen in providing military aid to a nation that seems to be authoritarian. That's what I wrote. No, I'm there. I'm right there with
We're
you.
there.
We're there. Yes.
I'm definitely being an optimist. He says, "Yeah, word."
Yeah. Oh no, we're gonna ruin it for you. Don't worry. Okay. Two retired.
I'm really, really uncomfortable about this. I don't like
it's
this at all.
Super dark.
I don't like this at all because, I mean, yeah, fuck. You watch Generation Kill about the invasion of Iraq and shit like that, and they're talking about Mad Dog and all this stuff, and you realize like his involvement and all this stuff, and then turn that motherfucker around another 10 fucking 15 years, and now I'm working for the Emirates. What is? I mean, I know it's not exactly the same.
I was telling.
But fuck, man.
The day
Seems really, really weird.
The day of Michael's pinning last Friday, right? His brother.
A lot of khaki around.
Yeah, just a sea of khaki. I said that, a bunch of people
That's what it
laughed.
was.
They thought it was hilarious.
A
Yeah,
sea of khaki. That's right.
And
shout out fucking Michael, by the way.
yes, congratulations, Michael, brother-in-law.
I'm a sailor, bro. I know what that means.
And
it's good shit.
So his brother was there. His brother drove us on base, and so
Uh-huh.
on the way very short from our house to onto the keyboard base. So I was telling him briefly about the conversation that Jordan and I had the night before about the military, the issue I was having with the ceremony and with serving the military, because I had just started to read these articles. You know what I'm saying? So
This is like about like chief's mess initiation and shit like
yes,
that. And,
yeah,
okay.
and from the top down of like the people who are at the top of this, who are incentivizing this treatment that you're doing, don't care about this. Like they're in favor and promoting all of this treatment and the harassment and the whatever that you're going through
without
because they
giving
think it's good
anything
for
away. Homeboy is like top tier subject to be like, hey man, you want to come work for us?
What am I saying?
Word.
Right? And when you have an example like this, why would you not do it? What other reason do you have to not do it? Because the people at the top don't care. They're creating conditions in which people will continue to do this because nobody cares. You're getting the shit beaten out of you.
And the
for-
worst off
for
America
nothing.
gets, the more chance there is, I think, of people of lower level people down the ladder taking advantage of that. Because why the fuck would I not? Because it's shitty right now.
And how much can I blame you when you're a fucking cog in the machine?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When this is the structure that has been provided to you. There's a difference, and before we get into this, right?
Yes.
There's a difference, and
I don't like it.
Like almost an unspoken agreement. I'm not trying to whatever, like almost an unspoken agreement that civilians have with the military, that especially with people who've done combat tours. We recognize when you have provided your youth to the military, you may not come out on the end with a marketable skill for a job on the back end. So we understand and accept and have allowed and created an industry of military contracting where you can continue to make money and use those skills, and we're going to kind of turn a blind eye to it because you're still over there killing people and we don't really want to talk about it, but these are the conditions that we've created for you because this is what we've asked you to learn how to do for your whole entire career, right? This is something we accept begrudgingly because this is what we've asked you to do and you're doing it for America, right? We're crossing a line now where we're now doing it for other countries where this no longer benefits us even a little bit. You're doing it for completely separate nations that only benefits them and yourself. That isn't why people join the military. That isn't supposed to be what the whole idea is about. That's the problem with it being a career. That's the problem with it having a structure like this.
I'm having a real hard time trying to square this away in my mind.
Question away.
From the governmental standpoint, from the Pentagon, from the State Department. I mean, I feel like that's a stretch, man, to have them be like, well, yeah, we know we haven't given you marketable skills, so you're good to go here.
I'm not talking about
I don't
this.
think about that.
I'm talking about general military contract. When you're talking about Blackwater and all the type of stuff that when people are done in the military and they
do whatever.
retire, when like especially operators and stuff like that, you retire, and that's why I said certain portions of the military, not everyone, right? You were a chef. You have a marketable skill when you're done. If you're You understand what I'm saying, though.
Don't allow with that. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying. That people like this, logistics, stuff like that, that's a marketable skill. You can go and work for a fucking...
cybersecurity and shit.
That's what I'm saying, right? When your job was to murder people for 20 years, you don't have a marketable skill afterwards. You know how to murder people. Because of that, we have allowed the industry of defense contractors to expand and prosper domestically, right? That's what I'm saying. That aspect, domestic, Blackwater, all these types of, that's the only thing off the top of my head, but all this type of shit, these things are things we accept begrudgingly because we know we what else are you going to do? It's unreasonable for us to ask you to learn to code at 38 when you've murdered people for 20 years, right?
Well, okay.
Doesn't make any sense.
So we're
crossing a line when we talk about you then working for other countries. This is where I'm uncomfortable, right?
For you.
I think for everybody. I think if everyone knew this...
But not the government, obviously.
No, for the civilians. That's what I'm saying is this is from a civilian perspective. Civilians have allowed that to... Because if we didn't like it, we would have cracked down and protested on Blackwater way before now, right? Way before now.
Yes, and that was going to be my point, I guess, was on the military or on the governmental aspect side of things. The reason they're essentially rubber stamping all this shit is because they believe there's a national interest in having a military force operating there with Western influence to the point they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your betterment and having marketable skills and doing fine after. They don't give a fuck about you at all. Period. The military doesn't care about you unless you are active duty body filling a uniform. Period. They don't care about you afterward.
Correct.
This is the government saying we can't be involved there anymore. So, but we do want force, we want presence, we want a Western influence there. You're good to go. Because we want Western influence, we want American influence in there because that's part of our national interest. It's some neocon level type shit, right?
The thing they overlook, right? I was just talking about the social circumstances in which this type of industry can proliferate, right?
Yeah.
The thing they
seems like an excuse on the government's part.
1,000%.
Oh yeah, we could totally do that because all we've done is train them to murder people.
1,000%.
So let's allow them the ability to go over there and make a living.
I'm talking more about the social circumstances in which people can be married, right? And their wives and sons and daughters are like, yeah, my dad works for fucking Blackwater and here's what it is. There's a social stigma about it, but also if you were to press somebody upon it, right? If you went to a dinner party and someone was like, your husband works for Blackwater, they're fucking murders and blah, 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 blah. If you press them, right, and said the same shit that I just said
they got something to come back on.
He signed up when he was 18 years old and he served 20 years defending the country and the world from all this type from terrorism, blah, 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 blah. What are they going to say? Well, really, what are they going to say? You know, what else would you like him to do? Do you want him to learn to code? Do you think he should do that? Is that what you think is a good idea? No, he's going to continue to do what he's been doing because that's what he's fucking good at. That's what makes sense, right? If you don't accept that even in 2020, some people are warriors because that's how people are built, then you're a fucking idiot. And I don't want to talk to you about this anyway because you don't understand people. You think that you're meant to sit in an office all day when really we've been murdering each other our entire lives. some people are still meant to do that. You got to let those people do that, or else they're going to do it here.
And that argument holds water for the people that need to have that conversation.
Yes.
But once you enter the level of generals and admirals, they're not having that conversation because they're already, if you're hanging out at a dinner party with admirals and wives of Navy admirals and generals and shit like that, they're not having that conversation.
No.
They're having wider discussions about the geopolitical situation.
Right. It's better for us to have influence there. It's the same reason we monitor elections in other countries. We do stuff like that, right? It's the same reason we do all that type of shit. The oversight, because the government is the government, is these people are Americans and they're patriots because they were in the military. They would never do anything to subvert the country, right? Then you include the actual human perspective when people are being paid 3 times what their salary was and they're being asked to come home and lobby in favor of another country.
Yeah.
Right? That's no good. Even just on its face, that's not good. You're lobbying in favor of another country. This is no longer in the best interest of the United States. This is no longer acceptable. Right? Then you're talking about the actual deep-seated corruption that can exist for years and years and decades without anybody knowing about it. That's where the problem really arises, because this is all we know, because this is the only thing, all of this information, and I say only because there's still so much left.
Oh, this is
all of this
skimming
is
the surface.
only what the Washington Post was able to get from not only FOIA requests, but from lawsuits over FOIA requests, because the government fought them so hard to keep it secret.
Yeah.
Right? How much worse is it that we don't know about?
How much of
that's
Jeff
the real
Bezos'
concern.
money did he invest in this?
That's the real concern. Right?
Fuck. Well, this is exactly why, like on yesterday's beer show, I started off with like, it's going to get real dark tomorrow,
not
so
good.
we're going to have fun today.
It's not good.
This is...
Yes. So now we will address Zeke's CIA idea, because I don't think that he's wrong. And we'll read this third article here. Former U.S. Navy leaders profited from overlapping interest in subdeal. Isn't that interesting?
And I remember us talking about the subdeal when it
Yes.
happened, because France got highly offended.
They were very upset.
Very upset.
They
Very
withdrew their
upset.
dignitaries from the United States and from Australia. They were not
Pox.
pleased.
And this is before they had concentration camps. I'm just saying. Fact check true.
Okay. So, 2 retired U.S. admirals and 3 former U.S. Navy civilian leaders are playing critical but secretive roles as paid advisors to the government of Australia during its negotiations to acquire top-secret nuclear submarine technology from the United States and Britain. The Americans are among a group of former U.S. Navy officials whom the Australian government has hired as high-dollar consultants to help transform its fleet of ships and submarines, receiving contracts worth as much as $800,000 a person. All told, 6 retired U.S. admirals have worked for the Australian government since 2015, including one who served for 2 years as Australia's Deputy Secretary of Defense. Okay.
You're on the cabinet.
Okay. Including one who served for 2 years as Australia's Deputy Secretary of Defense. You're working in another government.
You're in a cabinet level position of the Australian government.
What world could you possibly there's no security concerns there. Not at all. That definitely won't impact the interest of the United States.
I can see one other angle of the U.S. government being like, no, get in there. Let's get in there deep.
Zeke's perspective.
Because I want you to influence the Australian government even more. So you're gonna go in there as an American, as the assistant deputy to the Secretary of Defense. You're the number 2 for the Australian defense system. And you're an American.
Fucking kidding me.
I mean, I'm there for it. Let's do it. American Empire all the way.
A Washington Post
100%.
investigation found that the former U.S. Navy officials have benefited financially from a tangle of overlapping interest in their work for a longtime ally of the United States.
That's the fucking submarine picture I wanted for the thumbnail.
There you go.
It's real dope.
Some of the retired admirals have worked for the Australian government while simultaneously consulting for U.S. shipbuilders and U.S. Navy, including on classified programs.
And I think that's because that's backwards. These are people that are involved in U.S. shipbuilding and U.S. and the U.S. Navy that are now going to work for the Australian government.
Yes.
It's like the way they phrase that, it seems backwards, because it's not while they're doing those things.
Yes.
Now they're going to go work for also they're going to go work for the Australian government.
One of the 6 retired U.S. admirals had to resign this year as a part-time submarine consultant to the Australian government because of a potential conflict of interest over his full-time job as a board chairman of a U.S. company that builds nuclear-powered submarines. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
If you were just still in the government, you'd be able to keep your job. Be fine.
And here we are. Australia has leaned heavily on former U.S. Navy leaders for advice during its years-long push to upgrade its submarine fleet, a seesaw effort that has rattled long-standing alliances and remains beset by uncertainty. After abruptly canceling a pact with France last year, Australia is now trying to finalize a deal with the United States and Britain to build a fleet of nuclear-powered submarines that could cost an estimated $72 billion to $106 billion when adjusted for inflation over the length of the program.
Thanks
That's
for adjusting it for
hilarious.
inflation there.
The outcome will have global ramifications and could alter the military balance of power among the United States, its allies, and China.
Yes.
Helping the Australians build nuclear-powered submarines would enhance U.S. national security in Asia overall, but could restrain U.S. shipyards and delay the Pentagon's own plans to add more subs to its fleet, according to the U.S. military officials and defense analysts.
By the way, pause button. We're going to pontificate on this a minute. I want you to take a look at the OBS screen right now.
Yes.
I was wondering why the Washington Post presented this article in this format where it's like this thin column that runs throughout. This is why.
This is why.
Because they know people are going to talk about it. So boom. That's why. Okay. So as far as this is concerned, first of all, France needs to take a step fucking back and realize that your diesel-powered fucking, your diesel-powered submarines
diesel
are
hybrid
World War II level tech.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit about a diesel submarine anymore. If anybody comes along and is like, well, I can help you build a nuclear sub, they're going to be like, we're there.
Yeah.
Because nuclear power means essentially damn near unlimited energy, period, full stop.
forever.
I can just go versus I need to get some shipping out here. I need to refuel.
And you
do
can
all this
stay
shit.
underwater.
Exactly.
You don't have to surface.
No.
Months
I'm
at a
good
time under
to
the
just
water.
hang out underneath the water. Why? If I'm Australia and I got a choice, sorry, France, you're offering me a subpar level market item that I do
Yes.
not want anymore. The U.S. has offered through retired personnel have come to me and said, I can help you build this. And we'll be like, word.
It doesn't even. We might have to read like almost this whole article because
this one gets deep.
Yes.
Because I also wonder why, like when it comes to a nation like Australia, because when you're talking about like the UAE and Saudi, like you can understand like the US mostly giving a blind eye because it's going to take years, decades for them to develop their own technology. And if they're not involved in some kind of like deep level conflict like that to gain the strategic and tactical like knowledge from years of combat and stuff like that. So you can almost be like, well, we want them to have this, but we need to supplement their knowledge level at this point. You get an XP boost in this point because we're going to allow these people to go over there. Versus Australia is a westernized first world country. If you guys want to build a nuclear submarine, fucking figure it out. Are you not at that level where you cannot rub two scientists together and get a fucking nuclear fission to happen?
Right.
What are you doing down in Australia where you cannot create this technology? Stealth and all. We could talk about all that shit, but if you want a nuclear powered submarine, fucking figure it out.
They only have one nuclear reactor and it's in a hospital for research purposes.
We're not trying to take over your country because you're developing nuclear technology. Jump on this shit. Put some money towards it. Put some money. Fund some R&D. You're not Iran, all right? We're not going to threaten to take over and nuke your country because you're trying to develop nukes. You're a westernized nation. Just fucking go for it. Just go for it. I don't understand what you're trying to do here. Why is it that you are dependent on us to come fucking help you out? Just do it. Put some fucking money. If you want nuclear submarines, you're going to have to tax the shit out of your people, just like we do, and fund some fucking black money over to it so that you can build this shit in secret.
Yeah.
If you want to do it, fucking do it. I'm tired of this. Don't bring us into it, all right? We got enough fucking problems. You can definitely do it.
I think they can do it.
You can definitely do it.
Yeah.
This is what really pissed me off about this one is like, you guys, we don't care what you guys do with your nuclear technology. We're not going to come invade you, all right? We don't care that you're already authoritarian, building concentration camps and doing whatever the fuck because of COVID and whatnot. We don't care about any of that.
Yeah.
You're Australia. We're tight with you. We rely on you because China's a problem, and you're the closest to China at this point. Fucking go for it. We're not going to stop you. Just do it your goddamn self.
Yeah.
But no. Also, we want some people in your cabinet.
Right. So some of this stuff I can just kind of breeze over so we can skip
Jesus.
some of it. So in 2021 is when they canceled the deal with the French and announced that they were going to do the deal with the United States.
Yep.
And the French got very
pissed.
the French got very upset. They withdrew some of their dignitaries and stuff like that. They're going to be only the second country, Australia, to receive nuclear-powered submarine technology outside of Britain from the United States. They're going to carry all kinds of stuff.
So we give it to the Queen?
Yeah, we did. We gave it to the Queen, I think, just after we got it, probably. And so this is after the picture of everyone standing on top. Yep, just below there, and the picture of William Hillerides. This is really the only part that I want to read here.
As a side effect, or
Yes.
as a side note, I drank heavily with a bunch of limeys during New York City. Every year they have this thing called Fleet Week, where a bunch of ships from all across, like Canadians and Australians and all these different people that, are friendly with us, come to New York City, and there's a big parade of ships. It's a whole 9 yards thing. We do it every year. It's awesome. But as a side effect of that, all the sailors run around in dress uniform throughout Manhattan for a week.
Oh,
and it's
Jesus.
fucking chaos, and you don't pay for a fucking single drink for a week. And
That's
it's
incredible.
awesome. And when I lived in Staten Island, you better believe our ship was there. And I drank with a bunch of these limey sailors. Awesome, awesome, awesome dudes. All I got to say. I got nothing but respect for for Australian Navy. Awesome guys.
So they're still trying to hammer out the deal, and as Australia negotiates with the United States, it is paying for expert advice from two people who once served in American uniforms, retired U.S. Admirals William Hillerides and Thomas Eccles. Hillerides, 63, a Vice Admiral, serves as chairman of Australia's Naval Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel. A graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, he commanded the USS Key West, a Los Angeles-class nuclear-powered attack submarine, and led the Naval Sea Systems Command, overseeing 80,000 civilian and military personnel who build, buy, and maintain vessels for the fleet. Hillerides applied for federal permission to consult for the Australians in October 2016, 2 months after he retired from the Navy. At the time of his application, Australia was looking for advice on how to extend the life of its 6 Collins-class conventional submarines and other shipbuilding programs, not a potential nuclear pact with the United States. And let's see, I was trying more about Eccles. Doesn't matter. So there's the two guys that are both working for them. They're both on the advisory panel. Also on the Australian advisory panel is Eccles, 63, a rear admiral who retired from the Navy in 2013, holder of 4 degrees from MIT. Eccles served as the Navy's chief engineer for ships, submarines, and aircraft careers for 5 years. Like Hillerides, Eccles applied for federal permission to consult for Australia in 2016. The Navy authorized his request within 4 days, and the State Department granted final approval 1 month after that. The Navy redacted details of Eccles' compensation, but Australian government records show that he received 4 separate consulting contracts since 2016, valued at a total of $825,000. Including expenses.
Including expenses.
Yes. 4 of the 6 members of the advisory panel are Americans. Besides Hillerides and Eccles, the other Americans are Gloria L. Valdez and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Navy responsible for shipbuilding, and Howard Fireman, a ship design expert who worked for the Navy.
Okay. I have a question here.
Yes.
At this point, these people know they have jobs lined up before they retire at this point, right?
It's 2 months. They have
Why is it that the Navy doesn't hammer out some kind of official deal with the Australian government to be like, we're going to send this uniformed personnel who is still on our fucking payroll and a member of the United States Navy to come down and be on your board? I mean, he's on the Australian Naval Shipping Advisory Board. Australian Naval Shipping Export Advisory Panel. I can speak. They're not necessarily because China.
It's because China. China was upset when the nuclear
deal fell
submarine
apart.
deal happened.
Yeah.
So if we're sending people over there, they're also
so they don't want the government exposure.
Also, when this happened, they weren't looking at nuclear class submarines. They were looking to revamp the ones that they had, the traditional ones.
The stupid diesel
That's
powered
why
ones.
they were going to the diesel ones. That's what's sus about this. That's what's supposed to be sus about this. That's what is sus about this, right?
Because
they weren't
people
looking for nuclear submarines at the time. It was only after the Americans got there that it was even a topic of conversation, the nuclear submarines.
Because you don't get a nuclear sub unless the U.S. is involved.
Yes, because we're the only ones who make them.
Trying to make them, right?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, as
We're
far
the
as Western
nation,
powers,
yes.
I don't like any of this because this forces me to pull back to the level of American empire and deal with the strategic board at play with the U.S. empire in play. Like, we have to talk about the fact that the United States is the only one that can build nuclear submarines. And so we have to talk to the U.S. government doing these things to other nations at this point. When I would much happily accept the fact the U.S. government doesn't exist anymore, and we don't have to deal with any of this.
This says, if Australia acquires nuclear subs, it will become the 7th country to do so. With only 26 million people, Australia will be by far the least populous member of the club. So I don't know who all has them. India probably has them.
Oh, yeah.
Israel probably has them. The countries that have nuclear capabilities.
North Korea.
So
They
haven't had nukes for that long. So I wouldn't think that they have even nuclear reactors. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not running off nuclear power, or else they would have power all over the place.
I don't know that much about, like,
I think they're
nuclear,
I think all they're
nuclear
doing,
tech tree
right?
to figure out when you get power. Because it
think-
seems like you have to get nuclear weapons before you can develop, like, passive uses for nuclear fission.
I think, and this is totally me being retarded, I think, right, to make like a nuclear weapon, it doesn't have to be as stable as it does to have nuclear power.
Because
right?
nuclear power, you don't want the boom boom.
Right.
Nuclear weapons,
You're
want
just
the boom boom.
enriching uranium to a point that it could explode when you drop it on something.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, I think
that's about as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would imagine that it's just so America, the UK, probably India, probably Israel, China.
And ain't that the bitch,
That's
though?
5 right there.
Because at that point, when you think about, like,
maybe Russia. Russia probably.
Let's
has
just say
nuclear
the world's a
submarines.
big peaceful place and everybody wants to be running on nuclear energy. That means that everybody that runs off nuclear energy has to be able to develop a nuclear weapon before they can develop nuclear energy.
Right.
Problematic.
Right. That's why we're such assholes about it.
And Australia doesn't have a nuclear weapon at this point?
No, they might have nuclear weapons, but like I said, they only have one.
They might just have them because
and
we
it's in
allowed
a
them
hospital.
to happen.
Yeah, and it's in a hospital. I don't remember where I read that, but in here it says that they only have one. It's in a hospital for research purposes.
We should get one for our hospital.
Yeah, it might be better.
It might be better.
Yeah, okay. So now we can go back down to where we were. I wouldn't trust them to build a canoe.
That's fucked up. Who said that?
But Australia had a
wouldn't trust
mixed
them to
track
build a
record
canoe.
with submarines. Officials had little confidence that the ASC Party Limited, a government-owned shipbuilding formerly known as the Australian Submarine Corporation, could design and construct a new fleet without foreign help. I wouldn't trust them to build a canoe, then Defense Minister David Johnson declared in 2014. So the Australian Submarine
right.
Company.
You can get to concentration camps before you can get to canoes on the global, the geopolitical tech tree.
Right. So now we start to move on, right? This is in 2015. Based on advice from Winter's panel of experts, the Australian government announced in 2015 that it narrowed its options to 3 submarine models offered by France, Germany, and Japan. Oh, Japan probably has nuclear sub. Australian officials stipulated that the vessels would have to be built in ASC's shipyard in Adelaide to support the domestic economy. That's saying that they want Australians to build the ships, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Worried that they lack sufficient expertise to manage a complex submarine building project, Australian officials decided to hire more outside help. The United States was a prime source. Its Navy boasted the biggest and most capable submarine fleet in the world.
Seems damn near about the only Western source.
Isn't that crazy? In the summer of 2015, Australian recruiters targeted a U.S. Rear Admiral, Stephen E. Johnson. A U.S. Rear Admiral. Stephen E. Johnson. She's rubbing her face on my chair. A previous commander of the Navy's undersea warfare. I tried to stop her, but my foot is not
You
hard
can't
enough.
stop the Clo Bears.
My foot's not hard enough. She wants
her
to,
face itch is legit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. Even though Johnson was a foreign citizen, the Australian Defense Department offered him a senior government position as its general manager for submarines.
Which is a government position.
Yes.
Hot dog.
A senior government position. In July 2015, a few weeks after his retirement from the Navy, Johnson submitted papers seeking federal permission to take Australian job. The Navy and State Department approved his request several weeks later, and he began working for the Australians that November. July to November.
At least he's got a push broom mustache.
June, July, August, September, October, November. That's 5 months. It took him 5 months to go from being a rear admiral in the United States Navy to a senior government position in the Australian government.
The Deputy Secretary of the Australian Defense Department.
Yes.
Bro, you like number 6 on like the chain of succession.
He did not respond to messages seeking comment.
I wonder why.
About the same time, the Australians recruited another American, Paul E. Sullivan, a retired vice admiral who, like Haley writes, had once headed the Navy's Giant Sea Systems Command. This guy's ballin', right? And they got this scroll thing here so you can see all these guys.
He looks like a bad guy from a World War II
It's really
movie.
creepy, yeah. Sullivan already had a full-time job in retirement as the director of Applied Research Laboratory in Pennsylvania State University, a national security lab that conducts sensitive research projects for the Navy valued at hundreds of millions of dollars.
I think John Fetterman's about to be in charge of that.
But Sullivan applied for and within 6 weeks received permission from the Navy and State Department to work on the side as a submarine consultant for the Australian Defense Department. Okay. So he's getting his pension. He's working at the Applied Research Laboratory at Penn State, right? And he's going to work as a submarine consultant for the Australian Defense Department. Australian government records show he received contracts worth $228 over the next 4 years, plus his retirement, plus whatever he's making at Penn State. At first, the American advice seemed to pay off for Australia. In April 2016, the Australian government announced that it had chosen a French consortium to produce 12 short-fin Barracuda submarines for $38.5 billion. Conventional submarine under the plan with the French construction would begin in 2022, and they get the first submarine in 2032, just in time to replace the Collins class. We're going to keep going down a little bit, permission to cash in. Meanwhile, the Australian government snapped up the American consultants and contractors. In 2016, Johnson recruited a fellow retired U.S. Admiral Kirkland Donald, a four-star officer. He served for 8 years in one of the most important uniform jobs in the Navy as the Director of Naval Nuclear Propulsion. Okay? Naval Nuclear Propulsion. Now he works for the Australian government.
I like how big his Wikipedia is. It's like one page. You can't scroll down.
There you go. That's all you need to know.
Bro.
Yeah, so this guy is Donald, right? Kirkland Donald.
This is Kirkland Donald. I'm looking at Paul.
Yeah,
Sullivan,
nope. We're moving on now. This is a different guy. This
Yep.
is Kirkland Donald. He was the director of the Naval Nuclear Propulsion. Right before they were looking at nuclear submarines from the United States, they're still looking to get the ones from the French. They actually have the contract for the ones from the French.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a guy who worked for that guy, Kirkland Donald.
Yep.
He was the head of Naval Nuclear Propulsion. Now he works for the government.
4-star admiral.
Yes.
37 years in service.
The Australian Defense Department wanted Donald's advice on whether the expected lifespan of the Collins class submarines would be extended beyond 2032 in case the French subs weren't delivered in time. After a 6-week review, Navy and State Department officials approved the consulting arrangement in July 2016, and the Australian government awarded him a 2-year contract worth $255,000.
I mean, they ain't NFL numbers, but pretty damn close. For somebody that advises on submarine building, I think you're doing all right.
Yes. As Donald's contract was approved, another U.S. admiral applied for federal permission to consult with the Australian Navy on its future frigate program. That's David Gale. He received final approval on August 2016, 6 weeks before his last day on the job with the Navy. He's not even out of the Navy yet. He already has a job with the Australian government.
And that tells me, though, that there's more government involvement than not at this point, compared to like some of the UAE guys and the Saudi guys.
Yes.
This is 100% government involvement. Hey, man.
Yes.
Before you leave, let's talk about where you're going to go next, because right now we're going to send you down there, you're going to do some shit, and then you're going to get out, but you just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, there's another guy, Gunter Braun, a retired Navy captain, accepted a $140,000 job to work as a submarine program manager. Vernon Hutton, another retired Navy captain, took an Australian Defense Department post in Adelaide as a technical director for future submarine combat systems. He earned $140,000 annually.
So, okay.
They're just padding all of the development and all of what is going to be eventually the infrastructure of building these submarines, because the guys at the top, it sounds like they're just laying out, this is just how we're going to go about things, and then we'll shift in the future.
So
we'll make sure we're ready for it.
But when I'm looking at these numbers, right, for salary, $140,000 a year.
This isn't 2-3 times what they were making. This is
from their retirements.
Right.
Right. But like, you could, I guarantee you, the guy that's working at, where is it? In New London, where we build nuclear submarines in Connecticut, they're making way more than $140,000 a year, because it's American dollars at this point. You're acting as like an advisory. It still seems like a low salary for somebody of that import when you balance it with the rest of the world. I mean, $140,000 is like, well, you just keep doing what you're doing. You get your retirement. You're still really well off. And we'll just sprinkle a little bit extra on here because as far as the Australian budget is concerned, that's a pittance.
Right, but there's less humanitarian concerns. If someone finds out you're working for the Australians, they're like, oh, you're helping the Australians figure out their submarine thing.
You're making less than $1 million a year.
One of these
Way
guys,
less.
Donald, declined to be interviewed. In a written response to the questions, he said he appreciated the opportunity to work with one of our most trusted allies to improve overall submarine capability in the vitally important and increasingly contested Pacific Ocean. He noted the U.S. Navy and Australian Navy have deeply shared national security interests that are particularly aligned for submarine capability. So there's way more of even, like I said, if you get pressed on it, there's not even anything to get pressed on.
Yeah.
There are another.
What's the matter? I work for Australia.
Another Western nation, and if you work for the Navy, you're like, plus they're really close to China, and it works out for us to have more people who are aligned with the United States and have our technology working over there so that we can help monitor pretty much the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we're going to build that over there, we have to be there the whole time to help you build it.
Yeah.
We don't just teach you how.
With it.
Yeah, we don't just teach you how. We go there, we help you do it, and then we come back. That's how that works.
And then also, it's kind of like a car manufacturer thing. We'll help you build it, but then the minute we're not going to teach you how to do it, but we'll help you build it. And then the minute you need us to help, you need to maintain it,
fix it, or anything,
you got to come back to us too.
Yes,
it's fine. We'll help you, but you can't do this on your own.
Yes,
even with Australia.
Yeah,
which again, Australia, figure it the fuck out. You're smart people.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I know you're a nation of convicts and whatever, and you're part of a form. Are they still part of the Commonwealth of the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys can figure it out. Come on. Ask the king. Ask King Charles or whatever his fucking name is now at this point. They got nuclear submarines. They got them from us. Maybe they can't build them themselves because we helped build them to begin with. Maybe we're the only motherfuckers on the block that know how to do that in the Western world.
So in 2016, they put together a new advisory panel, and this had more Americans on it. The three that we were talking about earlier, the retired admirals, Eccles, Hillierides, and Sullivan. We can go down more.
Look at those torpedo bays, bro.
Yep.
The outer gates are opening, Captain.
Yeah, a carousel of consultants. By 2019, Australia's landmark submarine deal with France appeared to be in jeopardy. Delays plagued the design phase. Projects costs rose. Doubts spread about whether the short-fin Barracudas, which the Australians dubbed their attack-class submarines, would be capable of deterring China's more imposing undersea fleet. So now the Americans are in town. They're like, I don't know if the French subs are going to be good enough. Like, we might have to look at some other stuff, I know
if you're
China
rocking diesel, bro, you're subpar.
Right.
You're subpar if you're rocking diesel.
Right. So the second paragraph under the picture, Australian lawmakers grew impatient with the submarine program delays and irritated by the Australian government's unwillingness to let its highly paid U.S. advisors answer questions. Hellier, the defense analyst, noted that because the advisory groups worked behind closed doors, their work product was never made public. There were questions about how thorough and robust their analysis was and what the government was getting in return for these large amounts of money. Under pressure to be more forthcoming, Winter, the former U.S. Navy secretary, issued a rare public statement in May 2020 defending the work of the National Shipbuilding Advisory Board. He praised the progress of Australia's overall shipbuilding program, saying it has been swift, substantial, and extremely impressive. There is much to be proud of and blah, 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 blah. 7 months later, the Australian government shuffled its roster of naval consultants again, abolishing Winter Shipbuilding Advisory Board and replacing with a smaller but similarly named panel of experts, most of them Americans. Okay, go down more.
It's confidential.
Yes. In June 2021, worried about the fate of the submarine agreement with France, the Australian Senate insisted on hearing directly from Hillierides and senior Australian defense officials. Lawmakers wanted answers. Had the Australian consultants urged the Australian government to consider modifying or even killing the attack-class submarine deal, testifying remotely from the United States. From the United States. You work for Australian government. You're in the United States. What is going on here?
COVID, bro.
Hillierides was tight-lipped.
Work remotely.
Yep. Because that advice is used to support government decision-making, it's confidential. 3 months later, the Australian government canceled the submarine contract with the French. It also announced a three-way defense alliance with the United States and Britain, including an agreement to admit Australia to the exclusive club of nations with nuclear-powered submarines. Only 4 other countries, China, Russia, France, and India, operate nuclear subs.
Boom.
Brazil is trying to develop nuclear reactors for submarines, but its progress has been slow. So, there you go, Zeke. There you go. There are in fact situations in which the government is incentivizing people to work for other nations so that it can benefit us, because we're going to make billions of dollars off of this. And it says later in here that because Australia doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, they have to build at least the first couple of subs here. So all these people on the West Coast, all these beautiful PSNS, Bangor, all this type of shit, they're all going to get fancy, beautiful new contracts to build a whole new fleet of fucking submarines. Bro. They're going to go from New London to the West Coast to the East Coast, do all this beautiful shit. We're going to make billions of dollars.
Let's keep it on lock here. We understand that all the real military building only works out the East Coast. We just get to maintain shit out here.
And we do a lot of repairs. Yeah.
We don't actually get to build anything.
Right.
Cool.
We do a lot of tearing things down over here.
Yep. It all comes
Cleaning
from
out
Connecticut and Virginia. That's where primarily everything comes from, as far as anything modern these days.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately.
Right. Repairs, all that
These
type
fucks.
of stuff. Modifying, refabricating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you're right.
We do the post work.
Yeah.
All the true manufacturing, and when they put that nuclear reactor into the submarine hull, it only happens
a lot of that
couple
type
places.
of shit here. Yeah.
Yeah, we replace a lot. Yeah, for sure. And you can see it on Google Maps, which is a real weird deal.
In concrete and whatnot, and drop them in the ocean somewhere.
Yeah. Just drop them in. That's how you get Godzilla.
Ben,
that's how you build Godzilla.
It's another example of like, well, what are we gonna do? And like, we'll figure it out when we get there. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's nuclear, bro. It's not our lifetime. It's our great grandkids' lifetime. They'll figure it out.
What do we do until then? Just drop it in the ocean. Mark it on a map somewhere so we know where it's at. Just put it in a bunch of concrete. Put it in the ocean. Don't worry about it.
That was something I was actually going to say earlier with the stuff homies involved in. Figuring out where shit's going to be in the ocean with drift and whatnot and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
That would, as far as like search and rescue goes, massive benefit in that case, because it's all algorithmic and it's based off current flows and this, that, and the other thing and weather conditions and all this. Because as far as like the Coast Guard's concerned, it's literally like, well, best guess, here's like a 5-mile radius to search.
Yeah.
Go do a search pattern. But if we had that shit on lock, and save some lives here.
And the best part is it's going to save you between $50,000 and $100,000 annually on the defense budget.
Exactly. Which we can put towards I don't know, so many other terrible things. I don't know. There's not a bit of uplifting podcast.
That's like the guy at the bank who was like, "We'll save you $20 if you want to do a cat." Who fucking cares, dude? You're talking about trillions of dollars. That's how I felt when I read that poster. I'm like, first of all, we're talking about trillions of dollars. Second of all,
who the
how much
cares?
money did you spend on this project? Yes. Probably a couple fucking million. So what are we doing? Get out of here. Don't put that on there. It doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant.
Don't make me angry by putting that on
I was
there.
more impressed before you said that. Now I'm just irritated. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like that. $20. Get the fuck out of here.
So your outrage is not subsided at all by the fact that this is Australia.
I feel better now that we talked about it, but that's really it.
But it's still real bad.
Yeah, that's really it. Just now that we've talked about it, because it's really not good.
No,
really, really not good.
And when you really think about it, too, the worst that would have happened in this particular case is that like France would have been building some submarines that were powered off diesel.
Right.
Like that's the worst case scenario here is that France would have got that contract and they'd have some diesel power submarines.
My biggest issue with this is that it's like an extension of the military industrial complex. We're just,
as far as America's concerned,
it's not even just for American benefit anymore. We're allowing other countries to benefit, and we're using other countries, and we're using people that are involved in it just to kind of get whatever we want because we're got to make more money because the spending structure of the Department of Defense in and of itself demands that it continues to try and find ways to make more money because
you mean this one?
Yeah, because it's never going to spend less money.
$1.94 trillion?
It's never going to spend less money. It's only ever going to spend more money.
It has never gone down.
No, and it never will.
Never gone down.
And it never will. There will never be a president who will come in and say, we're actually going to do it. We're going to really cut the defense budget because someone will murder him.
Because somebody goes, that means you hate America.
Yeah.
That means you don't want us to be safe, right? JFK style.
Yes, with an old gun like that, too.
Untraceable.
Yeah.
You remember how that bullet, it was totally fine?
Oh, which one?
The one they say killed the president, JFK, at the time. It's like this weird, long...
The one that they found on his gurney after he was already at the hospital?
Where it's totally intact and there's like a little dent in the front of it, but like it obviously had never been fired. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, the one that went through his neck or the one that blew the hole in his head? He only got shot one time by one dude, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the CIA did that. 100%. I ain't even watched that Oliver Stone movie. Did you watch the Oliver Stone movie?
No, you don't have to. You don't need to.
You don't need to understand.
You need to take a cursory glance at the amount of redactions and adjustments from people's actual testimony to what the Warren Commission reported when they got back to Washington to think, why in the fuck would you change that detail? That doesn't make anything better.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's pretty horrific. It's not good. All you need to do is understand that on a police motorcycle in Dealey Plaza that day, there was a device called a dictabelt that recorded the sound around it, and it recorded that two of the shots were less than a second apart from a bolt-action rifle.
So why was there a dictaphone or whatever the fuck
a dictabelt?
A dictabelt. Why was it there?
It was just standard technology at the time for recording gunshots and stuff like that on a police motorcycle. It was a police tool. It was just to record activity.
Standard operating procedure during
one of those
the 1960s.
Yeah. Old piece of technology. But the important thing is on there, it records 2 shots less than a second apart from a bolt-action rifle.
That's just because
Colin, you own a bolt-action rifle.
Can
Can you tell me that you can get off 2 shots on your Creedmoor in less than 1 second?
Challenge accepted. No.
Yeah.
But at least, like, I can pull the trigger and cycle the chamber and fire again in under a second. Probably. I could probably do that. Like, if I had zero concern for aim. I could 100% do that, just with the pure mechanics of it. But you can't do that and hit the same target with any accuracy whatsoever. I mean, maybe if it was permanently, we'll say installed, and there was like things and I didn't have to do anything but literally just move the thing and hit again, which is inconceivable at that point. But yeah, no, there's definitely 2 shooters. It's fine. Single shooter, not a real
has
thing.
More than one hole in his body.
Hey, bullets move. There's magic bullets out there, all right? There's
Why? Why did you do that?
Because the CIA killed him.
Why does his body move twice?
Because the CIA killed him.
Yeah.
That's why. 100%.
It's all bad.
100% is because the CIA killed him.
It's all bad.
Whether or not he was... Who's the shooter? I'm blanking on right now. Lee Harvey Oswald was a member of... Early member of MK Ultra or not, and unsubjected to the experiments through psychedelics and stuff and convinced to do the shooting, in which case is why like he has a really hard time like recalling motivations and stuff like this, much like the Manson murders. But whether or not he was involved in MK Ultra or not is, I think, suspect, but there was definitely, he was not the only dude involved. Because you had to have somebody on the other end to make sure that it still happened in case the MK Ultra experiment went sideways. But when it went sideways, when it didn't go sideways, there was still like this spur of the moment thing within a second that you had to, the guy, whether or not he was on a grassy knoll or not, had to make a split-second decision and chose to take out JFK anyway. So definitely 2 shooters. That's where I'm at.
There's
I just think the MK Ultra was involved at some point. At this point,
there are manufactured photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald standing with Cuban communist propaganda.
I just realized we're like officially labeled QAnon now or something like that because we're talking about JFK. I want those fucking documents released. There's zero reason.
It's never going to happen.
2K25 or what?
2X25.
2X25, sorry. Not 2.
It's never going to happen.
2X25. But yet, we don't have the documents?
It's never going to happen.
It's because the government killed JFK. That's why.
It's never going to happen.
Nah. Stupid. No. But at least these admirals don't have to worry about that. Because they're just working for Australia.
Yeah.
This is dark, dude. Like, I have mixed emotions on the Australia thing, right? Because when you step back and think, it's like, well, this is like... it's bad. Like it's a neocon, American Empire type thing. But
Neocon Wonderland
Australia
is what this is.
Australia, good people. For the most part. Let's not. As far as like geopolitics are concerned, they're not going to side with China. Even though they might be
a bunch of criminals, Colin.
They're a bunch of criminals. Oh man, I'll make my point first. But as far as like when it's compared, on balance with the UAE and Saudi, do you have much problem with America helping Australia get nuclear-powered submarines? Like, I don't necessarily have too much of a problem with that, other than the fact that I don't like this happening at any level at all, unless it's going to be out in the open. If you're going to be out in the open, and you, as the U.S. government, are going to enter into a partnership with the government of Australia, and we're going to help you guys do this stuff and bring you into the 21st century and give you nuclear-powered submarines. Yay, cool, everybody cool, yay, one Western global society. That's a whole other story, but when you're doing it in like a clandestine manner where the only people you send over there are like retirees that can't be necessarily directly connected to the U.S. government, I don't fucking trust you, man. Like, I don't trust you for doing this.
No.
And that's fucked up. I don't like that at all. But when you put it on balance compared to like Saudi and the United Arab Emirates, that I have like a drastically different opinion about. I'm like, I don't like that like at all. Yeah. Don't be doing that, motherfucker, because do I need to remind you? Like, 9/11, bitch. That's all I know it wasn't directly, the crown prince at this point, or by de facto the king. I don't care. It's the same governmental people doing the same thing.
Yeah, those people don't care about us.
They don't care about us at all. All they care about is money, to be honest. They care about money and power, just like we do, which is hilarious. And so I have a bigger problem with that, but I will say, as to how it pertains to like this report, the fourth column in this report where they brought in like the historical context of U.S. military individuals going out abroad and essentially doing similar things, realizing the fact that like the founder of the U.S. Navy himself, that we've talked about on this podcast, Jones, whatever his name is, I'm going to pull it up real quick. John Paul Jones, the guy whose house I drove by when I was in New Hampshire, right? The whole thing.
Creaming all over the place.
Yeah. Motherfucker left the United States and went to go work for the Empire of Russia at the time and captained their fucking flagship of the Russian Navy at the point and taught them how to do like naval combat. And this is in the 1700s, right after the Declaration of Independence was fought and the Revolutionary War was fought. Like, this has been happening literally since the inception of the United States, which I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but it definitely adds context to say this isn't new. This report that came out isn't like this is a brand new thing that's just been happening. It's just like from time to time, generations need to realize that their government is doing a thing. And I think that's what this Washington Post story essentially was about. This was our generation's time to realize that this is a thing that has been happening and continues to happen to this day. And maybe you should take a reflection and take a look at who it is now that is actually being involved with this aspect of the United States government and their military prowess being spread around the world. Now you're dealing with Saudi Arabia. And,
Saudi America.
I mean, it might as well be the same fucking thing.
Give it a few years, baby. Give it a few years.
And, I mean, they have or is this the UAE that has the indoor snowboard park, the ski resort?
Saudi Arabia has,
Saudi Arabia. Yeah. But I mean,
Dubai.
Dubai. And so, I mean, we're talking about essentially the same type of shit, right? But you need to ask yourself if this is okay in your mind, why, and whether or not you agree with it. And if you don't agree with it, like you probably shouldn't agree with it, then maybe we should help voice that concern, because this is a fucked up situation. And without some kind of popular uprising, if you will, it's going to continue to happen because it's been happening since the inception of this country. And I don't know how I feel about that. But I guess the more or less what we call like the neocon version, the warmonger, this and that and the other, has been around since the founding.
Right.
At this point, there's been an aspect of the U.S. government that has been doing this since we became a country, which, hashtag American Empire. Let's do it, baby.
Yeah.
Let's fucking do it. Oi, need another beer chacho? Because there's one left right here.
Yeah.
You can crack into that. It's fine. I have some screwball.
Yeah, still cold enough.
Uh-huh.
I don't want a warm IPA.
I know.
No one wants
It's okay.
a warm IPA.
I have German genes, so I can drink room temp beer. It's fine. Oh, speaking of which, I know you don't. Hey, look at that. That's like a me level pour. Good job. Good
Sideways.
job. Sideways. Have you been following anything that you know who Sydney Watson is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been following her Twitter feed at all?
No.
Okay. There was a thing she got involved with she took a flight down to Australia because now that COVID is over, don't ask Joe Biden that because he flip-flops every other day, but now that COVID's over, she was able to finally go back, go get your fifth booster, just like Joe Biden. She was able to fly back home to Australia for the first time, and when she got on one of the connecting flights,
is that what the deal was? She flew here and was stuck here, or she moved here?
She moved here,
okay,
but she couldn't go home to visit.
Okay.
As any self-respecting expat would want to do is like go back home once a year and see your family and shit like that.
Yeah.
But like 2.5 years and you can't go see your family,
right?
It changes the deal. But she got on a flight with American Airlines and got really, really pissed off because she got a middle seat next to two morbidly obese people, and had to do this thing, and then of course the fat folds are like touching her the whole time, and she's very, very upset about it, and so she tweets about it and kind of makes a big deal about it, and then American Airlines eventually reaches out and gives like well, we're sorry, but then like a couple days later, Joe Biden is on the fucking stump and talking about cutting down on like, what did he call them, like excessive fees or some shit like that about this, that, and the other thing. Part of what he talks about, it happens to do with like airline seats, and like you shouldn't have to like buy an extra seat because you're overweight and this, that, and the other thing. And like Sydney's like, bro, is this shit about me? What's going on here right now? It was so coincidental. But she changed her Twitter handle now to like Dr. Sydney Watson, because the Daily Mail, after she did that tweet storm, and it kind of, people did some articles about it, shit like that. Daily Mail quoted her as Dr. Sydney Watson.
That's so awesome.
Shit like that, dude. Twitter is slowly becoming reality, and it's a scary situation. But it was so coincidentally funny to follow that story's evolution from, political commentator bitching on Twitter about sitting next to two morbidly obese people on American Airlines flights to like a week later, Joe Biden is on fucking national television talking about you shouldn't have to pay more for a flight because you are overweight, because we gotta, it's some version of ableism or something like that. I don't know,
man. We shouldn't be in a place in which people can't fit into an airplane seat. Like, I know that they also make them as small as possible to try and make money. We got to figure something out.
I don't fit in a fucking airline seat anymore.
I mean, not like lengthwise. Widthwise, you do.
I mean, yeah, widthwise I do, but lengthwise I don't.
They don't make you buy one because you're too long. They make you buy one because you're too wide. That's what I'm talking about.
And only sometimes.
We shouldn't be in a place in which people can't fit into an airplane seat. That's not good.
Well,
being tall is the plight of a white man. That's what we get. This is what we have to struggle with, is being too tall sometimes. This is what we get.
Don't forget about like society's complete attack against us for being white men. But
that's true.
I will say there is.
But being fat,
as far as
good.
It's not good. And as far as Americans concerned, one of the most recent studies puts 75% of Americans as overweight, and I think 65% of us as obese.
Right. Well, part of that's the BMI. Like, the way that they do BMI is not
fucked up.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Like,
because some people are tall.
My BMI, I'm technically obese. I'm not obese. Am I overweight slightly? Probably. I'm definitely not obese. And
I can't run a marathon.
Right. But that doesn't make you obese. That's making
I'm not going to spill over into the other airline seat.
But not being able to run a marathon makes you unfit, not fat.
Exactly.
Those are two different things. You're not in good shape. That doesn't mean that you're fat. That's not obese.
Well, people that run a marathon aren't necessarily in shape. They're malnourished.
Joe Rogan, by his BMI, because of his height and weight, he's obese.
Yep.
He's definitely not fucking obese.
No. That dude's a tank.
So part of that.
Part of it is.
Part of it is BMI. Hey,
have a good time. Find your love. Let's do it.
I love it. So.
Oh, I love it. Find your love.
Part of it, yeah.
What's up, YouTube bots?
So part of it is the BMI. That
yes,
BMI is how they rate that, and
which
that's
is problematic.
that's not a good way to figure out
yeah.
whether or not someone is overweight. But that does not erase the fact that a huge amount of Americans are obese. Yeah. Yes.
Primarily because of our forced diet at this point.
Yeah, I wish that I could know what the real number is because it's definitely way too fucking high. But it's not 60%. You know, it's people that are obese, like actually obese.
Okay, I challenge you next time you go out into like a public store, just pay attention. Because I think you'll see a lot of things where you'll be like, I understand that like people's build and all this stuff, right? But there's a lot of fucking people out there.
Right.
We'll put it that way. There's a lot of people.
We're talking about, and I don't know technically what like the classification of obese is, but I think because it's general fucking BMI. So
let's just say when you know it, when you see it level,
yes,
there's a lot.
I don't think that 60% of people are obese though.
Okay, keep your eyes open.
I will keep my eyes
Report back
out.
to me next episode.
Over half, bro. Over half the people you see you think are obese. There's a difference between overweight and obese.
Yeah.
I think over half of the people that you see are obese.
I challenge you because once I really start, because I heard that stat
obese
like a week and a half ago. I heard that statistic like about a week and a half ago, and I really started to pay attention in my limited social life that I have these days, ultra limited. I mean, I was surprised even with my dark outlook on society. I was surprised what I saw. So I challenge you to look at the world in an objective manner over the next couple of weeks and really just let's report back here. Because I have a feeling that you're going to have an idea of like, it's not that bad or whatever. Then you're going to come back and be like, well, I don't know what the number is, but it's fucking bad.
There's a ton of people that are, I'm not like, I'm trying to be objective because I know that even just since I've had children, I've noticed more of like, dear Lord, like there is just a ton of, yes. And COVID made it fucking bad. Like during COVID, there's a ton of people that were in totally reasonable shape beforehand that are now absolutely overweight and obese.
Dude, like, the COVID redemption stories going on Twitter right now are pretty powerful. It's pretty sweet. Like I got COVID and they do like the post, you know, here's 2020, mid-COVID, blah, blah, blah. Like rough.
I've lost 40 pounds over the last 2 years. Some people that made a huge difference. You know what I'm saying?
Some people made a huge difference in the positive way.
Over the last
and
2
then
years.
They came back, which has also been really nice to see.
Yes.
We'll put it that way. Lizzo ain't one of them. With that, I don't know if you want to end this or not.
I love it. We can end it. Yeah, we spent a long time on those two articles. I think that's
good shit.
I think that was a great segment.
Yeah, and I will say for those that are shy of committing to a long read, if you were to search this out and get into it, if you look at part 5 of that, it's kind of like it's the key findings of that story. It gives you a really nice summation of what's involved and kind of the overarching stuff we just talked about, really. In retrospect, we probably could have just done that one now that I really think about it. But because they hit kind of all the major points
in here. You
but
know,
it's solidly, I mean, it's a 5-part project. I don't know what else you call it at that point. And it's a fascinating read.
I think it's
the whole time.
A multi-page report. You know?
A report. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really, really a very interesting read. You don't find many investigative journalistic pieces like this anymore. And it's very refreshing when they come out. And it's actually something that is worth reading. I feel like the last time there was a good deep dive on anything was the 1619 project that came out by the New York Times. That turned out to just be a waste of fucking time.
Yeah.
Really. And this coming out from WAPO, I think, was actually gave just a sliver of like hope in like there's still journalism alive somewhere out there. Somewhere out there people could do a deep dive on shit. But if you really want a black pill, Lauren Southern just put out a new video on her channel, and even her, who's trying to be optimistic and shit like that, had to have like a come to Jesus moment the other day. She's like, I used to be a back to blue motherfucker, but I don't like cops anymore. And I'll tell you why. And this, that, and the other thing. It's like everything, it's seeming the everyday person's experience in life these days is getting harder to deal with on so many levels. You can't necessarily pontificate about it. You can't nail it down. Everything's expensive. everything is worse than it used to be.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's not good.
We talked about when we just closed on the house, right? And we talked about we almost got priced out of the housing market because of fucking interest rates. Like, if we had waited any longer, I wouldn't have been able to afford it because of my fucking mortgage rate.
You were literally at the last minute you can get into a house, because there are so many people now that would have been able to get into the same situation at that time. Can't do it anymore. It's all over. It's all over now. The only people that can afford to buy a house now are smart enough to not buy a fucking house.
Yeah.
Because interest rates are skyrocketing through the roof. Nobody can buy a fucking house anymore.
And
starter home, whatever bullshit they want. It is not financially feasible to do that anymore.
If I wouldn't have found this house, this particular house
at that time,
for this particular price at this particular time, I would not. If we would have bought a house,
we'd be having a different conversation.
Yep. Even if we would have found it at the top of our budget, I wouldn't have been able to afford it because of the interest rates.
Yep.
So it is absolutely a very particular circumstance, and we just got lucked out with how it valued and stuff. You know?
Bro. Like you don't even know.
Yeah.
Like but like that's so many people were like the following week, game over. That was it. It was meant to be.
Yeah.
And it's going to be sick. I'm
now
so
I'm just
excited.
Like, ooh, refinance.
We got it.
Ooh, refinance.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, eventually.
The woman when I
wait for the economy to collapse and then
that's what I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I can't wait to refinance. I can't wait until the interest rates drop again because no one has any money.
That was Lauren Southern's whole point at this point, right? Was like you have an entire like generation of people in America these days and in the West entirely that are like they're hoping for an economic collapse so that they can once again like get into the market of like home buying and like owning. Like that's where we're at this point.
We were saying that. We were saying I cannot wait for the housing market to collapse. I can't wait for the bubble to burst.
I'm glad I got my house at the price I got it because when it does collapse, I'm going to be real close to being underwater. Not that I have a problem because I'm not planning on going anywhere. So like it is what it is. I keep doing what I'm doing. But like if you're trying to like sell a house or be mobile in the housing market, when you're underwater, that's bad because you owe more than the house is worth. But if you're not planning on going anywhere, it is what it is. It's not a huge deal. But the
only houses
times,
that make sense to buy even a little bit are poopy old houses, and people aren't selling poopy old houses right now because they can't get any money for them.
Because they can't get any money for them, exactly.
And
it's a lose-lose situation.
That makes sense to buy.
I miss the days of The Big Short because it all made sense.
Yes. Don't make no sense anymore.
No, baby.
I like it. I'm excited to be able to take advantage of these sweeps in the market, to be able to refinance when it dips and then wait till it goes back up and be like, I'm fucking selling this bitch. I'm getting out of here.
That's so funny. Because I'm worried on the other hand, like I might be here longer than I would have anticipated because of the interest rate I got at the time was like damn near unheard of in the generation before me. I'm like, well, I might just kind of be fucked in this thing for a while. We never know.
Yeah.
We will, thank God, I'm happy where I'm at. So we're good where we're good. And do you got anything else you want to add to this?
No, that's it. I think you're right. I think with that, we can move into our final break, and we will be back in just a few minutes for part 4, Grab Bag, baby.
Woo!
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Thank you for coming back. Thank you for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 136, part 4. My name is Donovan.
Hang on. I'm calling.
Thank you again for joining us.
Trying to grab
here.
some booze here.
YouTube.com/saltofthestreets, Instagram.com/saltofthestreets. Of course, we also have our Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this.
I'm going to do the Cocoa Bomb.
There you go.
Chocolate whiskey today.
We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At
right
Colin
there.
is at
Look
Big
at
Bird
that.
Offie on both of those things. That is right. You can find all of this information on saltofthestreets.com. This last and final segment is brought to you by Lexi Kayo on Twitch. Go there and you can watch some old clips of gaming and stuff like that. She's the last sponsor
Old
I have,
clips,
so she's
that's
always
fine.
the last ones, but she'll be back eventually for more gaming and stuff
She's
like that.
skyjetting right now.
There you go. We'll pick one more sponsor. We'll swap her out. We'll swap her back in when it's time.
Yeah, there you
so
go.
We'll have to find someone else.
Maybe we should, maybe we should like make some merch or something like that so we can market us at some point.
It's probably a good idea.
Oh, here. We haven't done this in a minute.
Yeah, there we go.
Actually, here.
We do.
Yeah.
We have shirts.
Hold one of those.
Yeah, we do. We have shirts. We have sweatshirts.
Look at
we have
that.
these beautiful vinyl stickers right here. We have all kinds of stuff. So if you guys do want some merchandise, you let us know on Instagram, and we will send some out to you.
What do you think? Vinyl stickers, $5?
$5.
$5 sounds good to me.
$5.
$5.
They're like 3x2 or something to that effect.
This smells really good.
So
have you had the Cocoa Heritage Cocoa Bomb whiskey?
I have
yet?
not.
Ooh, try that.
I'll take a sip.
Yeah, just take a sip. That's interesting. It's not too cocoa-y, but it's a little cocoa, which is nice. Real interesting. I don't hate that at all.
Okay.
I like that. Cocoa Bomb, courtesy Heritage Distillery.
There we go. All right.
Yeah, people that brought you hand sanitizer during
that's
during
right.
COVID.
COVID hand sanitizer. Right here. Heritage.
So what are we doing today? We're going to be doing
With a grab
the
bag.
grab bag.
Grab
I like
bag.
the fact that
We need a grab bag drop.
we created the grab bag when we did, because it's basically like whatever we want to do. We're in small stories, blah blah blah. This kind of
Yes.
thing. Because a lot of podcasts that I've listened to at this point have tried to essentially do the same type of deal, right? They have a point of their podcast in which they do kind of a smaller segment, random, whatever. Pop Culture Crisis calls it the pod luck. They
Okay.
yeah,
That's
and-
not bad.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing podluck, to close
Grab
out
bag
the show
feels
and
so
all.
obvious to me.
Because it's so good.
It feels so obvious.
We were the first, bro. We've been doing this a lot longer than they fucking
We're
have.
fucking out here.
That
Grab
fucking
bag, baby.
Gen Z little Mary she don't know
Gen
what's going
Z
on.
little.
She don't know what's going on. Although the real brain behind Pop Culture Crisis, because I feel bad, because I feel like you should pay attention to it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I know it doesn't even exist on your radar.
I probably watch so much shit.
I know.
There's so much
Some
content.
things you can arguably get rid of.
What?
I'm at that same level, though, where I'm like, there are certain things, because I'm back to that point where, like, my list is generally full throughout the week.
Yeah.
But then later in the week, sometimes it's like, there's points. Like, Wednesdays can be a drought. Wednesdays can be
Yeah.
a drought because about halfway through the day, you're like, well, where's my shit? Sometimes Rogan don't be posting until, like, Wednesday night.
Yeah, you got less shit
You
than
can't
I do.
rely on Rogan, but
We should do a week where we tell each other everything that we listen to. Like every time we start something new, just be like, hey, yo, I'm starting this right now.
Can you not do that now?
I'm sure we can. I just mean we should do that. We definitely can. I'm just saying we should
Okay.
do it. Like we don't do
Yeah.
that, you know?
Okay.
We'll check in with each other maybe once or twice a day. Hey, what are you listening to right now?
Yeah, it used to be like we did like a check probably every 6 months back in the day, but we haven't done that for a very long
No.
time
And
because my
now-
circumstances have changed.
And now in the morning, we'll be like, hey, have you listened to this yet? Like we hit all the same
Yeah.
dailies.
Yeah,
but
I like how
after
like
that,
because the way we usually phrase it at this point is like, have you hit the dailies yet?
Right. Right.
Because we generally, you usually commit to Milky more than I do.
Yeah,
Let's put it that. I don't.
When I'm there like an hour before you, so I have
Yeah,
one
exactly.
extra hour to fill in the morning. So I'll just
Yeah.
let him run because
Yeah.
that one's like 30 minutes almost always.
I hate that fucking show.
It was yesterday.
so much.
It was 45, and I said absolutely not.
Yeah,
I said,
exactly.
absolutely not. I will not give you 45 minutes
no,
of my
Milky.
time. 25
Fuck
at
off.
the most.
Exactly. You at the very very most.
That's
Get with the
45.
program, Brad Milkey. You're not better than everybody else. You should be doing 15 minutes max.
All the other ones average like 12 probably.
Yeah.
Because sometimes on, like
So the dailies-
morning wire is like 9 minutes. You know?
Sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they hit you up with the back end 4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. They get the afternoon update.
So the morning block, let's just put this one out there
Yep.
because we do hit that. Morning block is always, for me, it changes. Because sometimes in the morning lately, I will hit Drinking Bros first thing in the morning because
Okay.
I don't want to hate my life as I'm getting ready for the day. So I usually throw on Drinking Bros because it's funny and it's stupid.
Yeah, and I don't listen to anything before work anymore. Because
You listen to NPR in the morning?
When Dax was in our bedroom, he was a really light sleeper, so I couldn't listen to anything in the shower because he would wake up. So I don't listen to anything in the shower anymore because I just broke myself of that habit. And now I'm just like in and out. I just try and get it done as fast as possible.
Yeah. I live alone now, so things are different.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I got all. And when we move, I might, because our bedroom will be next to the bathroom, so I might be back in the realm of listening to things.
I will say the surprise level of volume you need to set to put your phone right next to the shower,
right,
to be able to hear it is surprisingly loud, and I'm slightly uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, and I've just broke myself of it. So, and I'll watch a little bit of TV before I leave. You know, I'll sit down for a few minutes and do whatever. And so, put my shoes on and take my fucking probiotics and all that type of shit. I'll usually fill out my planner from the day before. I'll do that in the morning before I leave for work of just the shit that I did. So,
yeah, you're much more regimented than I am with the planner. I try to be like weekly. At the least to the planner. Usually it's like every couple days, but I'm not that disciplined.
No, at this point, everything is in here. If I don't fill it out before I leave for work, I'll fill it out when I get to work of what I did the day before. I don't want to forget. So the most I'll do is like over the weekend. I wreck
a discipline is what you're saying.
Yeah, over the weekend I won't do it every day. On Sunday I'll do it. You know, for like the 2 days before. But like I've already done. I did Friday. I did Friday this morning. And I started Saturday, but I up early for notes and article.
You know what I gotta say about that?
How dare you!
Yeah, no, I just do little stuff, and I keep everything in here. So
let me just take a peep real quick. I'm curious. I need some inspiration at what you're throwing in here. Really, like I'm not going to put nothing on.
No,
I'm not going to put nobody on blast.
No, and there's nothing crazy in there. The worst thing I might write is like I was up late to bang, like something like that. But that's it.
I didn't see that entry.
I'm
going to find it now.
I know I've written it before. I don't know that it's on there, but
that makes sense though, because then like that would
impact.
I see. It's like little notes to how you and your day went. Like, okay, this was I got to put this down because hey, I had a
micro journal.
Had a rough night this night for whatever reason or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, micro journal. Yeah, exactly. Dax was up late, or like reasons slept poorly, like things like that. So that I could
took a 5-pound shit this morning.
Things like that.
Is that in there? I didn't see that. I was just like going off the
items. No, but
you seemed like you almost gave something away there for a minute.
No, this one up late again. Jay and Dax rough morning. Left work early. Lunch and quiet time. Caves' house for dinner. That's it. It's just those are the things that I did that day.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why do you put that in there?
Because I couldn't get myself to journal every day. I just couldn't commit to like writing down and actually journaling every day.
So that's like your substitute for that.
Yeah, because I think it's still good to document the stuff that I was doing so that I know that. But when I want to write too much, and I don't have the time to journal like that.
Oh, boo! You don't have the time.
So, no, not to journal like that.
Because usually people are like, well, I just don't have the. Like, I'm not going to journal because I'm not going to commit to the thing. But if you are desiring to do that, but then you find like you have the lack of.
I could.
Because you have 2 fucking kids and you're married and the whole nine, you got a full-time job.
I can keep a journal on my phone, but I prefer to write. You know? So,
because that's the cathartic part about it, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't have like the uninterrupted time to journal like that. Because I'll write,
Yeah, I'm trying to like find.
every day.
I'm trying to like find outlets.
Yeah,
for my new life, if you will, you know what I mean.
I used to write constantly. At one point, I had written like half of a book of just like about my life in high school and like things that I was experiencing, and
because I'm just saying, like that's content we could capitalize on. What kind of capitalist
I
are
would
you?
have to.
Just joking.
No,
just joking.
no, I'm not opposed to it. I would have to find out whether or not I still have it. I don't.
We'll
know
need
whether
it
or
for
not
your
I-
full memoirs later, though. So
but-
save it at least. You know.
But it started just like documenting just a day at school, just how I was
Yeah.
experiencing high school at that time. I think I started writing it after I had moved out of my house into my friend Haley's house, like before I had been suspended in high school. So,
Yeah,
it
that's
was like-
that's already like you don't realize that's a story in itself right there.
Yeah.
There's at least a book right there.
Yeah. No, this was about getting high every day and like all that type of stuff. Yeah, it was good. I
Well,
think I just was
fuck, man.
a young adult
One day-
and it was like, this is trash.
Little did you know.
Yeah, I would have to
Welcome
find it.
to like 2022. I mean, that is 100%. Like that is just good. That's a good like biography. What do you call that? Memoir material right there. I mean, that right there is 100%. So make sure like you know where it's at. You have.
I'll have to find it.
You gotta
I'd
find
have to
it.
find it
Well,
if
you
it
might-
still exists.
If you need to make some uncomfortable phone calls, you make sure to do that because we unlock that. I'm trying to secure my future as much as yours.
Yeah.
Let's make sure college. Dax has a college fund here. Let's.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
just.
I'll
Well,
have
that's
to think about
that's
that.
interesting, because I am. That is an interesting concept, and I think at the very very least, because I've been trying to find. Hashtag. This is part 4, so we get personal sometimes.
This is what we're doing.
I've been trying to find like little things to do, if
Right.
you will. Like I started. Kettlebells are a bitch. I've discovered that over this last week, and I hate them. But they're a thing, and they are good for me, so I do them. Because you could do a
There's
lot.
lot of good
you
stuff
could do
you
a
can do with the
lot with the
kettlebell.
kettlebell, and yogic stretching exercises are good.
There you go.
Has helped my back, other than today, which I'm having issues with. But I feel like that, even the daily. Let me throw like a line down in my fucking planner thing. It was probably a very good thing that I should do. So I think I'm going to adopt that starting on Sunday or on Monday.
And this square is generally a pretty good.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
write pretty small, so I can fit a good amount of pour
and
stuff in
I
there,
essentially live alone. Like I have nothing going on, so like my squares are pretty full. I
Yeah.
mean, they're kind of empty, so
Yeah.
like they're filled with possibilities. We'll put it that way. So
Yeah, and I have
think it's a
different
good deal.
colors in here for like blue stuff is always show stuff, and red things are like big family things. Purple
Mhm.
things are either Jordan or Reason things. Orange things are like Dax things.
I'm now wondering like what the resolution is on the Zoom when I go back to edit this bad boy.
Yeah, no, with this writing, I'm sure no one can read any of it.
Yeah,
I'll
you
put
always
it up
have like
this.
super
No
tiny
one can
writing.
See any of that? No.
Yeah.
So.
If I was in junior high, I'd say you have girls writing, but I'm an adult and I just say you have good writing.
Yeah, I get like a decent amount of compliments on it. So, and I've been doing this not all year, but let's see. Oh, maybe a good portion of the year.
Oh yeah,
Maybe I have been doing
Jesus.
it all year. Okay,
Look
I did.
at this.
So I started it last
Look
year.
at
Then, so I started this last year. Then I thought I started doing it this year.
What year? What month did you start?
I would have to
December?
look at my, I would have to. This is just this year. I'd have to look at my 2021
Well, I mean, I would just say
calendar.
December looks a little sparse. So honestly, you hit it hard in December of last year.
Yeah, and some of this stuff is just
Because
like,
the rest after December is way fuller than
yeah. Some of this, like
the
this
first
one
couple pages.
just says like emotional day. So I probably didn't want to write very much that day because I didn't have a good day.
Bro, you should have called me.
Zoo lights at 6, so we went.
Oh,
to
I remember
Zoo
when
Lights.
you guys went to Zoo
Yeah.
Lights.
So some of
Yeah.
it's just stuff like that. Like I went to work that day,
That's,
and then
that's
and
when
then
you
I
had
left
one
and-
kid.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that was in December exactly. So. Yeah, some of it is just, haircut at 2 o'clock, oil change 3:30, beers will trend afterwards. So,
Okay.
yeah.
We're getting real close to the end of the year. You got to make sure not to get rid of that. Cause
I
that
keep
is-
them all. I have all of them. I
You
have,
do.
I have all these calendars. Certainly since I've been doing this. So,
And you're still keeping the show notes, right?
yeah, I still have them.
The old journals and whatever.
Yeah, I still have all the show notes.
That's future bank right there.
Yeah, I still have that main one that I filled up. I still have the brown one that I was using, and I haven't deleted any of the ones that I've done on my phone or on my computer. All these ones are still here. I just have to get a.
That means the first, like, however long we've been going, it's going to be shitty. Because I'll steal it from YouTube. That's fine.
Right.
But,
Not
fuck.
as high a quality. That's right.
I hate my life sometimes. What's up?
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I like this whole, because what I've been trying to do.
Yeah, come January, it did pop off. It did start.
Yeah, hardcore. It must have been like some kind of New Year's resolution or something. Do you remember making a New Year's resolution this year?
My New Year's resolution was to read one book a month, and that's how the book club thing came about.
Oh.
Is because it was January, and I was getting ready to finish John Adams, and I was like, I think that I want to read 12 books this year. Like, I think that I can read 12 books this year.
Yeah.
And so all in 10 minutes, I was like, oh, maybe I'll do a book club. I was like, oh, I can do this. I can get other people involved. I can do a live stream, and I can do this type of video. And that's when I called you, and I was like, I got this fucking great idea. And then, we're in November now, and I'm like, good Christ, what did I involve myself in fucking January?
I love it, dude. I love it. Because you're an idea, man.
Yeah.
You're the Salt of the Streets idea, man. Let's put it that way. Because I have a good idea to come up with ideas and not follow through on
they just
any of them.
explode sometimes. And I'm like, I have a whole new show we're going to do. And I just thought of the first 5 episodes.
Oh, my God. And I am here for it. Obviously, I'm here. But yeah, since things have shifted in my life lately, I've been trying to figure out how to be more productive with my life and all this stuff. Because I found myself falling into I don't know what I would call it at this point, but like a rut. I'm in a rut 100%.
Yeah.
And it's forced myself to uninstall the video games on my computer.
Productivity is definitely a discipline thing.
It is 100% a discipline thing, right?
That's a discipline.
Yeah,
that I will tell you.
Yes, I wreck a discipline sometimes.
Yeah.
And like this past week, like I fell off the clip game this past week because trying to deal with
the car and the
tree.
Yeah.
It's a whole deal, man. Like when shit happens like that, it's not good. But
when you're an emotional guy,
apparently
it's all right.
I'm finding out that I am this deep emotional character.
It's good that you know that,
it's a thing I'm discovering. We'll put it that way. But yeah, I'm trying to find other avenues that will fit timelines and whatnot. It's a whole deal.
It's tough.
Because I have this thing now where I feel like I need to get home at a certain time. Because I have fucking 4 animals at my goddamn house. I got all the goddamn animals. And I feel like a bad animal caretaker.
Like a
dog dad. I feel bad as a dog dad if I'm gone for 13 hours. I feel bad because when I get home it's clusterfuck and a half.
It's chaos.
It's a whole deal. And then there's a whole you gotta pick up shit that obviously certain little ones have left and whatever. Little dogs don't have discipline. Chloe, she don't drop no bombs when I'm at home. She goes out before I leave home, and then she's
Big
good.
dogs
She's
have
like,
discipline,
like, Dad, I'm good. I'm not gonna fuck with you while you're gone. I know what you're doing. It's fine. But and then the cat, she's a psychopath. If I make a pit stop before I get home, it's this cat's. She's a psychopath for 2 days. It's bitch, I'm going to teach you to leave me alone for a little while by missing my feeding by an hour.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to find this new flow and shit. I've been incorporating some kettlebell workout things, which has been good.
That's good.
That's just this week has been new. And that's good. But also, I don't know, I need something else. I need something else in my life to go towards this thing. And we didn't make it work last night. B Jesus and we didn't connect like we were going to, but I'm hoping, I want to help him really. He's looking to launch a podcast and shit like that. Brandon Guerrero, shout out, homie.
Shout out, B Jesus.
He's been on the podcast before. I'm trying to I want to help him as much as I can.
Fuck yeah.
And at that point, I'm like, bro, if you need any post production, you need whatever, hook me up. I need purpose in life. Help me out. I will hook you up with whatever I can do. But it's been a whole deal, man. And then trying to deal with the car and shit.
Well, you should.
That's tough. But it's I'm on this quest to find a new thing. The Friday night live stream was great. It's been great. I continue to love it, and I want to keep doing it. But I'm I have this hankering.
Do you know something? Do you know something to consider?
Scratchy.
Something to consider would be to post some type of a job
TikTok
opening on the internet for a podcast producer. Like, I'm a podcast producer. I'm just looking if there's anybody who needs a producer, who needs help. You know, 'cause people are doing podcasts all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
And if you say, you slide me $50, I will show up and I'll do your video recording for you.
Yep.
I'll edit it and I'll send it to you. And we'll call a day a day.
That would be a deal. I'm also trying to get Josh Keaton.
Depending on
formerly
what
of the
they
podcast.
want. You know, if all they want is just an audio file, so I'll show up, I'll record everything for you, I'll cut it for you, I'll put on whatever music you want at the beginning and
I'll tell you how to set up a SoundCloud. We'll do the whole deal.
Yeah, you could even have an initial, like, this is my first fee if you also want me to show you how to set up a SoundCloud, how to post all these items, how to do all this stuff. Or you can pay $50 and I'll just show up, I'll record it, I'll send you an MP3 and you can post it onto wherever you want, and that's none of my business.
Word.
A one-time fee or like a, consulting fee almost mixed with the, and that's just another thing that gets Salt of the Streets named out there if that's what you're looking to do. You know, also I co-host this podcast, so if you want to see any of my production that I've already done, you can go there. You can see some of the scripted videos that we've done, some of the live videos that we've done, so you can see the way that I've done all this stuff. If you like that,
I like that.
you can listen to the podcast here, so you can see whether or not you like the way that I edit things up. Check it out.
Yeah, I like that, especially because most of my editing is done on the fly.
Yeah,
like right now, it's called producer style.
Yeah,
I hit buttons.
Exactly. Yeah. And if it's not your podcast, you'll be it'll be easier because you're just focused on what they're doing. You know.
Yeah, that's why back in, I don't want to say the day, but like it's been a while since we did it. Like doing the book review show was always awesome. Like the review preview. Yeah. Like I just sit there in the background and then I just I make notes. I'm like, all right, we're gonna hit this, we're gonna hit this, and then sometimes the sound effects come in. The cat just came in and was like, "Bitch, love me."
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that's a good tag. So we're gonna, and I'm also gonna push Josh Keaton. Josh Keaton, you're hearing me right now.
Because people will do evenings too. Most people who are starting a podcast are going to want to do evenings.
Yeah. And I really, really want to hear what Josh Keaton has to say about history because I need another history podcast.
I want to be on his podcast.
Oh,
I want to be on Josh Keaton's podcast to talk about whatever he wants.
He is a human being. Like, I find some cool shit. He comes across my Twitter feed that has to do anything with history. I'm like, Josh, check this shit out, bro.
He's great.
What do you think about this?
Josh is great.
He's a good guy.
He was a great guest. He was a fantastic. I loved having him on
guest.
Yeah.
What? I was 49. Maybe something like that.
We're at 36, so
never mind. 29,
maybe 29. Might have been 29. It was a little while ago.
It was a little while ago.
So I think 29 sounds about right.
Yeah, that was a great episode.
So Josh Keaton episode.
Yeah. All right. Enough of that shit.
Yeah. Let's hit a grab back topic.
I've discussed my life.
We talked for a good amount of time. I like it.
We did. So this is something
at least most of what you didn't record was just our personal shit.
Exactly. Cat, you were killing me, dude. Every 30 seconds she's jumping up. So this is something I want to bring to your attention. Jesus Christ. Don't touch a fucking button, Cat.
Stream Deck, Dad.
Don't. You're just going to sit on my... Come on, computer. Come on. All right, yeah, you just hang out there, sweetheart. This is something I wanted to bring to your attention, good sir. In our case, challenging the Washington State Standard Capacity Magazine ban, Sullivan versus Ferguson, King and Kitsap County had their motion for dismissal denied.
I love it.
It's not quite that simple as the Twitter post would indicate. So this is actually from FPC, the Firearms Policy Coalition, that is tracking all of these deals. But
I followed the shit out of these guys.
The actual judgment that came from the dismissal request. And it says King County defendants' motion to dismiss for lack of subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to federal rules of civil procedure, so-and-so, are denied. And additionally, court denies the Kitsap County defendants' motions to dismiss for failure of state a claim upon which relief can be granted insofar as they apply to plaintiffs' ex parte Young claims for declaration and injunctive relief. Denied. And then they did grant the court grants the King and Kitsap County defendants motion to dismiss plaintiff's claim based on 42 U.S.C. 1983 for failure to sufficiently plead a Monell claim. So 2 out of 3 motions, or items in the motions for full dismissal of the magazine ban were dismissed, and one had to drop, which is, I guess that's probably fine because at least 2 of 3 are still going to go forward. And then we will, as it pertains to the magazine ban in Washington State, continue to go forward with this court case. I do not know what comes next, but
I think the state
it is still going to
or circuit court.
The circuit court.
Next, yeah.
Well, I mean, they haven't necessarily heard the case yet at this point because this is the motion for dismissal at this point. So they haven't necessarily even heard the case. So they're going to hear the case. I would imagine that comes next. I don't know if there's any more. I would imagine there might become, after dismissal generally comes after what we've learned over these past years with various court cases. This cat is very terrifying right now. I don't know if she's going to hit a button. Everything's going to die. But I think what comes next is discovery or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like comes next as a non-legal mind or whatever. But so it's going to continue to go forward. So the magazine ban case, as it pertains to Washington State, is going to continue to go forward. And hopefully one day we'll have more motion on this and we will come up with updates in the future. But you're just egging it on now is what you're doing. Don't fuck with her because she's a demon. She is a demon. Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing? Yeah.
What?
She's like, I'm on the computer. It's fine. Crazy ass cat. So yes, it is good. Your magazine ban. The challenge in court is going forward. They did not get fully dismissed on
hopefully
on standing or anything like. Because this is at the time they could have been like, yeah, your case is dismissed on standing. So.
Well, hopefully we'll go to actual court because of the way that Thomas.
It looks like we will. It looks like we will
because of the way that Thomas just reinterpreted.
The New York thing?
Yeah. As far as it having to have historical evidence for being done. And there's no historical evidence for limiting the amount of magazine or bullets that people can have when they're gun.
This is something I wanted to ask you about earlier this week because there was that kind of New York court thing where they were like, yeah, you can come out and you can carry your gun outside New York City, blah, blah, blah. But when it came to the COVID aspect of things, right? New York City just had this thing now in the New York court system. They were like, yeah, all those people you fired for not taking the COVID injection that the city said was mandatory, you have to hire back, right?
Yeah.
It turns out like you had to be a dude that actually filed on that court case to actually get your job back. So if you didn't join that case, you're still fucked, by the way.
Business.
I think it was only like 16 people. So that's a thing because that's been making its way.
Do with a class action lawsuit.
Exactly,
because you're a little bitch.
Because you're a bitch. But like that's been making its way around the internet lately.
If I get anything
as
for
like
class action, I fucking sign up for it.
Hard, yeah.
What if I get a check for like $700?
Amen.
That's what
I'm saying.
And if it's only for $12, I don't give a shit at $12.
If the lawyers involved are reaching out to you to be part of a class action lawsuit, they want you to join because they have they've deemed it legally plausible that you can get paid in this lawsuit.
Give me that money.
Period. So, that being said, we had talked last episode, I believe, about the Seattle Fire Department being essentially still fucked by the courts at this point. So everybody that's been touting this thing as like a major victory in the COVID regime, mandatory vaccine and all this stuff because the New York case got passed, and I'm like, motherfuckers, they just got fired in Seattle. They're still fired in Seattle because the court said no. I don't take this as a victory necessarily at all.
It's because people are assholes and they read a fucking headline and they're like, look, they're all going to get their jobs back.
Amen. Because they're not fucking paying attention.
A cursory glance to be like, well, actually, as we know, the corporate media will fucking deceive you at any chance they can get so they can get your click so that you will, even a retweet is good enough.
Yeah.
Even if you ignore Twitter's plea to be like, will you please, dear God, read this article before you share it? And he's like, no, I won't. I'm going to share it anyway.
Hashtag going to click anyways.
Don't
share
be
anyways. That's all she knows how to be.
Yeah,
is a
you're
dick.
like asleep. Come on.
Nice, oh, sweetheart. What are you doing? What you doing, sweetie boy? I wish I had a cat cam I could put right here.
Yeah. You can almost see her.
You can almost see her?
You can see like her tail,
Is this the tail? But yeah, so I am like hesitantly like positive about this New York case when it comes to the vaccine mandates. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. All our firefighters are still fired, so I don't give a shit.
Bunch of cops. The Seattle Police Department is still fucked.
Yeah. All these people are still fucked. So like, yeah, you guys that are not really paying attention, take your fucking victory lap. Because in this
Seattle's-
one niche case, yeah, you guys won. But now it's going to take an entire separate legal battle at this point to try to use New York State's case as precedent,
yeah.
and then carry that on. There's still going to be so many people that are still going to get fucked at the back end of this thing.
I do have to admit, and this is probably lost on you because you like lived in New York for so long. I hadn't been to Seattle in like 2 years probably, and so I think the distance from
Haven't been in a
Seattle,
while.
the distance from Seattle made it easier to hate it. You know, because when I got over there, I was like, you know what, this is pretty incredible. Like the city itself, you know, I was like, this is like a feat of like human engineering, that there's all of these buildings in one thing. Like this is really pretty incredible, you know.
And also remember, like, it burned down once and they built a new
Yeah,
one
like,
on top
and
of
the,
it.
like the energy is cool. Like this, you know, like this is
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
cool.
It's a whole deal.
And then we were in the museum, and one of the first things you can do is walk through.
Oh, that's right. You went to the
Yeah,
aquarium.
or the aquarium. Yeah, it's in the
Yeah.
museum. We went to the aquarium, and the first thing that you can do is like take a picture in front of a big banner thing, you know. And so we went up there, and they scan a little card that has a thing on it, so you can go and scan it and try and buy these pictures later. So after the guy did it,
I remember that.
he put his hand out, and I was holding Dax for the picture, and I leaned Dax in to take this card from the guy, who of course was a multi-haired fucking double-earringed motherfucker, right? And
There were some gauges in there.
he doesn't even look at my son. He is completely turned away from him, puts his hand out to hand the card, and just drops it on the ground before Dax even has it in his hand. So I
What?
have to lean over and pick it up, and we walked away, and I said to Jordan, I said, and that's why I hate the city. That's it right there.
Yeah,
It's because
the
you aren't even a
dehumanization of
human
the people that
being.
live there. Yes.
Not even a human being. I'm not from here. I live on the other side of the water. Maybe make it a positive experience. What if I don't live here? What if I came here by choice because this might be a fun day, and you can't even hand a fucking 3-year-old a card with a sea otter on it so that we can maybe buy a picture of our family later? You can't even look at us in the face. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, because fuck you anyways, because you don't live here, so fuck off. I don't care about you.
Yep, because I was wearing a Carhartt sweatshirt. You look like a piece of shit. Probably work a fucking blue-collar job, you piece of shit.
No, man, you look like John Fetterman, so I should support you.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
It's not good at all.
It's not good.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, have you been following Arizona's gubernatorial election?
There's
at all?
wild things going on.
There's so many
Arizona
wild
is
things.
crazy right now.
Arizona is nuts.
Project Veritas is like, did you know that Katie Hobbs has a twin sister? We did. I'm like, what? Yeah, they're going crazy right now.
All I'm saying is that if I was James O'Keefe, my targets would be focused elsewhere most of the time.
Arizona's wild.
Arizona's wild. And now let me present to you.
The sheriff making people wear pink underwears and shit like that in the jail.
I thought that was Texas for a minute.
No, that was Arizona. That was
Okay.
Joe Arpaio when he was still the sheriff of Maricopa County.
Ooh.
And they had a tent city outdoors.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. And
I didn't know that was Joe Arpaio.
Yeah,
but
he made all the inmates wear pink underwear. Yeah.
I mean, at that point,
they lived outside in Arizona.
That's hot,
on, bro.
And cold.
That's crazy,
It's
bro.
hot and
That's
cold.
crazy.
Well, these people are bad. They done broke the law.
Yep.
Yeah. How many of those people were like minor possession for marijuana? Fuck off, Cap.
Probably like a lot.
Exactly.
A lot of illegal immigrants who are under suspicion of being illegal.
He was that kind of tilt.
They had to pass a law when he was sheriff. Like, you can't arrest people for being suspicious.
Exactly.
That's not okay.
You can't do that.
You can't do that. You can't arrest someone just to find out whether or not they're a citizen. It doesn't work that way.
Call me a MAGA supporter. Fuck off.
He said, "You
Fuck
fucking
Joe Arpaio."
You fucking right.
Yeah.
You bet your ass I can."
Amen. Okay, so let's go back to the
Katie Hobbs. Yes.
Katie Hobbs is running against Carrie Lake, and when
Was she
asked,
a senator or something?
No.
Why do I know her name?
Katie Hobbs,
Yeah.
because she's running against Carrie Lake.
Oh, that's all.
And Carrie Lake used to be big in the local media
Right.
in Arizona,
thought
but
I knew
because
Katie
she's
Hobbs.
the opponent of somebody that is it what the corporate press would say election denier, she's
Yes.
big news. But otherwise,
She
she's
questioned
just a
an election that she
well-funded.
won, right? Like,
Well, she
didn't question it, but she said we should make sure everything's
we should
legit.
make sure that everything is legit after the primaries. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what.
And
That's
then
what
she-
Katie.
and
yeah,
she
yeah.
won.
Yeah,
She's
she
like,
did.
still, we should make sure that's
Yeah.
legit.
And if you ask me, and after watching this clip, she's about to be the goddamn governor of Arizona.
Oh no! Oh no!
When asked about because this clip has to take place during the when the CDC made recommendations that the new COVID vaccine that was only tested on like 8 mice, right, was like, oh yeah, you should give this to your kids. It was then asked to Katie Hobbs whether or not, because the CDC only makes guidance, right, whether or not the governor of the future governor of Arizona would make it mandatory for people in the state of government, kids in the state of Arizona, to take this as part of the standard you can go to public school regimen of vaccines. This was
They're gonna do that shit here. You just wait.
This is it.
They're gonna do it here, is what I'm saying. You just wait.
Yeah, they will.
Oh, you just wait.
Hashtag homeschool.
Would you allow the COVID vaccine to go on the vaccine schedule for children to attend school?
Is that
Sorry, so the CDC is
running for governor,
sort of moving toward adding the COVID vaccine to the recommendation for school vaccines. It's up to the states to actually decide what's on that list in their state. So would your Department of Health Services put the COVID vaccine on the list of required vaccines for children in school?
that is not something I have contemplated. So, yeah.
That's the possible future governor of the state of Arizona has no fucking clue what is going on with the new COVID vaccine.
That is not something
as
I've
it relies.
contemplated, she said?
Yes.
I've not even considered
AKA,
it.
she has no idea what this motherfucker's talking about. And then he goes on to try to well, this is what's happening. I don't know if you've been in the news lately or been following what's going on, but as future governor, you're going to have to make this call. What do you want to do? I haven't contemplated this at this time.
That's rough.
Whoa, dude. Whoa.
And it's not like it's a new issue. Maybe with the new booster it is, but not whether or not it will be required for schools, because that shit's already happening.
Yes, it is 100% happening.
I love running through your Twitter for the grab bag. I think it is just the greatest thing.
These are just the bookmarks I pulled up already.
I love it.
We haven't even... I love segment 4. Okay, so this is... We're going to rewind. This has to do with the Chinese Communist Party's meeting that just took place last week. Right? Rough business. And what we're about to see here is Xi Jinping's predecessor being ushered out of the Congress.
Hu Jintao,
yes. In full recognition, you got to remember that everything that is broadcast on Chinese state TV is 100% pre-planned, pre-staged. There's zero variabilities involved.
It's chosen by the states, curated by the state. 100%.
They would not put this on there if they did not want this to be seen.
It's not an accident.
No.
Yeah, is what you're saying.
So what we're about to see here is rather impressive.
That's Xi Jinping right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
And that's Hu Jintao.
Now watch. Pulls the documents away from
his paper.
And he says, "You're about to go fuck yourself." And he's just sitting there like, what's going on right now? No. It's very uncomfortable. They zoom in.
But actually, I'm just going to hold on.
I'm going to take these. You don't get to look at these documents.
The guy next to him was like, "Listen, don't even talk to him." He's like, "Just don't do it."
Xi Jinping just sits there.
It's like, hey, kind of looking over there.
Kind of.
Not really at them. Like they're just kind of over in that direction.
Everybody else, eyes front though. Eyes fucking front. This guy to the right of Xi Jinping is discipline. Eyes front.
Yeah. This guy's like, wait,
right,
let me just...
I'm holding on to your folders here, bud. You don't need these. You don't need these. All right, let's get the aides in here. Let's hey.
He's like, you should just...
She goes,
take him out of here.
Just get him out of here. You don't need to see these documents here, all right? You don't need to see these. Just get her the fuck out of here, all right?
Very important. He doesn't see these documents. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know Chinese. We're not reading his lips.
He's like, all right, it's all right. So here's these documents.
The guy's like, no, don't worry. He's like, I'm just going to hold on to it. I got it covered up. You can't see it anyway.
He's like, no, she said to do this. The guy next to him's like, bro. Just let them do what they're going to do.
It's like,
ultimately, they cut, but the guy ends up grabbing the documents. And look at the face of this guy. Like, what the fuck over? And he like tries to pick him up, bro. All right, we're gonna usher you out. She's like, yeah, man, yeah. All right, we're cool. He's like, what the fuck are you doing,
He's
man?
Like, no,
like,
bro,
I just
I'm gonna
sit
back down. Like, what's going on? This is insane.
We gotta go this way.
This is
we
insane.
Gotta go this way. Have you seen this yet?
Not this whole thing.
I'm so
No,
excited.
this is insane.
The guy next to him, he's like, sit the
Just
fuck
don't.
down. Sit down.
Oh my God. The only person with a conscience in the whole building.
Yes. Yep.
But this
Bro,
is so
he's like,
dark.
Can I get the documents? I just want
It's like,
no,
nope,
you don't get
don't
the documents,
touch it.
bro.
You
You
get
need to go
out.
this way. You need to go this way.
He's like, I'm not gonna go that way.
Yeah. Bro, this is the party I've built, motherfucker.
Bro.
And then they lead him out. How do you feel about that?
It's wild. It's wild because it's so subtle. You know, like no one's really talking. Like it's so subtle, but it's so wild when you know the context and you understand. If you just saw that video on Twitter, you'd be like, "This is why is there even a video of this?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here?"
Yeah. And the
the historical, the way that it reaches through history of like this. This is how the party deals with things. Like you're no longer of service. You're done now. You don't
Bye-bye.
Yes, not only are you done, right? You're publicly done. We're going to make sure that not only is everyone in this room going to see that you're done, everyone on television is going to see that you're done, everyone in the country is going to see that you're done, the whole world is going to see that you're done. We're going to ask you to leave, and if you don't get it, we will physically remove you from here in the politest way possible to show that we are civilized.
Yes.
You are the problem here, and that's why you are being removed. That is one of the craziest things I have seen, considering all of those aspects. You know what I'm saying?
I love it. I love it. I love it.
That's dark to
when
watch.
And you got to remember too, like the CCP that did not happen by accident. It was filmed and broadcast on purpose. That was 100% pre-planned for that to take place so that everybody can see it plain as day. And we just saw it. That's the CCP in action. All right, up next, the glorious return.
That's why we always tell you to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP.
That's right.
Because that is what they want in America.
That's right. I almost tweeted that, or not tweeted that. I almost super chatted that to the Timcast IRL last night.
Evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP.
Mhm.
I think that's a good. It's very
it's a
clean,
good place
you
to put
know?
it.
Evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP.
Nobody else does that.
Yeah.
Because it's not saying like, yeah, cut it all out, blah, blah, blah. Stop all your interaction, because you can't do that, obviously. That's
It's
unrealistic.
impossible.
No. Evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP, I think, is about as clean and clear as you can possibly get.
Be as simple as shoes, man. Be as simple as shoes. Just don't buy Chinese-made shoes anymore.
Well,
I'm so jazzed to get
as complex as it is
That's
to
true.
not buy CCP-made shoes.
I'm so excited
or
to get
CCP-sponsored shoes.
So excited to get those shoes. Colorado American-made shoes.
I mean, and let's be realistic about it. I mean, you go buy a pair of Vans, half the price of those.
Yeah.
It is, you're paying double the price to buy 100% non-slave made shoes. Good
That's
on
right.
you. I, on the other hand, will shout out Vietnam.
My shoes, I've been waiting because I couldn't
They
decide.
look good.
I've been
I'm
struggling.
excited.
No. I mean, the shoes that I've been wearing are damn near falling apart.
You wear
because I
multiple.
just couldn't.
You wear multiple shoes during the week.
I probably got 3 pairs of shoes
Yeah.
that I wear regularly.
Do you change them out during the day?
No.
No.
No, not during the day.
Okay.
I'll take them off during lunch. If I sit down in my truck or something, I'll take them off during lunch and then put them back on before I get out of the truck.
I don't do every day, but I do some days.
Yeah.
I feel like I should do it every day.
Definitely, if I sit down in work to eat, I will absolutely take my shoes
Yeah.
off.
You don't got that stinky foot stank?
No,
Oh,
I did
yeah.
when I was like a teenager.
I got
you know?
sweaty feet, bro. I gotta keep that shit in the lock.
And they get pretty hot, but they don't get like stinky. You
Mm.
know, they get sweaty. The shoes will get stinky over time, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
my feet are not stinky.
every brand new pair of shoes I buy, I gotta buy a brand new pair of like those smelly balls to put in them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it's just a thing ever since. That's just what's up biology. It's
Just
a bitch.
one of those things, yeah.
It's a whole deal. So let's jump to this. We've talked about this before on the podcast, and this is a new. It's come yet again. We were once confronted with the possible strike of the railroad unions.
This
right?
is gonna suck.
And yes, it is.
This is gonna suck really
And it
bad.
was averted at one point, and there was a celebratory gathering, a gala,
like a
if you
barbecue or
will,
something, right?
at the White House
was the whole
Rose
deal.
Garden to celebrate the passing of what we assumed was going to be. Come here, bud. Come on, bitch! Don't cheap out on me now. All you want to do is jump up on my
That's a
lap.
great beer.
Was it the Kolsch? The
The
honey
Honey
Kolsch?
Kolsch.
The honey Kolsch is fire.
That's a great beer.
The honey Kolsch is fire.
I had last night.
I'm
okay, it
really
was
sad that it's gone now.
It was expensive as balls. It was like $850 at fucking Silver City.
Yeah,
which
you went
I
to Silver
didn't
City last
know.
night. Congrats, by the way.
Thank you very much. But it was called like the big cone, I think, the whole cone. That's what it was, and it was an ESB.
Ooh, I love an ESB.
It was fire. It was incredible.
Malty, glorious goodness.
Oh my God, it was good.
Just a hint of hops right on the backside. Yeah.
And it said something about like it's the whole hop, like they don't shell it or something like that. So
Why would they? They're bitches.
Dude.
I like Silver City a lot.
Dude.
For that reason.
That ESB, you got to get some of that ESB. You have to get some.
I don't know. I've become
so good.
I've become a beer club member at a new brewery, so
You
I
have to get some
I
of
got a
that
shield from my
ESB.
boys over at Echoes Brewing.
It's
All right.
so good.
All right. Maybe on Friday I'll go over there.
It's so good.
So good.
It's so good.
Everybody's running out of Oktoberfest lately, so I can't.
We're getting close.
I
It's
can't do
November
that.
now.
It's over at
Almost,
this point.
2 days is November.
I started following this girl who's she's American, living in like Indiana or some shit, and but she's from Munich originally, and so she does a lot of like German videos.
Okay.
And she did a whole thing on Oktoberfest the other day, and I've talked about this numerous times on the beer show, but like Oktoberfest, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Oktoberfest kicks in spring. It's like the spring festival.
That's
thing
just what they
that
call
kicks
it,
off in
right?
Munich. Yeah,
because it means something else.
yeah. And
We were
by the
just like,
time
October, right?
Yeah, and by the time October comes, that's like tail end at best. You
That's
know what I
really
mean? It's stupid, but yeah. When I went to Echoes last weekend, we were all there. That I got a growler of the Oktoberfest, and they were like, "Yeah, we're on our last keg, so it's gone." So when I go there on Sunday to watch football,
Probably not going to be there.
probably not going to be there.
I might see about coming to visit you. I might come down and visit you and then have Jordan bring the kids last time. The last time I went, there was chaos at the house as soon as I left.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, chaos
Chaos?
ensued as soon as I left. And it was a rough day at the end of the day.
I need beer.
So, uh-oh.
Can you grab a beer?
Yes.
You want to grab a beer? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring us into this this story here. So, yeah, as we discussed earlier in past shows, there was that possible railway strike, and then it was averted because Joe Biden saved the day, blah, blah, blah. It's a bunch of bullshit. Because the proposal sent out to the rest of the rail unions was then it had to then be voted on by the rest of the unions and passed by all of them. And if they did not vote if all the unions did not vote to accept that contract, it was going to have to go back into negotiation. Lo and behold, we're sitting now, thank you very much, sir, at the second rail union denying the proposal that came from the Biden administration, the old Biden administration. And so we are, at this point now, it's almost a guarantee that if they do not somehow or other hammer out a new contract behind our backs and accept it, we're going to be looking at a rail strike.
By when?
On or about December. So let's just read this a little bit.
Just in time for Christmas.
Amen.
That's
And
nice.
that's the thing. So, second railway union voted on Wednesday against ratifying the tentative agreement brokered between the railway managers, unions, and members of President Joe Biden's administration. The move increases the possibility of a strike in November that would endanger the national supply chain if deal is not reached. The Brotherhood of Railway Signalmen, which represents over 6,000 workers in the United States, announced that its members voted to reject the tentative agreement, sending the union back to the bargaining table with management. In a statement, Union President Michael Baldwin, not of Alec Baldwin persuasion, notes that it's the first time the union has voted against the ratifying an agreement. Sick leave policies continue to be a center of talks. Unions agree current policies do not allow workers to take personal or sick time off, while the Presidential Emergency Board, the PEB, appointed by President Biden, negotiated increased wages. It did not address the leave policy. Quote, I have expressed my disappointment throughout the process in the lack of good faith bargaining, and Baldwin said in a statement. Additionally, the highest offices of each carrier, as well as their stockholders, seem to forget that the rank and file of their employees continue to perform their job each day through an unprecedented pandemic while the executives works from home to keep their families safe, Baldwin said. So obviously this is a twofer, right? This is a twofer. First of all, this is a twofer because this is the white collar cubicle dwelling executive that was able to work from home and to just have this cush life during pandemic, coming to turn around and bite them in the ass while the actual worker was out there doing their fucking job the whole goddamn time, not getting any benefits, not doing anything else except having to come into work and do their goddamn job while everyone else was sitting at home doing absolutely fucking nothing.
That's right.
They're fucking extra pissed at this point. This is even worse than if this was like a standard negotiation, because at this point, well, this member of the signalmen's union was at home. Their friends, their family, their immediate acquaintances were all at home, either working from home or getting fucking extended, what do you call that, unemployment insurance from the states,
Yeah, yep.
Whatever, just sitting there cashing their checks while they sat there, drank beer, and played fucking video games, did nothing. These people had to get up and do their fucking back-breaking labor, go into work their fucked up schedules, do all this stuff because they signed up to do it. Well, everyone else sat at home, including all their fat cat bosses that got to sit there in their fucking houses and zoom into fucking meetings and make policy and do all this shit. They're fucking pissed that they did not get yes, they got a pay raise, but when it comes to like, I wake up in the morning, I'm a hardworking guy, but my back is fucking killing me. I got to take a day off. I got to lay up. I got to try to rest up so I can get back at it tomorrow.
My kids need to go to the doctor.
That's whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
When you need that fucking squish day, that like you and I can take that day if we need a day. We take the day. It's fine. In that fucking railway union, mind you, you're part of the union, so that's your own goddamn fault. You don't have that ability to do that, and that's part of their negotiations here. And the Biden administration, hashtag Pete Buttigieg, is technically in charge of that whole thing because he's Department of Transportation. Said kind of like, we don't care. We're gonna give you guys like a 25% pay raise. So just be happy and go back to work. Motherfucking unions. This is the second union that's not okay with that. So according to this NPR article, it could be as early as sometime in November that they might go on strike. But it looks as if at this point we might have some serious railway strike possibilities coming in a very, very near future. Yeah, that's going to make our already troubled economy even fucking worse. Hashtag welcome to Christmas.
Hashtag welcome to Christmas.
That's where we're at, bro.
I like it.
That's
what I'm calling
I like
this
it because
episode.
it's so dark.
I'm tweeting it right now. That's what I'm calling this episode.
Hashtag welcome to Christmas, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see here. What else do we got coming up on the old agenda here? Biden falls asleep. That's fun. Did we talk about this at all? I don't remember if we talked about this on the podcast at all. There's a local story I forgot to hit because it's awesome. But
all right. Let's hear it.
Okay, so really, really quick, let's hit this one. I don't know how much time we have left. But
see the Japanese guy that fought off the bear too?
I saw a guy fight off a bear on the side of a rock.
Yeah, so he was Japanese.
Japanese?
Japanese guy. Yeah, he's climbing up like that.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Bear comes in fucking nowhere.
And the visceral...
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Like the whole thing.
Punching it and kicking it and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, would have been better if he had a gun, by the way.
That's why he doesn't have a gun, because he's in fucking Japan.
Also, I wouldn't have put it past it to be some fucking hiker in California.
No,
but
it was in Japan.
Okay, that makes sense. But this particular case rubs me super fucking raw because we had a particular attack of a black bear in Washington State.
Someone attacked a black bear?
No, nobody attacked a black bear. A black bear attacked a human being in Chelan County, of all places. Yeah, somewhere that we might frequent. Well, some of us frequent. I'm there relatively a lot because I also do a lot of hunting in the same area.
Relatively a lot.
I do. I do a lot of hunting in the same area. But yeah, somebody was on a fucking trail Here, I'll just read the fucking story for a minute. Let's just do this, and then I will go off, because our state is filled with just a bunch of fucking idiots. A Washington State woman left her home to let her dog out early Saturday morning, and ended
always
up
the ones that get fucked up too.
Yeah. No, if you're a woke ass liberal fucking wine mom sitting at home, and all of a sudden the state asks you to vote whether or not people should hunt bears, and you say no, this is your fucking story. You're an idiot.
This could be you.
When you think bears are Yogi Bear and fucking Teddy Ruxpin, not true. You meet a bear out in the wild.
Yeah, that's not going to be me. I'll shoot a bear in the face.
Exactly.
Let's go.
So he ended up attacking or fending off an attack from the black bear. The
Yeah,
woman
let's hear it.
who sustained non-life-threatening injuries punched the bear right in the nose, end quote, which led to it running away, according to one official who spoke to local TV station King 5.
That seems to get him too.
Yeah, that's assuming that it doesn't eat you first. That's fine.
Like most of the videos that
you
I've
punch
seen,
it in the nose, it's not interested. Yeah.
Yeah, like that dude, the guy on the mountain, he kicked that bear right in its stupid nose, and it was like, oh fuck.
Yes, 100%. Yes. We're extremely thankful that the victim has received medical care for this unfortunate encounter. Captain Mike Jewell of the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife said in a press release, "Public safety is our priority. Our officers and staff were quick to mobilize to locate the animal and secure the scene. The attack occurred near Enchantment Park."
Put tape around her house. It's secure.
No, what the worst thing is, they hunted that goddamn bear down. They killed it, and then when there was 2 cubs associated, they had to take the cubs and then release them later on.
Oh no!
Yes.
That's why the bear attacked, is because there was babies just hiding.
Yes.
Somewhere. God.
Because people are fucking stupid. The attack occurred near Enchantment Park and Blackbird Island in Chelan County, about 75 miles east of Seattle. The woman is being treated at the Wenatchee Hospital, according to Washington State Fish and Wildlife.
Ooh, so she got fucked up then.
She's fucking fine.
Non-life threatening.
Yeah. The wild black bear attacks are rare. They aren't unheard of. Since 1970, 19 other human black bear encounters have led to injuries, according to Washington State authorities. In 1974, a black bear attack led to someone's death. So we're reaching back at the 70s. This is how we're doing. Wildlife officers.
Cougars statistically are like more of a threat than black bears, right?
Yes. Okay. So regardless,
right?
Let's just take it from here, because
So
I want to go
you
off.
said that it had 2 babies, right?
It had 2 babies.
Doesn't matter, but the bear had 2
matter.
babies, and they had to then take the babies.
They had
somewhere.
to take the babies, and they released them because they weren't because this was the boar. No, it was sow at this point. But the babies were old enough at that point.
Some teenage cubs.
They could let them go and they'd be fine.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
They weren't babies. They were.
The reason this thing
just
rubbed
little
me
bears.
fucking raw was because you remember what happened this year. I think I talked about it on the podcast at one point. But this was the first year where we were not allowed to participate in the spring black bear hunt. And because there are so many black bears in our own state, they are starting to work their way in more and more into everyday suburban societies, because black bears can live in small patches of woods. You'd be very surprised.
Because they're
in the
not
small
that big,
habitat they can
right?
take
Like
care of.
comparatively to grizzly bears and stuff.
It depends, but yeah.
Generally, they're smaller than a grizzly
Generally,
bear.
yeah. Grizzly bears are giant. You see a brown bear out in the wild, and you will question whether or not you should even exist on this planet, because obviously there is a peak predator right there, and I'm not it. Ask the grizzly man that. He got eaten in his tent.
That was a great movie.
It's dark. It's super dark. Because if you think that that's possible, you know what the moral of the story is? The moral of the story of Grizzly Man is, if you think that you can be this like eco-loving hippie and coexist with nature on a 100% level, the end result is you get eaten by bears.
Yeah, that's not good.
Done. That's how that works, man. Bears are not... Okay.
Bears don't give a fuck about you.
Bears
Even
do not
less than
give
the
a fuck of
government.
you. Yes, bears do not give a fuck about you. Bears exist on this planet. They are not a fucking teddy bear that your child cuddles at night to go to sleep. Bears exist to eat, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Eat and fuck, and that's about
Yeah.
it. And when you're out in the woods, There are more black bear attacks on people in the woods than there are grizzly attacks in people in the woods. Why? Because there's more black bears than grizzlies. Let's put it that way. Because there are so many black bears out there because people have anthropomorphized them such.
Yes.
I'm surprised I was able to pull that off. Boom. That, I mean, that's people think that bears are just these things. Bears are fucking wild goddamn animals that would not care whether or not they ate you or not.
Right.
If they are hungry, you know what they're going to do? They're going to try to fucking eat you. And if you spend any time out in the woods, that is the one thing I would suggest to you is not to think that this goddamn little fucking black bear that's going to come up, it's going to be all cute and cuddly and you're going to have a good little snuggle time at night in your tent. No. What's going to happen is either they're going to try to eat you, they're going to run away. For one, they're probably not going to come near you. But if they are going to come near you, you need to start figuring out what the fuck's going on. Because if a bear in an area where there are regular human occupancy, if a bear comes near you, you need to realize that bear understands what you are.
Right.
What that bear understands you to be is possible food. That's what that bear understands you to be.
And sometimes they just go places. Like we had a bear.
They're like coyotes.
We had a bear.
They eat a lot of just whatever.
At our elementary school at Brownsville. You know, in Brownsville, it's in a bunch of neighborhoods. Like it's not like it's an unpopulated area, but it's by the water.
Lots of woods
Yeah,
too.
it's just by the water. So there was a bear that was in like the elementary school playground, and so we all had to sit inside and make sure no one went outside because you might get attacked by a bear. But they just show up places, they just show up in random places, and there isn't really anything that you can do about it. And if they get scared,
except kill them,
right?
You could do that.
And if they get, but I mean, if it's in a fucking schoolyard, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, kill it.
They waited for it to go. No one came in and shot it. They waited for it to go. I don't think the first thing is we'll just gun it down.
I mean, if I saw a bear, the first thing that would be on my mind is let's kill that.
But that's not what they did. When they called the cops, I don't think if a cop shows up, the first thing is not like, let's just gun it down.
Let's just make sure it's not mauling a small
let's
child.
Wait and see if it's just going to go. Because if it's just going to go, we don't need to worry about it. We don't need to waste the ammunition, and we don't need to worry about it. We don't need to file the paperwork for having to discharge our gun even at a bear. They'll wait.
Yeah, welcome to Washington State.
Yeah.
I've dealt with a lot of cops over the last couple
being
weeks.
said, like I said, I don't go into the woods without this fucking big ass gun on my head.
Exactly.
I'm not. You got me fucked up thinking that I'm going to be caught dead by a cougar or a bear and not being able to defend myself.
Yeah, the minute you meet a cougar in the woods, you need to shoot that thing.
Yeah,
because it's going to kill you.
The guy
it is not interested in how you're doing that day, and you're not going to give it some scratches along its spine and it's going to purr and everything's going to be good. No, it's going to try to kill you.
I've seen a ton of videos of people be like in encounters with cougars, and they walk backwards a lot and like take video of the cougar. I'm shooting that thing way before that.
Yeah,
way before that.
The difference between you and them is you have a gun.
If it's walking, even people with guns.
Well,
they've shot
that
at
recent
them
video,
afterwards.
yeah,
that
recent
dumb.
video of that stupid fucking guy. He was a hunter. I think he was a bow hunter, if I recall, and he had a pistol on him. And he was. I wonder if I might have that video.
I'm shooting that thing way before.
100,000 fucking
before
percent.
that.
I watched that video. I was like, bro, you could have killed that thing 100 times
I'm
over
not
by the time
dealing
you.
with that.
Fuck no.
No, I'm not chancing.
That thing is going
it's
to
way
try
faster
to
than
eat you.
It's way
Period.
faster than you too.
100%.
Way faster.
100%.
Yeah. So I'm not dealing with that.
I seen this cat, man. She goes nuts, man. Just this little house cat. She'd be chilling, and all of a sudden she gets like some wild fucking burr up her ass, and then bam, and she's like jumping off fucking 6 different walls in the house. I'm like, I don't know, man. No. Fuck all that noise. But this would not be a goddamn problem if Washington State and their woke ass fucking, if they're in the realms of fish and wildlife, hunting game, whatever it is in your state at that point. In our version, it's fish and wildlife. They decided that it was not in the best interest of hunters in Washington State to be able to hunt the spring black bear hunt as per is the usual deal in our state. Why? Because people that are so anthropomorphized when it comes to bears decided that it was too cruel to hunt bears during springtime. You know what the end goal of that is? People getting fucking hunted by black bears in their fucking backyard when they go out to take their dog out to take a piss.
Well,
that is exactly what happens. Around here, I saw a fucking black bear a few weeks ago. That I was driving home, sun was coming out. It was a cool deal. It was like this fucking crazy ass like Sasquatch silhouette thing. The giant ass fucking black bear brambled across the fucking road, silhouetted by the setting sun, and it was a gorgeous deal. But it fucking kind of freaked me out because that was the biggest black bear I ever seen. It just ran across the road and went back into the woods. Right next to my house. There is nothing but trails back here, man. And these fucking Ukraine-loving hippies that live in my town are going back there running these trails.
Row the vote.
Row the vote is a campaign sign I see on the regular in my neighborhood. Are not carrying a fucking firearm while they're running through these trails in the woods. And you know that all that's got to happen is that black bear's got to be hungry. And then he's going to decide to attack and maul somebody. That's all that's going to happen. And somebody's going to die.
Yes.
And it ain't going to be the bear. We'll put it that way.
And then the state is going to start paying people to hunt the bears instead of allowing citizens to pay to hunt the bears.
Yes. And this is what happened
pay more than
with
the
this
cost of a bear
specific
tag.
story. With this specific story, Fish and Wildlife went out, shot the bear, released the cubs that were along with it.
They shot the bear, huh?
They shot and killed the bear because obviously it's at that point once the bear has, if they're sniffing humans like your food, you got to kill that thing because they're going to keep getting after you.
Okay.
But and they're gone at that point. The bear's gone, but then that bear is not utilized at that point. There's no meat being distributed.
They just leave it there?
It's gone. No, I mean they'll take it and they'll dispose of it.
I think they just burn it or something. What do you think they do with it?
Yeah, they just they do it like they do like a the cremation. They put it in a fucking thing and they just ash it up and bye bye.
I wonder if there was a guy who worked for the wildlife department, if he was like, well, I'll take it, if they would let him do it. Or if they're like, no, we have to burn it.
Considering currently who's at the head of Fish and Wildlife at this point, there's no way that's happening. No, she's some woke ass motherfucker from Seattle. There's no way that's happening in our current. In states like Alaska, that happens a lot. Like if there's like a rogue grizz because something happens, or there's a rogue moose, because moose also are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, wild, right? That's
super
that's crazy.
Wild. It's a fucking aggressive horse, is what that is, with a bunch of headgear that will fuck your life up. Amen.
Yeah,
and that will come in and it will fuck your world up.
Satellite
It'll
dishes
destroy
on
your
head,
car.
Yeah.
We'll put it that way. A lot of times they have like programs set up so that they can distribute like the meat to like various indigenous tribes. But if you live in like a town near that, you're not going to get that unless you're part of like the indigenous tribe. But yeah, they have that shit on lock a little bit in Alaska, but around here, no, that thing's just going to the cremation. They don't care about that.
The state is terrible.
Amen. The state is terrible and they have no idea what they're doing. So, okay, let's take a perusal. How are we doing? 6:45? Are you good for one more? I don't know. Let's, I don't know where you're at. You got kids, bro. I don't got kids. So I'm here all night.
Yeah. No,
let's
what do you got?
Oh, we got that Ukrainian fucking drone footage.
Let's see it
from the boat.
Let's see it. Let's see this. We'll do this the last one.
Let's do this. All right.
So this is from a UUV, right? That's in the water.
Yeah, and they put some dramatic music to it.
UUV is an unmanned underwater vehicle.
Yeah. And so this is attacking a Russian boat, a ship in Sevastopol, in the port of Sevastopol in Ukraine.
And that's what this is, right? Is a UUV?
This is a UUV. It's a little speedboat looking thing.
And now it's
black
getting shot
and
at. That's what the flashes are?
Yeah. Is that... I don't remember if this is the video or not, because they show like another one later on. Oh, no, there's another video out there. We can find it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Yes.
This is the one. This is it. It rolls in hard, dude. And there's obviously it's being shot at by the ship over there.
Yeah. It's like, all right, I'm going to go over here.
Yeah. And some of this shit gets wild for a minute, man. It gets close. And I'm very surprised how close this thing gets.
Oh, yeah. You can see the flashes from the boat.
On that boat, bro, you are just hoping that this thing don't get near you. And what freaks me out is the fact that the landscape changed so much. So there's a Russian helicopter flying around,
shots
shooting at that thing.
Wow.
Yeah. And it kind of freaks me out because obviously there's a lot of time lapse going on here because it started in the relative dark, right? And obviously it gets close. Boom!
Ooh.
Tat it up, dude, and just keeps rolling. It's going in. But it's like fucking around. It's like hanging out, which I don't understand. Because if you're going to do this thing World War II PT boat style, You just go in and damn the consequences. See, then it's getting shot at big munitions from the ship.
Yeah, it's from the boat.
Yeah, this one, it was weird. It floats right by this fucking little boat.
Wow.
I don't know what that's all about. And then eventually, up in the right-hand corner, you could see, this is actually a picture from downtown Sevastopol. You'll see in a second here an explosion off in the upper right where it actually detonates.
Wow. Boom. That's the UUV that explodes?
Yes.
And that's it's
supposedly.
It's supposed to be Ukrainian?
Yeah. Yes. Supposedly that is a Ukrainian
what the fuck
drone boat that gets blown up. And that's a whole deal. But obviously I didn't see another ship there.
I've been saying, isn't that wild?
Yeah, and if you guys remember, this was
a
ship that came
like
up
2 or 3 episodes ago.
And if you look at it, it looks like the exact same goddamn thing, doesn't it? Right in the front, because we saw the front end of that UUV.
Yeah, and they were like, one of these washed up on the shore, but we don't know if it's real or not.
And this was during the time of the pipeline explosion, if we remember right. This was shared on on Twitter the same time as the explosion of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
This is so planted, bro.
So
that's
what
so
I'm saying.
Planted.
Yeah, and for them to
you think the Russians
share the same exact
own
one
shit? Do you think it's fully possible? I'm going to throw out a conspiracy theory.
Do it.
Okay, so it's fully possible
because
the Russians have the capability to take one of those vehicles over, right? If they're able to scramble the communications and take one of those vehicles, or even just capture it, right? Just get out of the water somehow, plant it somewhere after they have exploded this pipeline, right? Blow it up, blow the pipeline up themselves, then plant that thing off the shore of Ukraine somewhere. Let it wash up even, because you just go out there and just let it wash up. You fuck up the robotics on the inside.
So the Russians explode the pipeline,
and
then they let the drone
UUV float up
Okay.
onto land on the Ukraine. Everyone's like, yo, this is wild. What is this piece of machinery? Because we don't know yet. A couple of weeks later, now this video is out that whoever it is releases it. It's got to be the Ukrainians, or maybe the Russians. Maybe they intercept the video feed from it and they release it themselves, right? They're blowing it up.
Who did it? The Russians?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I told you when I first heard it.
Conspiracy theory.
I told you that's in that conspiracy theory. Yes, the Russians did it. They blew up the pipeline and they released all the video footage to show it's the Ukrainians, because look at this technology they have. And right after the pipeline exploded, we saw one of these things wash up on shore. And I told you when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, totally the Russians did it. Now I'm like, well, we probably did it because that makes more sense. But at the time, I assumed the Russians did. But if there's an ulterior motive to them doing it, if they were able to capture one of the UUVs and they just had it, and they're like, what are we going to do with it? Let's blow up the pipeline and we'll let this wash ashore. I don't know.
Yeah.
I came up with that off the top of my head. Off top of mind. I don't know.
Off the top of my head. Fucking do that to me. Jesus Christ. Jean-Pierre. The only way I could see that possible, right, is given Putin's recent statements where he said, our whole goal here was essentially to dissolve the Western power at that point, to make it weak enough that the rest of the multipolar powers of the world could rise to the top. It's the only way I could envision that as being part of that scheme, where you blow up the pipeline, you put a Ukrainian drone on the beach to make it look like, the West is trying to do this because whatever, but also nobody gives a fuck because the West is a bunch of jokes. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's all fucked up.
It's just off the top of my head. I don't know.
I get it. It's off the top of mine. So
I'm just trying to connect things,
Where's my strings?
Let's exactly. It's like Charlie, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's just all the Pepe Sylvia. I don't know if you ever watched It's Always Sunny.
I haven't seen that episode.
I did enough of those fucking quotes in the first year and a half of the show.
A long time. That was a good deal for a while.
It was a good run.
It was a good run, bro.
Good run.
It was a good run.
Yeah.
So
thought for sure we would be famous before that was over.
I know. It's a whole deal, bro. Welcome to the internet. Yeah. I went down the fucking Rumble last night, and like half their fucking site was down. It was like a whole deal, because Rumble's whole deal is like they're all about like the hardware aspect of things. They're like servers. And so they're kind of reliant on, like, I think that's why they teamed up with Locals, is to bring some more software side to things.
Okay.
And I'm hoping maybe in the future Twitter might also do a little something. Elon might get together with some Rumbles, because if there's one, Twitter is out of date as far as social media is. Twitter is out of date. It doesn't have a video platform. It's tried multiple times.
Periscope and
it had
stuff.
Vine. It had Periscope. All of which it's dropped. If there's one thing
Because
Twitter
Meta
needs,
did it better.
well, Meta did it better because TikTok did it better. TikTok came in. TikTok's destroying most of social media right now.
Yeah.
Because that's like the thing. Their algorithm is better. I mean, they know how to teach their own citizens how to be better people, and they also know how to destroy America. That's TikTok. Their algorithm is on fucking point. But if Twitter can figure out how to do like a short form video deal and incorporate live video again, they might be marketable in the world of social media at this point. Because at the end of the day, the only people that are hanging on Twitter are like old ass fucking millennials like me. And that's it. But it's not relevant other than that. So they need to get with the program. But if they can incorporate something like that, we'd be there. But Rumble, Rumble is still rough around the edges because they're hardware focused, not software focused. And if they need somebody to come in that's software focused and bring that shit in and incorporate it all together to make one mean machine. I don't know if we'll see that, but right now the software aspect of Rumble is still stupid.
Yeah.
I watched a guy last night. He was trying to live stream on Rumble and YouTube.
That
and
platform
Rumble was
sucks.
just fucking down.
That platform sucks.
It does. But their hardware aspect of the game, like trying to make software or like server space available for people to do that.
Amazon side of it.
They're doing
That's
good
super
on that
good.
realm. So I don't want to cast too much shade. They're just trying to do too much, I think. So we need some combo action. We'll see what happens, but I don't know. You never
like
know.
it.
We never know.
I like it.
So your beer's almost done, good sir.
Yep.
Let's do a cheers. You're down the last of your beer, and we'll end the episode.
I love you.
It's been fantastic. I love you too, buddy.
I love you guys.
Thank you for hanging out, everybody. It's been real.
Have a great weekend.